Tony Kessel, how are you, man?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I appreciate you coming on today and being willing to share your story with the creative community.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
I think it's going to be very interesting, and I think we're going to cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let me give the audience a brief introduction here for you before
Okay.
we jump into it, so they kind of just get a feel right off the bat of who you are and what you do and have been into. You're the author of the book, It's All in the Lyrics: How Music Helped Me Heal and Find My Voice, a memoir blending life story and music is healing. You're a full time member of the New Mexico National Guard, serving our country beyond artistic work. Musician and a producer and creative and graphic design and photography through Dualist Media. You're a mental health and healing advocate where you use your personal story and music to address trauma, encourage emotional resilience, and beyond. And you're a recognized guest and speaker and personality on podcasts and interviews exploring the intersection of music, recovery, and creativity. And just before we get into this a little bit deeper, I just want to take a moment to recognize you as a service member. Um,
Thank you.
it is truly appreciated. I know a lot of times those words come across to service members in a flippant way, but I
Yeah.
want you to know from my perspective, it's truly appreciated because I've had plenty of family members that have served, um, some that have not made it back, and what that commitment is to our freedoms in this country, um, I don't think gets enough recognition and thank yous. So
Yeah.
before we get into it, thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you so much for your support.
Appreciate you. So let's jump into the essential beginning question of where were you born and what was life like as a kid for Tony?
Oh man. So I was born in Williston, North Dakota. Um, when I was about 5 years old, we moved to a town called Belfield. It's about 100 miles west of Bismarck. That's how unknown it is. I gotta use the capital to tell people where it's at.
Yeah.
But yeah, so growing up in rural North Dakota, Southwest North Dakota, it was you know, Midwest stuff, not a lot of diversity, very small town. Everyone knew everyone's business. I legally adopted by family that was related to like half of the town. So it was
Okay.
like all relatives. But yeah, yeah. I call it the Great Plains of the Midwest. That's kind of where we do things. And just in terms of like artistic and creativity, obviously from a music realm, there's not a lot of diversity there in music either. You're talking like the country scene, 80s rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was about it. Like old or classic rock, I guess. 80s rock is like
Yeah.
super classic at this point. But yeah, yeah, and just like I mean, there's a lot of beauty, natural things, but as far as artistic and creative endeavors, not a lot of opportunity out there, as you can imagine.
Got you. And being adopted early on, do you have a recollection of what age that was that you were adopted?
Yeah, yeah, I was actually legally adopted at 16,
Okay.
which is weird. I went to a foster home when I want to say 8, but it was the end of the first day of the third grade is when I was taken from my family and went to a foster home.
Got you.
So
All right. And from that perspective, was that due to um, parent situation based on what was going on in the family?
yeah, yeah. So my mom and dad got divorced probably when I was about 6 months old.
Okay.
Um, and I spent some time in foster home. I think the first like 2 to 3 years of my life in a foster home then. But when my eventually my dad remarried, he had two boys, including or three kids, two other boys from myself, and then my stepmom had two boys. So we went from a house of you know four dudes to five kids, five male children, and a house of seven. And then they had a child every year for the next like 3 years.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, we grew quickly, and I think that was part of it. So my parents and I try not to get into a lot of detail about what some of that stuff looked like, because my parents are really good people. They are,
Uh,
and I know that's weird because you're like, well, you went to foster home, you're legally adopted. There's rationale behind the adoption, but they just fell on hard times. They couldn't earn the money that they needed to raise kids, as far as having that many children and being able to adequately care and support them. It's kind of what
sure.
it came down to. And they, after I left the house, I've maintained contact with them the whole time. My foster parents were very much like, they're good people. They
Okay.
need to be in your life. You need to know them. You need to understand them. And my stepmom and my biological father, anyways.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was. They did a lot of healing. They did a lot of work, and ultimately, for my younger siblings, they did a fantastic job of raising them and making productive, human beings. And so
Gotcha.
there's a lot of restoration and healing along that story as well, and just um, going from a situation that when you're 8 years old is really hard to understand that
Yeah.
that's for your best interest, because emotionally it still feels like rejection, like
Yeah.
it's still um, it still does quite a number on your identity, which I'm sure we'll get into as we discuss things. But yeah, it's really hard to tell yourself as a kid that you're wanted and loved when you leave, or when you're asked to leave, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
And don't get a choice in that at all.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
for sure.
And no, go ahead.
I was going to say, in terms of elementary school, at that point as well, how did that affect you in terms of um, socialization? Were you one of the kids that was just you'd rather just sit towards the back of the class and not get noticed, or were you up front and very much interested in learning and kind of being noticed by the teacher?
Yeah, yeah. So my I think a lot of my artistic stuff stems from that whole situation. So like I told you, when I was with my dad, I had two older brothers. My oldest brother is 9 years older than me, and my brother right above me is 4 years older than me.
Okay.
So when my dad got custody of me when I was about 4 years old, and that my oldest brother was a teenager. He was like running around doing his thing, and this was the late '80s. My
Okay.
8 year old brother would be gone all the time too. So really, it was me and my dad, like all the time. I was like a sidekick. Everywhere he went, I was there, unless he was at work.
Yeah.
And so I was the center of his world. Like absolutely not a moment went by that honestly, that's like the best year of my life. When I look back at that point, it's some of the only moments that I ever felt like I belonged. The sense of warmth and a sense of like, like yes, absolutely. It's really hard to describe, but it was like I said, it was me and my dad. And then when he got married and two other kids came into the fold, and he had a wife, and there were four other kids running around the house. I went from the center of attention to like, by the end of having 8 children total running around the house, I was almost forgotten. And
Right.
so that drove like this I wanted to get noticed, and I wanted to feel the way that I did. I've done a lot of exploration. I didn't know I was doing this stuff in real time, but I acted out a lot
Okay.
just to gain attention. And so that was kind of why I was one of the first kids to go to a foster home. Is I was I I'm gonna say it. There's no filter. I was probably the worst behaved kid out of all of them, because again, I was like, I deserve this attention. I am the star of this show. Like that.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was my attitude, and so
Yeah.
I carried that everywhere from into school, like acting out and trying to be the class clown. I wasn't very funny, but I thought I was. So
Okay.
I stayed after school in recess. I was in trouble constantly, and it all stemmed from a desire to be noticed and to, look at me, like I'm super
Right.
interesting and really entertaining. You should pay attention to me, which I
Yeah.
think is kind of where a lot of my entertainment and artistic stuff stem from. Because one of the earlier memories, I guess, is kids in the '80s. We like your parents didn't like if you look how parents are now and you're like in their world and asking them questions and um it seemed like we were forgotten. Like you'd be like, oh, we have kids, like, oh yeah, it's dinner time, we turned the light on, here they all are again,
Yeah.
so but one of the times that I would get attention is I remember Randy Travis's Forever and Ever Amen. And sometimes the music video would play on TV or whatever. And I would sing along with it. And my family would be like, hey, and they would watch. And the attention and the rush that I felt in performing. And I'm like, wow, they're noticing me now. You know what I mean? Like they're paying attention to me finally. So, yeah, I think it's a lot of my artistic desire or my willingness or just motivation to entertain, I think all stemmed from that. It was like I got attention, positive attention, and I had to fight. I had to fight really hard to be noticed. So
Yeah, I can imagine that complete transition of being, the main one when you and your dad, even your brothers being older and off doing their own things,
yeah,
and that connection that you felt at that point in time, in in an instant, gets turned into, wait a second, what just happened?
yeah,
I'm falling down the ladder here
yeah,
of, prioritized attention scenarios.
yeah.
Um, did you have any friends in elementary school that were kind of really close to you that you connected with and kind of had uh, a cohesive feeling of friendship and admiration for each other?
Um, like I said, it was a small town. So we knew everyone, but when I think of really close relationships,
Hmm.
maybe one. So there was this kid that I'd trade baseball cards with, and we'd go catch frogs. There was just like this creek that runs kind of like weirdly through our town,
Yeah,
and in the springs and summers, you could go catch garden snakes and frogs and stuff like that. And so that was him, and like I said, he would be the only person that I really considered a close friend. And then I was kind of a loner aside from that. So even seven brothers and sisters, if we went somewhere, a lot of the time I was off by myself.
got you, got
So
you. Did you feel like you were a lot more sensitive to different
yeah,
things that are around you? Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I was an emotional child, very emotional, and so my dad worked at an auto parts store. You
Okay.
probably know what Napa is.
Yeah. Oh, my dad worked the exact same place.
Yeah, yeah. So my dad was an assistant manager at various Napas. He was an assistant manager in Williston, and he moved to Belfield because they needed an assistant manager. So he moved there and moved the family, and then he went to a Napa in, I want to say, somewhere in Minnesota when I was in like a teenager, and then he moved to Sydney when I was a later teenager. But you would think with a dad like that he would just be this gruff, like, mechanic, like you never seen emotion. But my dad was very emotional. And I don't mean that in a negative way. Like he embraced emotion. Like he laughs a lot. He's not afraid to cry. He tears of sadness, tears of happiness. And so I kind of grew up pretty emotional. I didn't see emotion in any way, shape, as weakness.
Okay.
And that was a lot of really encouraged by him at a young age.
Nice. Yeah, that is a thing that is probably not as common nowadays in terms of that father-son dynamic where
Yeah.
the father is willing to express emotion and allow
Right.
the kids to be able to see that so they understand, okay, one thing can make you really happy, another thing can make you angry. Some things have you just a little bit ambivalent to what's going on, but yet, you're able to transition from that happy to, just regular mood. And then,
Yeah.
when something frustrates you, you get a little bit angry about that.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I totally relate to having a dad working at Napa. He was a mechanic for up until I was 15. And then he had two lung surgeries, both lungs he had to have surgery on. And after that second surgery, the doctors told him he couldn't go back to work as a mechanic because they had cracked his ribs to open him up and cut through those muscles. So he didn't have a whole lot of strength to torque on those engines like he did.
Yeah.
And the easiest transition for him, because he ordered the parts all the time to work on the cars, right, was to
Yeah.
go to the local Napa store. And he knew the owners already. And
Yeah.
he just said, hey, I can't go back and do mechanic work anymore. Is there any opportunity for me here? And
Yeah.
then ended up working 32 years for Napa. So
Yeah.
definitely,
Yeah.
yeah, relatable from that perspective.
Yeah.
With you and your friend kind of just bouncing around the town and hanging out and catching frogs by the creek and different things like that, did you find that a little bit adventurous in terms of what may have been something that you wanted to not be a part of in the home situation during that time?
Yeah, it was largely for me avoidance of
Okay.
like if you're at home and you're not really getting the attention that you want. I don't know if it was much about adventure or if it was more about curiosity of the world.
Okay. Yeah.
Like I'm greatly moved by bodies of water. I prefer oceans, which you live in North Dakota, there are none of them, but exactly zero.
Yeah.
So that they just like rivers, creeks, bodies of water. Like there's this feeling that I get when I'm near water of like watching the movement. And like when I was young, this creek was going a place. And
Yeah.
so there was a part of me, I don't know if you're familiar with Forrest Gump. I imagine
Yes.
everyone is.
Yeah.
But that whole, I wish I was a bird so I could fly far, far away from here, scene with Jenny. My situation wasn't that dire. It was nowhere near what Jenny was going through, but the movement of the creek, like I would almost like imagine going with the current, going with the water, and being like, if I could hop in this creek and it would take me away from, the loneliness or I don't feel like I belong anywhere. Cause like I said, I had this one friend, we didn't hang out all the time, but for the most part, I was alone. And it was like, I want to be with people. I want to be connected with people. I want to be entertaining people. I want to make
Yeah.
people smile. But here I am hanging out in this place and I'm generally forgotten. So
Right.
from that perspective, just being able to like stand by the creek and be like, hey, what is this world look like? What's out there? You know, um, I was a hopeful individual. Like I know that sounds really dark and desperate, but like the thing that drew me in about these types of activities was the hope. You'd be like, oh well, these little frogs are living in this creek. They never have to worry about it. The
Yeah.
like it was. I didn't fully understand any of the stuff that I was taking in, but it was kind of an escape and
Sure.
a way for me to interact with the world around me.
Yeah. No, exactly. Do you happen to know what your astrological sign is?
I'm a Pisces.
Ah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
okay. Now the water makes sense.
yeah. I was gonna say something, but I didn't know if that mattered. But yeah, Pisces.
Well, it doesn't necessarily matter. It just gives me some additional information about what's going on
Yeah,
based
yeah.
off of that. Um,
I tend to fall into a lot. You asked about emotion, and now I'm
yeah,
talking. I'm like, oh, I'm super emotional, really artistic, and I love water. You'd be like, you probably could have guessed that I was a Pisces.
I was kind of thinking
Yeah,
I'm a Capricorn, so I'm
Okay.
goat and fish.
Yeah.
And so water is a big component of the way I look at things and the way
Yeah.
that I try to, at least now, currently, the way I've started to try and look at the world and the way things happen to us and how they do, and then how do we react to that.
Right.
I think the flow of water, I think it's probably the most powerful of all of the elements
Yeah.
because of its ability to adapt and move and shift and be still and
Yeah.
destroy and create and
Yes.
nourish, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Um, with the experiences of at 8 being shifted into a foster home and then having to kind of learn a new environment with who that you were put with, as well as trying to go to school and deal with that type of scenario. You mentioned it's a small town. Was there any knowledge of who these people were prior to going to them?
No.
Okay.
There and it was a small town, and so you're like, well, how would you not know these guys? The so I'd been in Belfield for a couple years, but and again, I want to point out that when I say small town, my family still lived in that town. So when you talk like a
Yeah.
thousand people, like
Right.
my family was still there, and
Yeah.
I lived like 2 blocks away from them. But my foster parents, my foster dad was a retired Army vet, and he
Okay.
had just retired 91, 92, and had come back. So for the first like couple years that I was there, they weren't, and then when they moved in, they were pretty to themselves, but again related to most of the town. So he moved back after retired because his parents still lived in town, and
Okay.
so his mom and dad, and they lived right next door to him, and that was kind of what happened. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I wasn't familiar with them before I went there.
Right. And so was that, I imagine it was a bit scary as well,
Yes.
being that
Yes.
young and trying to figure out, all right, I just got pulled from what I knew is a safe space for a period of time, and then it got disrupted by these extra additions to the family who are
Yeah.
now uh, step siblings. Did the new family, did they have any children at all at that point, or was it just you?
So they had adult children that had already graduated and moved away,
Okay.
but they had one other foster child when I moved in. So
Gotcha.
they made the decision to foster at that point. Um, yeah, it was the age at which I went to foster home. I was old enough to understand, but it was that I think like if it would have been younger, I wouldn't have had so many issues. But when you're 8 years old, you have memories. You're actively making memories, and you remember them. You
Yeah.
have some sense of an identity. Like it, I think that time was probably one of the biggest things in terms of like shaping the whole identity and mental health landscape was that you definitely like if you're younger you're in and you're like, oh, my parents are gone, you know something's up but you don't know exactly what. But at
Yeah.
8 years old, you know for a fact, you're like, I am being rejected. I'm a bad kid. um I don't deserve happiness or whatever. Like you have memories and you start to lean in towards negative opinions of that. And so and then also on the flip side, when you go into a new home, you're very cognizant of the fact that there was stuff before you, like you're not a, I was a welcome addition, and they were very loving and very, they treated me like I was their kid the whole time,
Okay.
but you don't belong,
Right.
like, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's like yesterday I wasn't here, today I'm here.
Yeah.
I had all these, like, I had a lot of freedom. Like, I was climbing trees and running around town in the creek. I never had to ask anybody where I wanted to go or if I wanted to go somewhere. Like, they
Yeah.
were like, go. But like, my foster parents had rules, and they had like, you can't just go into the cupboards and eat food. Like we have organized meals. We have, you need to ask for permission to do stuff. You can't do things that are dangerous, like climb trees. Like you could fall out and break your neck. And I was like, really? Like I didn't know that was dangerous.
Right, right,
So it's like all of these rules and structure that I wasn't familiar with, and in that way, you kind of like, I don't belong here either. Like I'm this wild animal out here, and now all of a sudden I'm like, being domesticated,
right.
and like I have to learn how to behave and wear shoes places. Like
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
it was a transition, and then again, it was like eight people where your parents couldn't always pay attention to you. Now there's two kids, and we're both troubled because it's foster home, but you're
right.
getting a lot more attention. And so those little behaviors, initially they were very gracious and understanding, like, hey, this kid's whole world has changed. Like gently, like, hey, you can't climb trees, you got to wear shoes, you got
Yeah,
to take baths, like all the stuff that. But eventually, like I knew better, and it turned into like a power struggle type stuff, like a fight against the machine. Um, but yeah, it was almost dangerous on both ends because I just was like, I don't belong anywhere. Like even in this new family, they're trying to take care of me. I'm not them. I'm not like them. They have different last names. They have different beliefs.
right.
So it was, yeah,
Did you said you were kind of close still to where your family was at? You were kind of like a few blocks away. Were
yeah.
you able to still interact with them in any form?
I was,
Okay.
from my foster parents' perspective, social services, like as a rule, if you go to foster home, a lot of the time they have rules that you basically have to go through them for meetings and appointments, and
Okay.
you can't just physically go and visit them. So there was that element too, that I would like walk past their house and what used to be my house and not be able to go in, or
Yeah.
there was that element too,
Yeah, that's so I imagine that that is so confusing
yeah,
for a kid at that age to be able to just walk by the house that was your home and know in your head that because of the situation and what the state is regulating that you cannot even go knock on the door or go say
right,
hi or whatever. I imagine that too just amplified that feeling of aloneness, not fitting
yeah,
in, not being wanted, in the mindset of that age of a child, right?
yeah,
Um, kind of, we had a conversation a little bit earlier on where you're like, you have a different perspective now that you're older in
yeah,
terms of how that scenario played out. But for that age, that mind is just feeling like everything is rejection at that point, and it's
yes,
confusing as hell because
yeah,
none of it makes any sense.
right,
After you start getting kind of acclimated with this new family and then another foster child sibling, so to speak, because you're in the same under the
mhm.
same roof. Um, were you still acting out at school every day that when you were going there and trying to get attention there as well?
Yeah, it calmed down because
Okay,
like I had parents who were paying attention.
I got you. All right.
It's crazy that even though I was staying after school, like I'm name on the board with the check marks, you remember?
Right, right, yeah.
Um, I stayed after school till like 5 or 6 every single day, and my family never knew that I was staying after. I would imagine that during parent teacher conferences, they're like, "Hey, he gets into a lot of trouble. He talks in class. He's trying to be funny." But I'm not sure that my parents, my real parents, knew that I was staying after school almost every single day, like every day, and
Wow. Okay.
hours. So by the time I was released from school, I think they thought I was just like, okay, I got off school and I just play or whatever because that's what we did. Like I
Yeah.
didn't go home and do homework. We just disappeared. So Yeah, it was a little bit different, but my foster mom, like I told you, is from Detroit, so she had that like street, you know,
Yeah,
like
some
hey,
street
you're
smart.
yeah. She's like you're not messing up, like you're not doing this, and she watched, and I basically you're getting in trouble twice, which doesn't seem fair, but it's like no, I told you you're going to respect authority. And again, that wasn't immediate. That wasn't like second day of third grade, I'm getting in
Right.
trouble and I'm staying after school and then I'm getting grounded. Like there was time. They waited for me to like, all right, you know better now. Like now you're
Yeah.
punished at home too. So yeah, and that was the constant just being in trouble all the time is I'd lash out at school, get in trouble, and then the punishment would have to carry over to home. And but
Right.
yeah, they were a lot more attentive to what was going on. And so I had to pay I had to mind myself or try to get away with things a little more sneaky.
Right.
So
And with those things that you guys were doing to just kind of escape after school, were you into stuff that you kind of knew was wrong, or was it just stuff that you were just playing and hanging out and being
yeah,
adventurous and curious?
yeah. When I say I was a bad kid, I wasn't that kind of bad kid. Like it was mainly like exploring creeks, and it was North Dakota. So in the winter, you'd be building snow forts and having snowball fights, and you'd hang
Okay.
out at the playground and just like tackle football or whatever.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like nefarious activities, but yeah, just a lot of doing kid stuff and then going
Right.
home when it got dark like you're supposed to.
Yeah. More so escapism rather than
Yeah.
uh, troublesome activity.
Yeah. And I mean we got into trouble, like rock throwing contests and breaking windows out of abandoned houses and like kid
The
stuff.
kid
But I
stuff.
mean,
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah,
Exactly.
like me and that kid that I was telling you about, and this was later, but we got this hot idea that we could make we had heard somewhere, this pre-internet, we heard somewhere that there was acid in batteries, household batteries. And so
Okay.
we took a hammer and we peeled the metal off the outside of the batteries and we like tried to pull that core out.
Yeah.
And then we were like, if we put that in an old soda bottle and light it, no wick, just two empty battery cores in a bottle, we're like, it's going to be a bomb. Or like taping fireworks together and putting them in
Yeah.
garbage cans and blowing the lids off, like
Yeah.
that type of stuff. So we did do some stuff, but that particular time we accidentally started a small brush fire in the creek, and we had to stomp it out and run away before anyone caught us. But yeah, it was like stuff like that, like very curious. Like I wonder if we like scientific almost. I'm gonna say
Yes.
we
Exactly.
science in the making. But yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. That's how I'm seeing it as well. Is
yeah,
it's just adventurous curiosity, um, getting a little bit of scientific information and trying to figure out if that's
yeah,
true information, and then
yeah,
you're acting it out. Um, as you're moving closer to junior high, and I imagine at that point you're starting to get a little bit more comfortable with what these foster parents are putting on you in terms of some rules and regulations and some
yeah.
structure. Is that starting to shift your mindset into a sense of feeling of belonging, or is it still running through your head that I'm just out of place here?
Yeah, I felt a sense of belonging, but I doubted whether it was real.
Okay.
And so
Sure.
obviously you get that middle school rebellion type
Yeah.
attitude
Yeah.
where I started really coming to grips with the fact that like I was removed from my house. I was like, man, no one can love me. And so what I actually started lashing out just to test. I was like, you guys are going to quit on me. Like everyone quit
Okay.
on me. You'll notice I haven't said anything about my biological mom at all. So she
Yeah.
wasn't in the picture. She basically was like, I was born with a cleft lip and palate. She had I don't know her well enough to say what exactly was wrong with her, but they said she was developmentally delayed.
Okay.
Um, and I really haven't. I've done some digging as an adult, and I really haven't gotten solid information. But yeah, she just was gone, and so your mom leaves your life, and I'd maybe seen her 10 times, and then you go to a foster home, and you're like, everybody that's supposed to love me has rejected me. Now you're
Yeah.
in this foster home, and you feel stability, but you're like, man, if I bet if I acted out enough, if I misbehaved enough, I could get these guys to quit on me too. And it just reiterates the fact that I'm unlovable and I don't have a place. And so it was, I'd say, seventh grade through ninth grade. That's where I started getting into some of the stuff. So I got some shoplifting, juvenile detention charges, and
Okay.
breaking into people's vehicles and all kinds of dumb stuff. But I
Right.
had
Right.
3 juvie charges within like a 10-month period.
Oh wow.
Um, yeah, and basically at 13, I was told if I got one more, if I went to juvenile court again, I would be institutionalized until I was an adult.
Okay.
And so it caused my foster parents to clamp down on me a lot. I think we had this argument, and they basically were like, "All right, you're not getting it. You need an attitude change." And they basically did like a makeshift home incarceration where I
Okay.
was grounded for a year. They had me doing like my dad was an army vet,
Yes.
so he had all kinds of demented
Chores.
games. Yeah, like I mowed the lawn one day, and it took me like 40 minutes, 50 minutes. We didn't have a lot of lawn. And so I went to go get the weed eater, and my dad's like, nope, handed me like a pair of scissors, and I had to go around the yard with the scissors.
Trimming everything. Oh
It,
wow.
it took hours. I laid probably 2.5 ton of landscaping rock with a wheelbarrow and a shovel. They just had, they just had people like dump it in the back, and they were like, all right, move it from the alley into the yard. And then I spread it, and I had to lay all the repainted walls in our house. Yeah, it was hard labor, but yeah, it was basically, again, I didn't know what I was doing at the time, but as
Yeah.
I've kind of looked and explored it, I'm like, you're going to quit on me too. Like no one has what it takes. I'm unlovable.
Right.
I'm unmanageable. Like you can't contain me. And they quickly proved that they could. Not
Nice.
quickly. I was grounded for a year straight.
Right. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
from Labor Day of my freshman year until Labor Day of my sophomore year, I was basically incarcerated in my house doing manual labor and writing sentences when it was
Yeah.
winter.
As you're talking and also expressing the fact that you were born with a cleft palate and lip, um, what just popped into my head is an episode that I did with Joanna Lloyd. She has an online community called Echoes of Birth, um,
Okay.
which talks about birth trauma
Yeah.
before birth and after birth. So the whole concept is the things that are affecting you while you're in the womb
Yeah.
and then going through birth and then after birth, the things that
Yes.
are affecting you. Early on, did they uh, fix your cleft palate real early to where it wasn't a huge thing that you had to deal with once you started
Yeah.
to that age of 8 and having to shift households?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So my lip was fixed like pretty early on.
Okay.
My palate was not. And so I have distinct memories as a kindergartner playing boys chase girls. And
Yeah.
I used to be able to take my tongue through the roof of my mouth and like stick it out of my nose. And so I'd chase girls with like my tongue like
Oh,
outside
wow.
of my nostril. And they fixed it when I was like somewhere between kindergarten and first grade. And then
Okay.
I had like this tiny hole in the roof of my mouth for a while that they ended up surgically fixing when they were doing something else. But yeah, it was if you can imagine the freakish display of some
Right.
kid chasing
Yeah.
you with his tongue hanging out of his nose, not out of
Yeah.
his mouth but out of his nose. But yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying there. And also too, I'm saying how that would play on your psyche in terms
Yeah.
of a scenario of you trying to just get some attention, but also too the reaction from those other kids was probably like, there's no attention wanting to be given here. It's like,
Yeah.
want to get away from you because we
Yeah.
don't understand what that is. That doesn't
Right.
register for us.
Yeah, and you know, like as much as like bullying and everything is a part of the landscape now, and you talk about it, and you know, people our age are like, oh, that stuff used to happen to us all the time.
Right.
Like kids are brutal, you know, but
Yes.
for the most part, no one in my circle really said. Every once in a while, someone would be like, "Oh, will you have a hair lip?" Or like they'd say like a generally not okay term, but they didn't mean it in a hateful way.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time, I wasn't ever mistreated
Okay.
or bullied as a because I had this.
Good.
But
Good.
there's still a part of you that when you look in the mirror, you're like, people don't like me or want to be around me because I'm ugly. You
Yeah.
know, like my nose was super crooked. It's still a little bit crooked, but they ended up fixing it. But it used to be they put stitches in it a little too tight, and so it was like a little more distorted.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's then I get these ears that stick out like a foot on each side. So you're just like, okay, well, I'm ugly, I'm unlovable. No one wants to spend time with me, even if I do negative things. And I found that negative stuff gained attention and it maintained attention longer. So if I did something good, like get a good grade in school, they'd be like, "Oh, you did a good job," and it was over. I never heard about it again.
Yeah.
But if I got in trouble for stealing something from a grocery store, man, it was a month. You know,
Right.
and so I quickly started using negative behavior to gain attention because it didn't go away. And that's
Right.
really all I wanted, was to be loved and to be paid attention to and be valued. And
Yeah.
it just wasn't happening. It felt like everywhere I went, I was just like another thing that people had to worry about, you know?
Right. For sure. Yeah. That's such a um, confusing dynamic
Yeah.
to put in place for coping
Yeah.
because, like you said, you get a good grade and you hear about it in that moment and then it goes away.
Right.
You don't hear any more about it after that. You get in trouble, have to go to juvenile court, deal with them. That conversation drags on and on.
Yeah.
Right. So I completely get that perspective and how confusing it must have been to have to try and rationalize um, some of what you're doing based on just a basic need and want to be loved and paid attention to.
Yeah.
And to have that skewed so early on in your life, um, it it's completely understandable that that affected the mental state of what you were dealing with all the time.
Right. Yeah.
With these restrictions and or kind of, I'm seeing them as kind of a way that your foster parent was trying to instill some responsibility in you
Yeah.
early on with these chores and stuff that he was putting on you, but based off of you know uh, actions that were getting you into trouble.
Yeah.
Once you're realizing that, okay, this is going to be the result of this negative action, and as you're starting to shift into high school, is some of that starting to calm down, or does it just get ramped up even more so?
It did not calm down. So what it turned into, again, my my adoptive mom is from Detroit.
Yeah.
Um, my foster dad or adoptive father, he's from North Dakota, very strong, quiet, huge. He was 6'4", like 250.
Okay.
Huge, scary dude, but he was like such a gentle guy. Really didn't say much.
Nice.
But it really turned into a war between me and my foster mom because
Okay.
it turned into this like war of the wills, and
Yes.
she As a matter of fact, the reason I got grounded was I did something and she grounded. I don't even remember what I did, but she was like, "You're grounded until further notice." Um, and I was 16, and this was like again Labor Day weekend, and I was like, "What does that even mean? Further notice?" And so I called her out on it. I was like, "A month, a week," and she's like, "This isn't a time. This is you need to fix your attitude. When
Yeah.
you fix your attitude, you will be ungrounded." And and I was like, "Yeah, that's not going to work. You are going to get sick of me, and you're just going to be like, all right, go." And like I was like, you're gonna get tired of me, and I'm just gonna be ungrounded. And she had blue eyes.
Okay.
I think her eyes changed colors. Like sometimes they were blue, sometimes they were green.
Okay.
I remember them being blue most of the time, but when I would piss her off, they would turn silver. And that particular day, yeah, like I was like, you're gonna get tired of me and quit. You're gonna let me go, and like I'm in charge, basically. I didn't say that, but I was like, you're gonna
Right.
get tired. Like you're gonna quit on me like everyone else. Her eyes went silver, and she just like stared into my eyes, and she started like laughing, and she's like, "It's on. It is on. Like further notice, when you generate the change that you need, you'll be ungrounded." And
Yeah.
I'm still like, there's no parameters. Like, give me a time. Like, let me know. And she's like, this is all on you. And so that's what it turned into. And so, I mean, I had normal chores. So the stuff that I'm telling you about, they were like, hey, I'm not, I'm a huge music fan, obviously. Like, we kind of talked about that. I was
Yeah.
huge into Garth Brooks. I was a loner. Like, I loved sitting in my room, reading Goosebump books, building things out of Legos,
Okay.
writing little stories of poetry, like stupid poetry, listening to country music radio or my Garth Brooks tapes collection. So, like,
Yeah.
being grounded in my room was not a punishment. Like, it was
Yeah.
heaven.
Yeah.
Like my friends would be like, "Hey, you want to hang out?" I'm like, "Sorry, I'm grounded. I got to hang out in my room and listen to Garth Brooks tonight." You know, it wasn't a big deal. So
Yeah.
I was like, "Oh, whatever. Like I'll do whatever." And I run the show.
Yeah.
Well, she was like, "No, you're not getting any of that." She took my Garth Brooks tape collection. She took all my Goosebump books. Um, she left she left my stereo and one blank tape. I don't like. I thought in the moment that she was dumb. I was like, "Oh, she didn't even know."
Yeah.
I think she left it there because she was like, if he screws up, that's gone too. But I didn't have
Right.
any tapes. So at night, I would lay and listen to the radio and record songs off the radio, try to
Yeah.
get the Garth Brooks collection back.
Right.
And yeah, like it turned into this just battle where I was like, I'm not going to change. You're going to buckle. And she, the strong willed Detroit street smarts person, was like, oh no, not you are a little punk teenager and you're going to conform to my rules because that's how life works. She
Yeah.
didn't say those words. That would be really
That was the
harsh.
inference. Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
she would never say that. But the attitude was like, no, you're going to conform. Like we were gentle with you. We allowed you to be a kid. We allowed you to be hurt and go through this stuff. But now, like you're like 3 years from adulthood. Like fix yourself.
Yeah.
And so eventually, about halfway through, it turned into this thing where it was like I wanted to be better. I knew that I needed to adapt and be a productive member of society, that I couldn't be stealing and getting into trouble, and that, negative energy or negative attention, even though it lasts longer, and it's like, oh, they're paying attention to me now. It's not necessarily best for your criminal record or productivity as an adult. So there's a
Yeah.
part of me that's like, I got tired of letting people down. I got tired of not being
Okay.
who I thought that I could be, and I was like, maybe I don't need attention. Maybe me knowing that I'm doing the right thing is good enough. So you see, like the maturity is starting to step in.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
also told her that I wouldn't quit, and no one likes a quitter. So I stayed engaged in that fight for a year. And really, how I came out of it, my biological dad called my foster mom one day and said, "Hey, my grandma Marie, she was my last living biological grandparent. Her health started worsening, and my dad called and said, "Hey, I know he's grounded. I know he's in trouble. I know we can't visit. My mom's gonna pass. Like this would be the last time that he could possibly see her alive. Can he visit?" And my
Yeah.
foster mom told him no. That's
Oh
how
wow.
cold. Yeah, that's how cold she was. She had no. she's like, he is who he is. He committed to this. Like, he hasn't changed. No. Like,
Right.
and my dad accepted it because he had to.
Yeah.
Well, she passed like a day or so after that. And so my dad called back and said, listen, like, please. And my mom's like, nope, not going to the funeral. He still hasn't changed. It's been freaking 11 months. Like, no.
Wow.
And
Okay.
then, and my dad called back later and said, hey, please. And she relented. Eventually, she was like, all right, he's going to think he won. He's going to think he won, but like, I'm going to lay this out. So she took me to the halfway point to drop me off of my family. And she was like, if I find out you did one thing, you step out of line one time, you will be in juvenile detention. Like, this isn't grounding anymore and you're not being released. Like, juvenile detention. You steal
Right.
anything, you cause problems, you throw rocks, you do vandalize, you do anything in any way, shape, or form. And I was 16, like, I was 15. She's like, you
Yeah.
will be institutionalized till you're 18. Like, it's over.
Right.
And I was like, that fear of abandonment ticking off. I wanted them to quit on me to prove that I was stronger than them and to prove
Right.
that no one wanted to dedicate to me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, I didn't want to go to juvenile detention for 3 years. So we went and did the funeral. And, like, again, that same freedom that I used to have when I was a kid, but now I'm an adult, nearing adult age. And my parents, like, the supervision just wasn't there. And so my brothers, they're teenagers, didn't really do anything they shouldn't have done, but they're like, hey, we're going to go down to the store. And I'm like, nope, not going. Like, I don't even want to be in the store. So if my parents are like, you stole them, like, I didn't. I wasn't even in the store. Like, good
Yeah.
luck. They couldn't pin me with anything. So I
Right.
behaved, and I was like, I'm not going to get in trouble. So my foster mom picked me up after the funeral, and she's like, am I going to hear about anything? And I was like, no, you will not at all. And she's like, how are you? Uh, my parents got a flat tire on the van, and I have a stepbrother named Aaron. He's 6 months older than me, and he
Okay.
was jokingly pretending to push my little siblings into traffic when we were by the side of the road. Like, he wasn't doing anything that he shouldn't
Right.
have, but
Yeah. Yeah.
you mess with your siblings.
Yeah.
And I was like, nope, I'm not. I, like, specifically went as far away from him as possible. I was like, I don't want anybody to say I even had a thing to do with that. And so
Right.
I told my foster mom about that, and she was like, well, why didn't you join him? And I was like, no, like, I'm done. And she was like, okay, all right. She turned the radio back up, and a couple minutes later, she's like, you didn't do anything. And I was like, no. She's like, why? I was like, you know what? I'm tired of being, like, marked as a criminal, a liar, a thief, a punk. Like, I'm tired of feeling like I'm worthless. This stuff isn't worth it anymore.
Right.
And, like, I just went on this tirade of, like, soliloquy. And she's like, okay. She turned the radio back up, and it was like 5 minutes of just agonizing silence, no words, just the radio. And she turned the radio back down. She was like, you're ungrounded. I think you're done. Like, I think your punishment's over. Like, you finally get that you just need to be a good human being for the sake of being a good human being, not for reward, not out
Right.
of fear of punishment. Like, you just need to do the right things. And that was where my integrity was built. Like, it started there. And then when you have a criminal record and you have to rebuild and make people believe you grew up in a small town and you stole stuff from shop owners and you broke
Yeah.
into people's car, people don't trust you. And
Right.
so, like, rebuilding that reputation, being like, no, I'm not that. Like, I just got caught up in some stuff. That's not who I am. And yeah, so that whole rebuilding a reputation and integrity was really a desire. I was like, it doesn't matter if I get attention or not. What matters is that I'm able to look in the mirror and be like, yeah, you're not those things,
Not
you
that
know?
bad, kid. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I get it. With all of that turmoil that was built up and leading up to that huge punishment scenario of being grounded with no time frame in place,
Yeah.
had your mind started to shift into the space of I really don't even want to be here anymore at that point in time?
No.
Okay.
Not at all.
Got
And that's the weird, like, a lot of my stuff from a mental health perspective when I was young was, it was an identity crisis. It was like, who am
yeah.
I?
Yeah.
Where do I fit in? Am I worthy of love?
Yeah.
Um, like, it was a lot of that stuff, which is, there's no diagnosis for what that is. You
Sure.
know,
Yeah, exactly.
that's like almost environmental.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
but oddly enough, as all, you talk all that turmoil, I was probably one of the most optimistic people on the planet. Like, I didn't know
Really?
in I'm looking and I'm talking from an adult's perspective, with the perspective of 2020 being hindsight. But
Right.
back then, I didn't even know that my life sucked. Like, I mean, I did. Like, I knew going to a foster home wasn't normal. I didn't have any other friends who were in foster home,
Yeah.
minus the kid who was in the foster home with me. We were
Yeah.
the only two foster kids in that whole town. And like, the rejection, all that stuff, like, I felt sadness, I felt things, but I'm still like, oh, it is what it is. You know, like, I just had this optimism about me that I was like, I don't know if just because there was so much, I was just like, life just sucks, you know, like, I guess
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
but I was super happy. Like,
Okay.
as long as like I said, I was kind of a loner. As long as I could sit around and read Goosebump books and listen to Garth Brooks and, you know, record songs off the radio and use
Right.
my imagination, like, I just kind of lived in my own little world, and I was okay with that.
Okay. So you're the creative side of you coming out in those alone times
Mhm.
was kind of like that flicker of hope, that little light at the end of the tunnel that allowed you to still keep moving at that point in time throughout life.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
And I feel like it'll come up again, you know, as we get later, but
Yeah. Yeah.
music was the drug that I used. And so when you hear a song and you feel an emotion,
Yeah.
sometimes it may not be the exact emotion. Like, case in point, my favorite song of all time is that "Summer" by Garth Brooks. And so the within the first week of going to foster home, that song played on the radio, and he's talking about this relationship between a widowed woman and a teenage farmhand. They're both lonely and they're just trying to make it in the world. Probably wouldn't be able to be played on the radio or released today.
Right.
Very inappropriate. But
Yeah.
back then, I didn't know. I felt the desperation. You could feel the emotion in that song, and I felt desperate. And so
Yeah.
that song quickly became my favorite song
Right.
of all time. And
Yeah.
listening to Garth Brooks, and he's this phenomenal storyteller. And all this emotion, he's in touch with his emotions, not afraid to cry on stage or in interviews.
Right.
It just became like, I was like, this Garth Brooks guy is my medicine. And so I was popping songs like pills. You know, I was
Okay.
like, I feel sad. I listen to a song, they feel sad. We're sad together. I'm better now. Like, it would lull me into this false sense of security that I was okay. And I basically lived my life, my all of my below 18 that way. As I was like, if I, you know, like, whatever I needed to resolve, I had a song for it. I popped that
Right.
pill and I'd get through the moment, and then I'd be sad later and I'd listen to a different song. I used it very much like a drug, like
Okay.
music, which is, I think, the reason why I still had hope,
Yeah.
is that you take enough drug to medicate temporarily, you forget that you have a problem. But
Yeah.
to that effect, I dealt with nothing in real time, nothing.
Got
You
you.
know, like, I just had all this stuff piling up.
Right. As you get to that point of being released and unrestricted in that conversation and starting to realize I don't want any part of moving forward because from the way I'm hearing you explain it, it's just too tiring
Yeah,
to keep fighting that battle and trying to prove that I can do these other things versus what you're trying to get me to do.
yeah,
Shifting into that mindset and shifting into probably sophomore, junior year high school
yep.
era,
Hmm.
how are things starting to play out at school for you based off of this new attitude and this new mindset.
Yeah, so that was where I actually started making friends, and I started being more relatable to people. But it
Gotcha.
also, like, I took off full force. So shortly after that, I got my first job, and so I did. I mean, I grew up in poverty, and my biological mom, the year that I lived with her, she taught us how to steal. She lived off of government benefits,
Gotcha.
and so she would have us steal stuff for her. My brothers, I have memories of it, but my brothers told me to. So like what I was doing as a survival mechanism, I continued to do because I didn't want to be turned down and be like, hey, I want a pack of baseball cards. If I ask my foster parents, they'll say no. So they're going to say no. I'm going to take them. Like that.
Okay.
I was like, nothing stopped me from getting what I wanted. Like I
Gotcha.
still deserve that, which is weird because I had a low self-esteem. I believed I was unlovable, but I also believed that I should get everything I want. Like it, you'll hear about that later too. There's those
Okay.
two voices of like self-doubt and just like extreme arrogance.
Right.
um but yeah, it's worked my first shift. I worked 3 hours, and at the end of that shift, it was I only worked that one time in a pay period. At the end
Uh-huh.
of that shift, I made $16 after taxes.
Right.
I had to borrow $3.50 from my parents, and they made me pay them back to open up my first savings account. And I was like, man, I worked for 3 hours. I was greasy. I had to take a shower. I was tired. Like people work hard for stuff. And
Yeah.
when I realized how hard people had to work for the things that they got, like going being grounded for a year didn't change my opinion on stealing. I didn't do it anymore, but I like it didn't change my opinion on stealing. I was just like, I'm not going to do it because I don't want to get in trouble. But
Right.
it wasn't until I worked so hard for 3 hours and made so little money back when, minimum wage was like
Yeah.
5.20.
For sure.
I worked so hard and made so little money. I was like, nope. Like that I started understanding
Yeah.
why this stuff is wrong. I didn't really have a moral compass. Like,
Okay.
and I think like, so stealing, like I felt no remorse. I was like, I deserve it. I want it. Like, screw you. I never thought about what stores and like inventory and how much people had to work. Like, it wasn't until I got that experience to be like, no, never again. Like I'd already stopped stealing, but at that moment I was like, this isn't a thing that I'm doing because I'm afraid of punishment. Like this is
Right.
a thing that now belongs to me. Like I'm just not going to do that because that is frustrating. Like if
Yeah.
anybody
Now,
stole anything from me after that, I would then live it. I'd be like, man, I had to work like 15 hours just to get that.
right. Right.
So I got a lot more social. I joined basketball. I was
Okay.
in like band and choirs and stuff like that, but that was in school. But when I had more time, I actually started like volunteering to like sing the national anthem at basketball games and
Okay.
um, played on the basketball team. So I started actually pursuing things that got me positive attention.
Yeah.
Um, and I wasn't a good basketball. I did stats for football. I was a bench warmer in basketball, but when you go in and you get there like, hey, Tony, and they call me up on the bench and you're just waiting for, a foul or a timeout. And then
Yeah.
you go in and that rush of being like, it's on, like, am I going to rise to the challenge? That's
Yeah.
where I really started leaning towards entertaining people, but in a positive way. And like Saturday Night Live skits and watching
Okay.
them and starting to enact them in public, not just to be funny, but to like, if I could emulate it just right and make people laugh and bring joy to them, that's really where I started taking off and being like, hey, this is my, like, I love music. I love comedy. I love attention and being in the spotlight. What happens if I turn all that negative energy into something that I'm giving back to the world instead of siphoning from it? And so
Right.
that was really where I started developing singing in choir, getting better at craft. Like I said, studying Saturday Night Live skits and Conan O'Brien skits off TV, watching Jay Leno, like all
Right.
that stuff, so I could bring art back to people in whatever
Yeah.
way possible.
I get it. I totally get it. Yeah. I for played basketball from junior high into um, senior of high school, and then I attempted to play at college, but was um, just not skilled enough
Yeah,
to go on to college ball. But I did play soccer.
yeah,
Um, played soccer at college, and then I played soccer until 2017, indoor and outdoor, and that's where I was able to excel from a sports standpoint because I was a keeper. I
Yeah.
was tall, lanky, move quick, so
Yeah.
I was able to excel at that. But I understand that perspective of you get on that team and you have this new feeling of um, involvement,
Yeah.
and when you get called on to participate based on your involvement, level, it kind of pulls something up into you. It's like, okay, now I gotta now I gotta
Yeah.
interact. I've got to take on this responsibility. I've got to, show them that I'm the valuable teammate that I was chosen to be, kind of a
Yeah.
thing. What was the first job that you had? Where were you working at?
I actually worked at Dairy Queen for 2.5 years.
Okay,
So I was a fry cook. They gave me
gotcha.
the most dangerous job in the store. But yeah, so I made burgers on the back, and then eventually I like once I learned the back, they pulled me up to the front. They didn't want me near a till because of my history.
Okay,
They're
yeah,
like, if he's anywhere near a till, he'll steal money. So we're going to put him in the back with the knives. Like it's safer back there for us than it is for him near the money.
right,
And once I earned their trust, and they were like, oh, you're not. And don't get me wrong, that my managers really went on a limb. They like I'm surprised that they hired me knowing my past.
sure,
But they did. Like I was recently reformed. They gave me that chance, and that was again where I was like, I'm not going to do this because I will never let them down. They never had a conversation with me to be like, hey, don't steal money from the till, like you freaking criminal. Like they
yeah,
never
yeah,
did that. They just trusted, and I was like, I will never betray that trust. Like so, you start to see me not doing things out of fear of punishment and reward, but you see me beginning to gain pieces of an identity where,
yeah,
again, that feeling of letting people down was driving me to be like, it became more of who I was. But yeah, so
right,
I started making blizzards and running the tail. It was not uncommon for me. Like even in school years, like when I wasn't playing basketball, I'd work 30, 40 hours a week. Like I
okay,
just loved working. I loved earning money. And at that point, I was like, started really getting into music. So I wanted to earn money so I could buy CDs.
okay,
And like pretty much every cent my parents didn't make me save, I was CD stores, Sam Goody, pawn
right,
shops. I was like building a music collection like you wouldn't believe. Um, but yeah, it was that it was so much of my identity. I had like chicken strip basket promote like as they got rid of, they're like, oh, these promotions are done. They'd go to throw them away. I'm like, can I have that poster? And they're like, sure, weirdo. So I had like Dairy Queen posters all over my room, the walls of my room. Like I was just so proud of what I was doing that I was like,
yeah,
I'm earning money. Like
y-
people are proud of me. Like that was a big thing is as
yeah,
I was finally doing things the right way and not letting people down anymore. So,
for
but yeah,
sure. Was that also too an inspiration potentially? Maybe you didn't recognize it then, but what I'm seeing, and the reason I'm asking this question is, did you see some element of those posters that was intriguing enough to where you were looking at it from a design perspective and a photography perspective, or was it just
a
that?
little bit. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah. There
that's
is a little bit. So we didn't know the photo magic that they did. And I was like, man, I made Sundays, the curl on the
yeah, yeah,
top. I learned how to do that. And I was like, man, no matter, I can never make it look like this. I can't get that weird ball on the top
right,
I get the curl, but I don't get that ball on the top. Like ice cream just doesn't stand like that. I
right,
didn't know they're probably using like clay and all kinds of weird photography tricks, but um, yeah, there was a little bit of the aesthetics. Um, it wasn't all like I had posters of Garth Brooks and like
yeah, yeah.
Minnesota Vikings players. Don't I'm sure you're a Lions fan, positive, but
Well, only to the point of they've been fairly good over the
okay,
last few years. Like, I'm not a
yeah,
diehard I'm not a diehard, any Detroit pro team
Okay.
because
Okay.
I've seen the ups and the downs, and we've had more downs than we've
Yeah.
had ups. So we really we really like to revel in those championships.
Yeah.
So
And
we haven't
Detroit
got one for
deserves,
the Lions yet. So
yeah, Detroit deserves all, even as a Minnesota Vikings fan, you guys have had dark, dark years. All my life has been dark in, from a Detroit perspective. But yeah, so I had Randy Moss. Like my life's
yeah,
been just as dark, but there's been like fake moments of hope where we almost went to the Super Bowl and would
yeah,
have lost. But yeah, so I had like Randy Moss, Chris Carter posters, and then I had these Dairy Queen posters and my Garth Brooks posters and like
okay,
cutouts from Country Weekly magazine of like Garth Brooks and you name it. But those Dairy Queen posters, I was very, because they were, I mean, they're put together to be aesthetic, to drive people to want to buy a slushy or an
right,
ice cream sundae, a peanut butter parfait, or
yeah,
a dilly bar or whatever. But
yeah,
yeah, there was a lot of that. But I think really what it symbolized at that point was the transition to be like, I work this. I am this. I am
yeah,
not the criminal. I'm not, like, it was almost that reminder, um, that I was able to move forward. And I took a lot of pride in what I did. I took a lot of pride in learning how to break change quickly. And, when you're a
nice,
high school kid, so you can actually come up with change without a tail telling you.
yeah,
People are like, wow, that guy. So like you get that affirmation from old people and they'd be like, oh, $1.81. And they're like, you did that math fast. Like no one knows how to break change your age. And I'm like, I know, I'm just good.
Yeah,
Like you start to get this again, positive, or, like, hey, you work really hard and I'm proud of you. Not going to give you any more than 520, but good job.
right, right. No, exactly. Yeah, that's the quandary of
Yeah.
the industry's pay scale.
Yeah.
It
I
it
didn't,
does
I didn't need to make a lot of money. So
well,
yeah.
yeah, because it's starting to shift your mind from that desire to be wanted the attention, for just being in existence versus now you're getting the attention because of this responsible person that you're
Yeah.
trying and starting to step into. And the realization of it's just too tiring to keep trying to do that other stuff that
Right.
was getting you in trouble and had the potential of, getting you locked into a juvie detention center for, the rest of your high school years.
Yeah.
The that shift into responsibility of self, that responsibility to others who are taking the chance on you
Yeah.
as well. Like I'm seeing that come into play. Whereas
Yes.
before it was like, you're just gonna let me down, you're gonna go away. But that shift is starting to take place where it's like, oh, they're seeing me be responsible, so they want to keep me around. They're giving me some validation verbally with that
Yeah.
perspective. Um, doing
And that was, not to cut you off, but that was the first time I realized that my foster parents had taken a chance on me too.
yeah,
Because you kind of looked at them as a kid as like, oh, well, they're my parents.
right,
But when I really started realizing what they had to give up, they had to give up their retirement years. They didn't need to, they could have just been driving around, and they did that with me anyways, but they gave up a lot to make sure that I had a way forward. And so when
right.
I really started to understand the weight of that sacrifice, I was like, holy crap, I've been letting these guys down for like 8 years.
Wow.
Like there was
Powerful.
that piece of like being able to recognize what they were doing for me as well. Which when you're younger, you're just like, oh, whatever. Dinner's on the table, house is clean, bills are paid. Like, good. That's like you don't think about that stuff. But as that kid, you'd be like, my life could be catastrophically different had you guys not stepped up. There
Yeah,
is a general sense of appreciation that started kind of appearing at that point in time as well.
for sure. I can imagine.
So sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point that
No,
out real quick.
that's totally all right because it was what you just said was powerful, very powerful. That shift in mindset and realization of what's going on and what has taken place versus what you had in your head and what you thought internally.
Yeah.
That's huge. That's huge. And it's a great example for creative audience, creative community that may have gone through similar struggles as yours,
Yeah.
and is able to potentially relate in that way, as well as relate in the sense of, hey, I may have been looking at this perspective completely wrong the whole
Yeah.
time. And you
Yeah.
came to that realization. So
Yeah.
that's huge. That's huge. With getting towards the end of high school and realizing, okay, what am I going to do next?
Yeah.
Are there things starting to come into your mind of opportunities, potential directions you want to go, different things you want to look at?
Yeah. Yeah. So that is, I would say that is where a lot of my mental health stuff really started.
Okay.
So after I was legally adopted when I was 16, and I asked to be legally adopted because I found out that I couldn't visit my parents without permission from the system. I got in
Got
trouble with a social worker and talked to my foster parents, and I was like, "This is stupid. Like I am better. My parents are better. I should be able to visit them whenever I want."
Yeah.
And they're like, "But you can't." Like they always did it and they hid it, but I accidentally told my social worker because I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to. And
Ah,
so my foster parents were doing stuff and be like, no, like, and my dad worked at the county social services as an eligibility worker. So
okay.
he's basically, he's a foster parent, which is one half of the building, and then, resources, which is the other part of the building. So he was doing all kinds of stuff. Well, when they found out that I was still calling my parents whenever, like overnight visits, my foster parents got approved. But like I was calling them, I wrote them letters. If they were in town, they would stop by. Like I wouldn't go with them, but my foster parents like didn't get any of the permission because again, my mom, she breaks the rules if it's right. She's like, no,
Yeah.
this is stupid. It's Detroit again.
Yeah.
She's like, this is a dumb rule. I'm not following it, and screw you guys. So like
Yeah.
so when I found out that, I was like, I'm getting adopted. Like I asked for my dad to, my mom and my dad to give up their rights so that I could get adopted, so that I could talk to him. It was the weirdest reason to get adopted on the planet. But I was like, yeah, I'm not. I don't want to. I didn't want to break a rule, but I didn't want to follow a bad rule either. So
Yes.
it was like you see that shift too around that time. It's like, well, we're not going to break rules, but
Right.
like screw the system. So graduating from high school, when you talk about the fear of abandonment, you went to a foster home. Like I already left home, and then I rebuilt this entire empire.
Yeah.
Everything was going well. I had a job. I had my record collection. I had friends. I was voted homecoming king. Like I wasn't the most popular kid in
Really?
school.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Cool.
like just weird stuff that you're like, why would you of all people? I was doing stats for football. Like I wasn't a jock. I wasn't super popular,
Uh-huh.
but because I agreed, or because somebody had seen me rap, they told people that if I won homecoming king, I would rap at halftime or at the dance. And I
Yeah.
didn't know they said that, so a bunch of underclassmen voted for me, and that's how I got it. Like, yeah, like I did a Weird Al. I did a parody of Weird Al's "It's All About the Pentiums," like
Okay.
a cappella
Yeah.
at Boys State, and he's like, hey, if you vote for Tony, he's gonna rap at homecoming. And he didn't even tell me. So freshmen were like, hey, we voted for you because they said you'd rap if you won. And I was like, I never agreed to that. And they're like, well, we voted. Like, so now I'm like, now I gotta rap. So I'm gonna go ask the guy. The guy's gonna tell me no, because why would he want some snot nosed teenager rapping into his mic? Like, no, he's gonna say no. And then I'll be like, hey guys, I said no. But the guy's like, you're the king. You can do whatever you want. And I was like, no, this isn't what I wanted, man. And
Yeah.
so I had glasses, a cleft lip and palate. I was missing my front tooth. I was wearing a crown. And you remember we'd wear tuxedos, and then when the dance, as it evolved, you would take all your top off and you'd be wearing wife beater and tuxedo pants or A
Yes.
shirts.
Yes.
Well, that's how I was dressed. And I had like my senior key on, and I was like rap shopping, and somebody recorded it. I hope with everything that I am, that tape is destroyed, because that sucker would go viral. Um, but yeah, so like all of this good stuff started happening, and I was like, man, I'm building something that I'm proud of. And then I had to graduate,
Yeah.
and I was like, I had to figure life out again. Like I've already done this, but the pain of like moving away from home and like paying bills, and I was like, I want to go to college. No one in my family made it past one semester of college. They all
Okay.
went, and it either didn't work out or they partied too hard and failed out. No
Yeah.
one made it past a semester of college. So I was like, how in the world do I manage this? Like all
Right.
that, you're a failure, you're a criminal, all this stuff is in the rear view, but it's still very much in your head as a possibility. And
Right.
I'm like, what in the world do I do to build my own empire and find happiness? Because despite all of that, it was around the time when I stopped being selfish and everything that I realized, like pursuit of happiness, of like, hey, what is it that I want to do? What is it? Who is it that I am? All those deep intellectual questions, or deep like psychological questions that humans have, but now like magnified because of my past.
Right.
And so graduating from high school was catastrophic for me. Sent
Okay.
me into a tailspin of like, do I even have what it takes to be successful? Where everyone else has tried and failed, that you know, they can't even tell you what life looks like in the second semester of college.
Right.
You have to leave home. Now your friends are leaving home and they're starting to have that identity crisis, and you're talking to them about all that. And you're like, I've already been here. Like, I've been talking about this for 10 years. Why, like, like, but them talking about it's now pulling all of that stuff back out of you to be like, I've never dealt with this. And so, yeah, it was rough. It's like the first time everyone walked away on me, and this time I had to be like, hey, I'm walking away now. I'm going to go be a grown human being. Did I learn the right things? Did I require my parents' supervision to make the right choices? Like,
Right.
do I really have integrity? Who in the world am I? All those questions, but like just magnified at an unhealthy level because of my past, just thrown into the forefront. And all the while, when I really, really started leaning on music even more.
Okay.
At that point, Garth Brooks had retired. I'd moved from like used to like growing up in rural North Dakota. My parents told me that hard rock and heavy metal was Satan's music, and I wasn't allowed to listen to it because people
Gotcha.
listen to it backwards and they're demon possessed and all this stuff. So I was terrified of rock music. But eventually, like I justified my first rock CD purchase, was Creed's Human Clay.
Okay. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was like, I can listen to that because like he wears a cross necklace and talks about God sometimes. So
Right.
of course it can't be evil. Well, then I went full fledged, like Fuel, Matchbox 20, and I just kept getting darker and darker. Slipknot, Mudvayne, Korn,
Yeah.
all the new metal scene, System of a Down, all that
Yeah.
stuff that was just exploding in 2002. Limp
Yeah.
Bizkit,
Yep.
Bloodhound Gang, all that junk. But that I really started drowning myself in that. Seether, Breaking Benjamin were brand new back then. I
Yeah.
just really started immersing myself into that type of stuff because they were saying exactly what I felt. All the rejection, all the, hey, do I have what it takes to move forward? All of the family dysfunction that I had unresolved in my life.
Yeah.
These guys were singing about it. And I was like, maybe I can look at this stuff now. And that was when I started pulling at the strings. And really, you have to for your own healing. But it's also like, in order to heal, like you've heard of people like they broke their leg and it healed, but it was wrong, so they had to re-break the leg. Or like,
Yeah.
in order to grow a tree more full, you have to prune the bushes, right?
Yeah.
You would have to imagine that cutting away is painful. Trees can't express pain, but that stripping away of unnecessary or unneeded things causes pain, and pain that you, because you hadn't dealt with it so long, and as you're unpacking this stuff, that's really where I've started realizing that, like, hey, maybe all those times I was happy go lucky and selfish and not really thinking about things. As you're resurfacing some of the stuff, that's where the pain and just almost like you're going through it now as you're unpacking it.
Right,
So
for sure. For sure. Did so did you get into college then?
I did.
Okay.
I did, and I went and I was successful. Like, so I went there. I had no idea what I was doing. I picked a major. I got a degree in political science,
Okay.
and I really liked like political theory, Enlightenment era thought, like the theory behind why governments are and what, like all of that stuff. So I was just intrigued by that.
Yeah.
I ran for student government, got elected as a freshman by one vote. Like, and the
Okay.
person I was running against voted for me. So she basically is the reason that yeah,
Oh, wow.
she thought I was going to vote for her, and I voted for myself, and she voted for me because she thought, she was like, that doesn't feel very humble to vote for yourself. I was like, well, I did. And she's like, I voted for you. I was like, I'm sorry. Like, we didn't talk about this. Well, then
Wow.
when the election results came back, I won by one vote. And so I had to go back to this. I was like, your vote was the reason I won. Like, that is messed up. But yeah,
Oh,
so I got elected to student government. I moved into the college dorms, started getting really social there. Got a job at Hardee's,
okay.
Carl's Jr. for the fans in other places that don't
Yeah,
know
yeah.
what Hardee's is. Um, got picked for management, started getting trained there, started making like $9 an hour. It was like twice what I was making in Belfield.
Yeah.
And, got my first girlfriend. I started because I was making money. I bought my first guitar. Like, it turned
Okay.
into this pursuit of happiness. I was like, all right, well, you lived a sucky life. You deserve to be happy. Chase all the things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Um, and as I spent money and as I kept checking these boxes, I found that nothing fulfilled. Like, I had just this deep internal quandary that nothing was solving. Like, I couldn't retail therapy it away. I
Right.
couldn't friend it away. I couldn't, there was just this deep, deep, like, what is your purpose? What are you doing? And I
Yes.
just couldn't answer those questions. So, like, on the surface, you're looking at like this 18-year-old kid who grew up in the foster home system, going to college, getting elected to stuff, winning at everything.
Yeah.
And like, on the outside, you're like, man, that guy's a success story. But inside, I was catastrophically like at the end of, like, on the end of the ledge constantly. And
Yeah.
then pretending I was like, I'm supposed to be happy. Like, and then you feel guilty because everything's going well. And you're like, why do I feel this way when everything's
Right.
supposed to be good? All of that stuff. And you're like, so I can't tell anyone about it. Despite growing up with parents who showed emotion, I was like, no, I can't. Like, no one would understand why I'm sad, because
Right.
at surface level, I should be ecstatic. Like, this
Yeah.
is what I've been chasing my entire life, the happiness that I said I deserved, yet I'm not happy. And that was really, I wouldn't say that I have depression, but that was the only time in my life I really did suffer from depression, and it went on for 18 months. It got
Okay.
so bad that the insomnia, like it started tripping insomnia, and then I would, like, basically for 3 to 4 months my sophomore year, I cried myself to sleep every night, and like I
Wow.
just couldn't sleep, and I was like, what am I doing? You know?
Yeah.
And back then I chalked it up to like, well, I really want to be in a band. I want to be a rock star. Like, it's what I want to do. And the reason I'm not happy is because there's this artistic piece of who I am that is going untapped. Like, the
Yeah.
intellectual side, the right brain side of me that loves intellect and the curiosity of the world and the way that governments work, and sitting in biology classes and learning about history and taking creative writing and all of this stuff that I didn't get to do in my dinky town from instructors who are extremely well versed and passionate. It just, like, this left brain stuff of like creating and writing and being like, having a stage and giving people the joy that I got when I listened to music. Like, I
Right.
was like, that's got to be it. That's got to be it. And that's when I started pursuing band opportunities
Okay.
in Southwest North Dakota. It's country and like
Right.
AC/DC, Metallica cover band type stuff. I
Yeah.
was into the new metal scene, so I was like trying to find something along those lines,
Right.
and it just wasn't taken off. And so even when I was like, man, if I joined a band, then I'd be good. And I just could never really get traction in a band or a project that allowed me to start to burn this negative energy in a creative way.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's difficult. Very much so. And I've seen it across the board with creatives, in the music space, in the music industry, um, trying to create this uh, thing on stage that is allowing them to express feelings and different things like that, but yet behind the scenes, internally, things are just not the same, right?
yeah,
They don't coexist together synchronistically.
right.
It's like almost two different identities that are in motion at the same time.
Yeah, and as a fan, you're watching these guys on stage and you're watching how happy they are on stage, and you don't realize that there's this whole life in the backdrop of depression and you
Yeah,
know substance abuse and being alone and sitting on a tour bus and being poor, like while they try to make it. Like all you see is the glamour,
yeah,
and so you're like, maybe if I had that, because that's what I wanted. I wanted to be in the spotlight. I wanted people to yell
yeah,
my name and be happy for, like, really, if I was to be honest, I wanted, my dream was to be in a big rock band, and I had a music video, and my mom turned on the TV one day and saw me in a music video and been like, man, I screwed up. Like my broken baby fixed
right,
himself and I
yeah,
really screwed up. Like that was as vengeful as I ever got in my relationship with my mom. Like I just wanted her attention. And because I couldn't get it, it made it so much more desirable to me.
yeah,
So honestly, like that's the weirdest reason to want to be a rock star. Like I love music, don't get me wrong. I love a really good song, love creating, but like my dream at that phase in my life was, you know, if my mom was flipping through the channels and MTV popped up and she saw me with my, face piercings and tattoos all over the place and
yeah,
mascara and middle finger, black nail polish, just making money, she'd have no choice but to love me finally.
yeah,
Like I would love to please audiences. I'm an entertainer. And so when you're doing something or performing or you do really well and that's satisfaction of like that feeds me. But the greatest
yeah,
thing would have been like making her realize that she screwed up. Be like, oh,
yeah,
maybe I was wrong about this guy, which
right.
is the weirdest reason to want to be a rock star, in my opinion.
Well, here's the thing, Tony. It may seem weird to you, but it's not uncommon.
Really,
I can tell you that.
that's
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. And I'll give you a perfect example, and I know this firsthand, is Kid Rock had a similar relationship in terms of what his driving force was, not in terms of the life experience, but what his driving force was
Yeah,
uh, early on was that he needed to prove his dad wrong so that he could get that uh, accolade and recognition from his dad that he was wrong. Because
yeah,
his dad was in the automotive industry and had some dealerships. So
oh yeah,
it wasn't like that he was completely out of a perspective of what success could look like,
yeah,
but he didn't feel that the music that Bob was doing early on, which was again, late 90s slipping into early 2000s, that's when everything
yeah,
started to hit traction, right?
yeah,
But his dad was like, "Nah, this ain't the thing that's gonna happen for you. You're not gonna be able to do this." And then he turned it into a scenario where finally he did get that acknowledgement from his father that I'm proud of you. You did something that I didn't think you were going to be able to do.
yeah,
So I don't think that that is a skewed perspective that an individual has to go in a creative direction and to prove, your parents that, what your internal compass is trying to direct you to
Yeah.
creatively. I
Yeah.
don't think that's a and I don't think that's a thing that's not uncommon.
Yeah.
And I say that as well from my own perspective. Like when I was doing stuff with fashion and working and putting on fashion shows and hiring models and putting clothing on them, or even the designing of the clothes, my dad never understood that.
Yeah.
Like he thought that was completely strange. But in my head,
Yeah.
I knew I wanted to move forward in it and it brought me joy to do it. But I
Hmm.
always had that thing within me of where I've got to make this work
Yeah.
so that I can show my dad that it's not just something, obscure that I'm doing creatively.
Yeah.
So
That's phenomenal. Thanks for sharing that. And I mean, you bring up a great point too, is around that time you start thinking about the practicality of art. Is
right.
like you're talking about, good old Rob Ritchie. It's like,
Yeah, yeah.
dude, I own car dealerships. You could easily sell cars or get into the automotive industry in Detroit, and be
Yes,
safe and secure and have money coming in
absolutely.
and doing. And that was kind of what I was looking at. I mean, as especially as I prepped towards my sophomore year, like I've been further than anyone in my family had ever been in the academic realm. I was in
Yeah,
uncharted territory without a guide. But then there's also this part of me is like, I want to be a rock star, but that's not safe. That doesn't make fiscal sense. And then you look at like, I wanted to undo my family curse,
yeah, yeah.
get married, have kids, keep my family together, never have them go to foster home. And you can't
Right,
have both of those things at the same time. Like there was an element of like I wanted and needed security and a full-time job that paid me no matter, like all I had to do was show up. Art isn't like that. It's dangerous and you have to take risks, and sometimes you're the only person voting on you. And
yeah,
that was kind of where I started coming to terms with the fact that like, yeah, I want to be that guy on the stage and I want people to, you know, all of that. But then there's this like, how many people really get record deals? And if you get a record deal, now you
right.
own a banknote to a record company and you never even own the art that they created with
Yep,
you.
yep.
Like around that time, Slipknot's Iowa, like Korn in their first album, you're like, so you're exposing parts of yourself in the darkest, deepest places you've ever been. And somebody else owns that.
Yes,
They own your art, and maybe you'll be fortunate enough to break through your second or third album. You get to start calling the shots, and you actually make enough money in merch sales and tickets that it's actually affordable. But by that time, have you gotten a drug addiction or killed yourself? Like, so you're starting to look at the reality of what superstardom really looks like. And
right.
you also look at the other side and you're like, man, I don't want to wear a tie and sit at a desk and go home. And how was your day? Like
Yeah, exactly.
that seemed boring to me. But I was like, you can't do this. Like, you can't have the safety and comfort of a normal life with a wife and a picket fence and 2.5 kids and a dog and still want to be a rock star. Like, at some point, something's got to give. Like, you
Yeah,
either sacrifice this for this or this for this.
right.
And that also was like, no, I need to be a rock star. Like, I have to win my mom's attention back. And that's the only way to do it. At a
Yeah.
minimum, she'll call me and be like, hey, can I have some money? And I'll be like, no. And then I get to hang out, it's just really weird. But there was that like realization of like, maybe I can't do this thing and I want to do this thing. Like, I feel wired. The only thing I would like to do is write and record music. And maybe some people just can't do that. Maybe a lot of people just can't do that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
see success on a global scale with it. So,
so with that mindset that you're experiencing, which is excruciating, having to cry yourself to sleep just in order to get to that state of relaxation.
yeah.
Um, how is that affecting you moving forward? Is it starting to become more and more of a struggle to try
Yes.
and get to the end?
Yeah. So at that point in time, I had really intense, like as it got darker, I would have intense, not really, I will call them suicidal ideations.
Okay.
Um,
Yep.
but they were not like me taking an active, like it was like maybe if I, veered off the road and plowed down a bunch of guardrails, like I
Yeah.
fantasized about ways that I could
Yeah.
die and end all the torment that I felt. I was in a relationship and I really didn't want to be in the relationship, but I already was like, you're gonna meet one woman, and you're gonna marry this one woman, and you're gonna have kids, and you're not gonna break up, you're not gonna have any exes, you're not gonna have any dark past, like so I had all these unrealistic expectations for myself. Well, that's why you date. But I was like,
Yeah.
nope.
Yeah.
Like I found a person, I got her to agree that I she was willing to look at my dumb face for a while. Like
Yeah.
I'm committed, like to
Yeah.
marriage. And I was like 18, you know.
Right. Right.
Um, so like I was in this relationship I didn't want to be in. I wasn't doing what I wanted to do artistically. Like everything else was good. But I was like, all right, well, what do I do? How do I move forward? And it just consumed me, like this whole pursuit of happiness to the point where I just didn't. It was so painful to be alive. And you can't justify this, and you'll probably hear me say it again, is when you're in emotional pain, if I break my arm or I cut my hand or, burn something, like you have a physical reminder of why you're in pain. So if you're like, oh, this sucks, and you look down, you're like, why does this suck? Oh, I've got a burn here. That's
Yeah.
why. And for
Yeah.
some reason, that makes you okay. But
Yeah.
when you have that deep emotional pain and everyone sees you as like this just ultimate success story, you should have nothing to complain about. So you
Yeah.
don't. So
Yeah.
you just keep storing all the stuff you still never really pulled out. And it it just got to the point I was like, man, I don't know. you know, just
Yeah.
this deep, dark pain that I felt I couldn't share with anyone. Um, and at that point in time, I was into new metal still, but like most of my aesthetics was new metal. I'd wear like basketball jerseys and baggy jeans with like
Yeah.
frosted tip hairs and upside
Yeah.
down backwards visors. Like I
Yeah.
fit the new metal shtick, but at that time I shifted more towards like gothic. So I started doing like I had a full finger claw ring,
Okay.
and I'd paint my middle fingernails black. So, and then I had this Corn T-shirt with Jonathan Davis flipping a middle finger. And if
Yeah.
anyone stared at me or questioned, I would flip them off with my claw ring. And then the other one had the black fingernail polish. And
Yeah.
like I was just not happy, but I started dressing like that because I was like, maybe somebody will be like, hey, it's not okay. Are you okay? Like I dressed like that, hoping people would ask me questions.
Right.
But then when it would gain attention, like I'd be, if you can imagine being in rural Michigan, in your
Yes.
case,
Yeah. Yeah.
wearing this goth, like my hair is jet black. I didn't wear eyeliner because you couldn't at Hardee's. Jet black, baggy jeans, just dark. And then when people notice me, because I stuck out a lot, like everyone's wearing cowboy hats and Wranglers, and
Yeah.
like no one was dressing like I was dressing.
Right.
And so people would be staring at me, and then I'd get mad at them because I was getting attention, but I dressed like that to get attention, but no one asked me the question. They just talked about me behind my back. They're like, do you think he's
Right.
okay? Like, come over here and ask me that. I want somebody to ask me honestly, because if you ask me two or three times, I'll tell you that I'm not doing okay. But
Yeah.
no one ever did. I ran into my fourth grade teacher at Walmart dressed like that one day. I had the like it was the whole shirt, middle
Yeah.
finger, and then the band was like safely tucked in the back. And my fourth grade teacher was like, "You can't wear that here. Like you can't do that. Like that's not fair." Like, and she was like, "You're better than this," Like she didn't mean to lecture me, but she, like was the only person that genuinely came up to me and expressed concern.
Okay.
And I remember like if she wasn't my fourth grade teacher, I would have flipped her off and like walked away.
Right.
But
Yeah.
but I remember like just ask me how I am. Just ask me how I'm doing. If you ask me, I'll tell you. And she never asked. She just was like, please don't wear that stuff in a family store. Like people are thinking differently of you. And I was like, yeah, I know. Perception is key everywhere. But yeah, it's just like it got darker and darker and darker. Um, and because I felt like I didn't have anybody to talk to, I felt like, oh well, no one's been to a foster home, nobody's been legally adopted, no one has went 10 years without talking to their mom, or like I think the time I talked to her before that was at my adoption, so 16. It had been 2 years since I talked to my mom. She never wrote letters, she never called. Like no one lives the life that I live, ergo no one can relate.
Yeah.
And so I climbed up. I was like, if I shared this, people would think I'm insane, because they're like, oh, well, my mom loves me. So she made me lunch when I was at home last time. So, and I kind of cut off my foster family, like, because they jokingly, when I moved into the dorms, they're like, don't be calling home all the time. And I was like, done. I'm just not ever calling home, man.
Okay.
Like, I was like, it's on me. Like, I'm building me now. Like, so they didn't say anything that made me feel like I couldn't go home, but I felt like I was like, it's you. You got to do this now.
Right.
If you see all this weird and world that I invented myself, and like it would have just been like, hey, reach out, tell somebody, hey, I'm not doing well. But I did everything in my power to make people know that I wasn't okay.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, it just got dark.
Was was there something that you were doing potentially that was allowing some of um, that internal turmoil to be relieved in any way? Did you Was there
So
something you turned to?
yeah, so I chalked it up to like the reason you're so unhappy is because you don't have a creative endeavor.
Okay.
So I tried to join a band. There was a flyer for vocalist in my dorm room, and the guy that was one of the rhythm guitarists for the band lived next door to me in the dorm. So I went to talk to him, and he's like, I don't make audition decisions. The lead guitarist does that. So I met with him, and he looked at me. I was wearing a Orlando Magic jersey and like some sweatpants and like Adidas shoes,
Yeah.
frosted tip hair, and he's like, yeah, we're not interested. And I'm like, you haven't even heard me sing. He's like, yeah, we got enough guitar players or something like that. And I was like, no, I'm a singer, man. Like, I'll sing for you guys. And he's like, no, you're not. Like, he had like a braided goatee, like
Okay. Yeah.
the
Yeah.
dudes from System of a Down,
Yeah.
wore a bandana. Like, he was metal, tried and true. He's like, I'm not gonna have you looking like in sync singing in front of my band. Not gonna happen.
Right.
And so I got shot down for my first audition, and then I started asking around. There was this high school kid that played guitar all the time, and I was like, he's a perfect guy. Like, let me find. So I asked around, and I finally ended up running into this kid, and I was like, hey, let's meet and see what we can do. So we met, and this guy played. Like, he had guitar. My car at the time was $650. This guy was playing an ESP that was valued at like $4,500. So like
Oh.
his and he showed me like five or six other guitars, all of them, every
Oh
single
wow.
guitar that he had, none of them were below the value of my car. Like, he had I think the cheapest one was like this $700 guitar.
Yeah.
So I'm hanging out with this guy, and he's like shredding, and I'm like, I don't even relate to this. He was trying to start a Machine Head cover band, and he gave
Okay.
me 10 songs. He's like, we'll meet next week and like know those songs. You don't have to know them all the way, but be ready to sing them. And I was like, I can't scream. Like, I don't know Machine Head. I've never heard of this band. Love them. They're good. Like, Imperium was one of the songs. I don't know how into metal you are, but yeah. So like, I was hearing all these songs, and I was like, they're good, but I can't do that. I'm like, so I just blew him off. Well, I ran into this guy. I was a supervisor, and I was in the back, and I had Korn playing, and he came up to me. He's like, hey, is that your Korn CD? And I was like, yeah, man, it's mine. He's like, dude, I love Marilyn Manson. Like, we should start a band. Like, we do Marilyn Manson covers. I was like, I can't. Again, like, you heard my past. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
Marilyn Manson's a Satanist. My mom would never. I'm a college kid, and be like, my mom would never approve of me being in a Marilyn Manson band.
Yeah.
And he's like, Marilyn Manson's not a Satanist, dude. Like, let's just play. Like, so he talked me into like coming and jamming, and we got together, and we started this band thing, and it was good for a while. And then he
Okay.
didn't really take it serious. We did a bunch of stuff, like, we were kids, so it turned into like these doing like, jackass type stuff, like hitting shopping carts in parking lots, and hanging out with friends and like drinking. And I was like, none of this is music. Like, this is the party stuff that happens in the back. I want the music stuff. I want
Yeah.
stages. I want a record deal. Like, I was designing logos and like planning out merch, and like
Yeah.
I had grand plans, but the other guy who was the talented one, he had the talent. I was just the business end of it. Just wasn't that invested. So I was like, I'm in this band, and it wasn't working. So the fall semester of my sophomore year, I was like, I don't have a creative outlet at all. So I enrolled in a creative writing class. And so I started learning how to write. I already wrote, like when I was a kid, I wrote these
Yeah.
like funny little stories and
Yeah.
wild imagination. And I was going to college for political science. So you're already writing, 15, 20, 25, 50 page papers, constantly. So like my writing skills from a professional standpoint were good, but I was like, hey, how do I take some of these emotions and put it on a page in a good way, visually appealing? And that was kind of what kept me going.
Right.
Just a second. That was kind of what.
Yeah.
Okay. That was
Yeah.
kind of what kept me going. Was I would show up and I would get to write this stuff, and then I would write about the darkest things, like things I couldn't talk about, and then
Okay.
I would take them to class, and we had to get critiqued. And so I'd present my stuff, and there's this one girl, and she was super super Christian, like went to church. I smiled all the time. I'm like, why are you so happy? Like what's wrong with you?
Yeah.
And I presented one of my pieces, and she was like, the stuff you write is really scary. And I was like, yeah, like I wrote a piece about a guy committing suicide, and at the end of it, he's like, no one's gonna miss me while I'm gone. And they have the funeral, and the church is packed, and
Right.
all of these people missed him. So this is like me to be like, people would miss you if you're gone. Like, I'm trying to talk myself out of this stuff, and that
Yes.
he didn't see it in his pain, but like if he only hung on a little bit longer. And so they're like, this stuff is dark. Like, what is wrong with you? I was like, do you care to ask me how I'm doing instead of just pointing fingers of judgment? Obviously, I'm messed up right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was presenting some of that stuff and talking about it. And it was funny because I felt like if I told people how I was feeling, they would ignore me. But when I submitted a poem that was really dark, people would read it, and
Yeah.
they would listen. Maybe not to the full extent. They would offer some criticism, but they were paying attention. If I could catch your attention for 30 seconds, a minute, however long it took to write a poem or a song or whatever, then maybe I could get better.
Right.
And so that was kind of my outlet at that point. Was I lived and died for that creative writing class.
Gotcha.
Honestly, it was the only reason I made it through that semester, to be honest.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And what's interesting too, because I'm guessing, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing that you weren't in a space where you were trying to find a therapist or anybody like that
No.
where you could talk to. Yeah. Okay.
No, and because I grew up in the foster home system, I did years of therapy, and it was I I almost felt like because I was in therapy as a kid that I should have been healed. You know what I
Gotcha.
mean?
Yeah.
Like I was like, they're either not going to be able to fix me because I've been through years of therapy,
Right.
or like I'm supposed to be fixed, and what do I need a therapist for?
Yeah.
Um, I also, like, I have in my files somewhere a report card from when I was in fourth grade, and the teacher wrote on the bottom, and it's funny because I pull this report card out as I'm kind of strolling down memory lane. She wrote one note. All my behavior marks were low, and she was like, Tony needs to learn how to ask for help when he needs it.
Wow.
That's what she told my parents. 10 years old, and I never learned that lesson. It was like, I've got to do this on my own. Like, I don't know where that comes from, but that's always been like, there is no one else. And
Well,
I'm going to disclaim that that's not a good attitude. I don't,
yeah.
just in case somebody stopped listening here or whatever. Um, we need help as
Yeah.
humans. I just didn't know what that looked like, how to get it. I was afraid of like, oh, they're going to throw me in handcuffs and I'm going to jail
Right.
because I'm crazy or a
Yeah. Yeah.
loony bin, or like
Yes.
I assumed they made the worst.
Possible outcome.
But yeah, like it was like there's no way anything good will ever come out of me admitting that I am this busted.
Right. Yeah.
Especially when you look at my life and I should be ecstatic. Like
Right.
like it just didn't equate to me.
Well, again, that's that early childhood development stuff that just it,
Yeah,
it was too far skewed for you
yeah,
to rationalize that you're still dealing with some of that pain
yeah,
internally. You've
right,
got these things that are happening around you that seem like you should be happy and joyful, and they seem, for all intents and purposes, successful for that age,
yeah,
right? But the internal struggle is the thing that's creating this conflict and this turmoil. Um, I can exactly see how that creative writing class was able to get you through that, because it allowed you to get that out of you. And then the other side of it is that process of literally writing and or typing. So
yeah,
you've got some movement of the physical body that is allowing that to flow in a way that is not just um, a communication through word or sound, but it's an action physically to have to create and develop that out.
yeah,
So that process in and of itself is ties into psychology and healing in terms of different things that can be done to stimulate endorphins, neurotransmitters starting to work in a different way. Uh,
yeah,
One of the things that I've always heard throughout my struggles is that physical activity is a thing that helps stimulate that mind with those chemicals that will allow some of that to release. And for me, it did somewhat, not enough. Um,
yeah,
but I know that is a process that can help. Um, but yeah, that creative writing component, I can see where that was able to allow you to start expressing, even though you weren't getting the feedback that you wish you would have, to get to the real point of why you were doing it. But yet
yeah.
it got you to that point. Shifting into senior year of college, are you starting to get any breathing room with this turmoil, or is it just another continuation of the junior year?
No, no. So my what we're talking about was my sophomore year of
Sophomore, okay.
college,
Yeah,
and so that fall semester was the worst. It went all the way through like the Christmas season, and it went into February.
okay,
Now, like I'm gonna be a little bit more. So when I was a kid, I used to attend a Presbyterian church, and
okay.
I remember when I went to this church, I felt something. You know how cold it is in the Midwest, so -26. I would be walking back from church to my house, and even as cold as it was, I felt warmth, and I was like, "All right, so what happens if I go to church? Like, obviously, my life sucks. I'm gonna go to church. I don't want to do anything with my life. Like, I don't want to do whatever they do in church settings. Like, I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be a fanatic. But I remember feeling good when I went to church. So if I went to, there's this Bible study teacher that would like eat dinner with us every Thursday night, and he would invite
okay.
me to this Bible study, and I'm like, I'm not going to your Bible study, dude. Like, look at me. I'm wearing a full metal claw ring. Like, do you really want me in your Bible study?
Yeah, yeah,
And like, I seriously, every week, I was like, still wearing the claw ring, man. Like, I'm not
yeah,
your audience. And so finally, I decided, I was like, you know what? I don't need to change my life. But if going to church made me feel good then, maybe that's it.
right.
So I was going to go to this Bible study. This guy had invited me for a year and a half. So I went to this Bible study, and the night that I showed up, no one was there. And so I got into this, and I'm not getting preachy. I don't ever want, like, I'm just telling my story. So I hope
Yeah,
people
no,
don't, yeah, like, they're like, oh, he's, trying to do faith stuff. So I went to the Bible study, and as I was leaving the building, I made a deal with God. I was like, you have until I get out of this building to do something, anything, or I'm done. Now, that was exactly how I said it. What I really meant was like, I'm not going to pursue you. I'm not going to pursue anything. And as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to get more serious about ending my life. Like that was really what I was saying to God. I
yeah,
didn't use those words,
right.
but that's what I meant. And so as I was walking, I was in the basement. There were a couple different places, and as I walked up the stairs, this building was eerily, it was a student center, like where students hang out. It's always busy, but this night, dead. Like the only person in the building was the person at the front desk that answered the phone and forwarded calls.
Yeah,
And as I'm leaving the building, I remember I was like, you got till I get out of this building. Like, you seriously have 30 feet left. I'm just like having this conversation with God in my head. When I get to the set of double doors, go through the first double door, and as I get to the second set, I'm like, you have 10 feet. Like, I'm desperate at this point. I'm just like, please, please, please do something. Like,
yeah,
I don't want to make good on this promise, and I'm tired of this.
yeah,
And so I went to go open the door, and as I pulled the door, they're really heavy. And as I pulled the door, it just flew open. I was like, what in the world is that? And as I looked out into the darkness, it was the Bible study teacher holding the straps of his backpack. He was already out the door. So like I made this like when I get out of the building, like that was the last second
right.
that anything could have happened. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, I'm here for the study. Like you invite me for 15 months, like I'm all sarcastic and
Yeah.
snarky. Well, he sits down. He's like, let's go meet. And so we sat down and we met for a little while. And as he was talking, I started feeling hope. I was like,
Okay.
what in the world is going on?
Yeah, yeah,
And I heard in my head, I heard this voice. It was like, you can't keep living life this way and expect for things to be different. I was like, no, that is not what we talked about. Like we had a deal. Like, so I'm having this like weird conversation in my head. So I agreed to keep going to this study. And my whole goal was just to not feel desolate anymore.
yeah.
Well, as time passed, is when Passion of the Christ came out, and I continued to talk to this Bible study teacher, and I was like, I really can't. Like, I have nothing in my life, so really, I ended up making the decision to become a Christian. Um, and also, my girlfriend at the time was, she ran into a local recruiter at
Okay.
like an event. And I tried to join the army after September 11th, but I had braces and they were like, you can't. Like, you need to have the braces off. And when you get the braces off, you can join the army. Well,
Okay.
after I got my braces off, I was dating this girl and she's like, I don't want you to join the army. You're going to go to war. And then who knows if we're going to make it. So I didn't because I wanted to protect this relationship. Well,
Sure.
she went to this Mardi Gras and ran into a recruiter. And so he convinced her to come in and sign up for the guard. So she calls me, or she like meets up with me, and she's like, "Hey, we're going to the armory, and we're joining the guard together." I was like, "Hey, I want you to know that like if I go into that armory, I'm joining." My dad is pissed off that I didn't join the army. Like he's a vet. I told him I was going to join. I didn't make good on my promise. He's pissed that I didn't join. Like if I go there, I'm not hurting my dad's feelings again. Like I'm joining if I go. She's like, "No, we're joining." Well, like as I called her to be like, "Hey, you ready?" I was gonna pick her up and go to this appointment, and she's like, "No, my mom said I can't join." I was like, "All right, see ya." Like I'm joining the army. So I went and joined the army. That was February 21st, and the reason I told that story is because a week later is when I went to Passion of the Christ, and I watched this and I was like, "Dude, your life is messed up. Like you keep pursuing happiness. You don't know what happiness is. You don't have an identity. Like." You need to figure this out. And so I watched this movie, and after I got back home, I just like all this guilt. I'm like, man, heavy metal is pulling you into this dark place. I blamed it on the music,
Yeah, yeah.
and I was like, you got to get rid of this stuff, and you need to follow God. Like that's what you got to do. Like, and I
Okay.
felt like to me that was the only thing is I needed to theoretically drain the swamp, flush the toilet, what have you, and move
Yeah.
forward. And I thought that the only way for me to truly be happy was to get rid of all this music that was bogging my soul down. And you and I both know that that's not true.
Right.
That was me being irresponsible with the information. Like, because I've listened to most of those songs as I like cleaned out my music collection.
Yeah.
That had the potential to heal me. I was using the tools in the wrong way, but I blame the tools for my demise and not myself. So
Yeah.
I cleaned all this stuff out and I was like, I need to go to church now. I need to listen to Christian music only. And I need to join, I'm in the army. I need to go to basic training and do this stuff. And so that was kind of the page that turned. That February is like, obviously all signs were pointing towards like, I joined the army. I became a Christian. I had this girlfriend. Obviously that relationship had to end. So I dumped her. And that was really a lot of my torment is I was staying in this relationship I wasn't happy in. She wasn't happy in it. But because I felt like I had to stay together because of my past,
Yeah.
I couldn't leave this dating relationship. Like I treated it like it was eternal in marriage. I
Yeah.
wanted that penguin type relationship. And so ending that relationship and changing direction in my life is really where everything kind of took root. And for the rest of my college time, it was that like I was in the army, I was working full time, I became student body president. Like a lot of the things that I felt like I couldn't talk about, I was talking about in church circles and, you know, in Bible studies and whatever. And I was listening to, you know, good Christian music. Um, and really the only conundrum I had after that was like, can I listen to like secular heavy metal? And why
Right.
does Christian heavy metal and Christian music suck so bad? Because it used to. Let's be
Yeah.
honest, it used to
Yeah.
suck a lot. Um, but then, you know, really good bands like POD like started
Right.
hitting the
Yeah.
mainstream and pulling all this stuff
Yeah.
into where like you actually had to be talented even to get a record deal as a Christian. And
Right.
so the quality Christian music starting to come back through and metalcore bands like Under Oath and
Mhm.
August Burns Red and Skillet hit the mainstream. And
Yeah.
so like that was the biggest conundrum that I had for the rest. Even graduating from college, like I was like, I already been here, done this. Like, cool. Like your season. Move on to the next thing. Get a job. You know, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Um, and then I was able to in that let go. I was like, you don't need to be a rock star. Like you're not going to be one. Like you need to do the right thing. You need to get married. You need to have kids. You need to graduate from college. Get a normal job. Like life is not. You don't need to be a rock star. So I kind of accepted that and moved forward into traditional life at that point.
Okay. So I just want you to know for the rest of the conversation that faith does come up in a lot of these episodes.
Nice.
And it's not abnormal. Okay.
Yeah,
Um, Even from my own personal experience. All right.
that's good.
From third, at the end of third grade, I was pulled out of public school and my parents put me in a private Christian school.
Okay.
And I was in that environment all the way into college, um, fundamental Baptist
Yeah.
Christianity. Went to Pensacola Christian College for graphic design. Ended up doing 5 semesters, 4 semesters back to back, and then sat out a semester. Tried to go back for another semester, and then just couldn't hack it because of the mental stress. Couldn't hack it because of failing most of my courses except for art, and then having to work as well. It was just too much pressure to
Yeah.
be able to do that. Also, too, growing up, all of my family's from East Tennessee,
Oh, nice.
both sides. So it, having that Midwest experience for most of the year, I would also have that experience of being in Tennessee in the South for
Yeah.
summertime, holidays, and different things like that. And
Right.
my mom's father was a Southern Baptist minister.
Okay.
So during the week, he had a farm and he would work the farm, and then on the weekend, he would go preach at his church, different things like that. So I've always had that back and forth scenario of looking at what the world has to offer and also
Yeah.
too what I was being told and raised
Yeah.
in terms of that religious environment of you got to do this and you got to do that to stay in
Yes.
one lane, right?
Yeah.
But for me, I always felt like I was only getting a part of that
Right.
truth, like I wasn't getting all of it. And the only place where I really did sense some realistic, full truth com- components of that environment was when we would be in Tennessee and I'd be around my grandfather
Yeah.
because he didn't have this staunch dogmatic thing that I experienced back in school. He was just regular everyday people,
Yes.
that had faith in his heart and a belief system around that. So those conversations do come up and tie things in to different
Yeah.
experiences, in individuals, and I'm able to, share that relatability within the conversation. So don't shy away from that. It's
Okay.
part of your story, it's part of your experience, and I think too, from a creative perspective, creative individuals are doing something that is, in my opinion, a spiritual practice.
Yes. Very much.
Okay.
I
And
agree.
doing that spiritual practice of creating is akin to the creator himself
Yes.
creating, right?
Yeah. We're doing what? Yeah. And the only reason that I kind of did shy away is because it wasn't religion that saved me. It
Right.
wasn't having these strict, like, I did certain things and I thought, like, I basically started following what I thought, like the Ned Flanders, like things that I
Yeah.
saw, like what I saw in the media as Christians doing.
Right.
But it wasn't, it was a relationship. Like, it was to be known and to be seen. And it's not about rules. It's not about judgment. Every ordered society has that. But
Yeah.
really what it came down to was, like, okay, what what are we really supposed to be doing? So when we talk about me pursuing happiness full fledged,
Yeah.
it was making that decision that made me realize is that maybe happiness isn't worth obtaining. Like, how are you truly content in what you have? How do you connect with others? Why do we exist? Like, those were the types of questions that I found myself getting answered day after day. We don't need rules. And if you look at, and again, I'm hesitant to come off as too preachy, because that's not what I'm going for. So I'll say this and then I'll leave it at that, is that if we as Christians are, I don't need a religion. Like, Christianity is the act of emulating the actions of Christ. And so
Right.
when you look at what he did, he was pretty aggressive against dogma, against religious zealots, and he was pretty clear about, loving one another. And when you have mental health issues, being in the present, right here, right now.
Yeah.
And that's depression. This is a generic or over categorization of an entire disease, and I
Yeah.
hate to oversimplify it, but if you really look at it, depression is an over fixation on the past. It's not being able or being stuck in things in the way they happened in the past. If you look at
Mhm.
anxiety is a disease of control, of fixation on things that you can't control in the future.
Yeah.
So if you look at, like, from a physician perspective, or like reading the Bible is where I started understanding, like, my life, I've shared a bunch of stuff with you,
Yeah.
is as I was in this creative writing class, I think I came up with the concept of life is like a vehicle, right? So you have the windshield, and that's forward, that's your future. You got the rear view mirror and the side mirrors, that's the past, that's back there. But you also
Yeah.
have the atmosphere of the car. You have the stereo volume, the control, the mirror dials, all that junk. You have the ability to control everything. And in order to be adequate at driving your car, you need to see ahead. You need to pay attention to what's to come. You need
Yeah.
to be aware of what you pass, but you need to control the environment of the inside of your car
Yeah.
to stay functional. You have to have all of those things in a healthy tension. But really, and it's always made me uncomfortable, the more I go back into what Jesus is teaching, he keeps telling people that right here, right now? What are you missing because you're fixating on this? And what are you, why, or if you're fixating on the future, like you're worrying about things that have nothing to do. They may never even materialize, and you're missing now. The
Yeah.
the moment, the beauty of this moment right here, right now, like you're missing it because you're so fixated on things that you can't even affect anymore. And so I, the reason I was cautious is because I don't ever want to alienate people and be like, oh, well, the only way to get better from a mental health perspective is to accept Jesus.
Right.
No, you need to go to therapists if you need a medicine. And there have been some members of Christian communities that are like, oh, you don't take medicines for psychological disorders. I disagree with that. If you're diagnosed with
Sure.
something,
Yep.
take your medicine. A
Yeah.
licensed doctor, God is okay, you know? And
Yep.
so part of my problem was that that was all I did. I gave up my music. I started attending church and I felt good. Like I did start to feel things and I started coming to grips with things and digging through. And really, some of the stuff was the conversations that I was having in Bible study, small groups of people talking about what they're struggling with.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of like therapy, right?
You're right.
Like,
Yeah.
and that was where I was finally starting to air out, like, oh, and it was okay to talk about because it wasn't me anymore. It's like, oh, I used to be this way. I don't even know what I was thinking about. I didn't have to talk about what I was going through in that moment. And I did. I learned to be a little bit more transparent. But I got to start airing out some of those things of like, how do I forgive and forget? Like my mom. And they're like, oh, well, you just do. There was a lot of things that were happening that were there, but I also don't want to alienate anybody to be like, the only way to get better from a mental health perspective is to become a Christian. No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That was my path, and it worked for a little while for me.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, you said East Tennessee. Where were you?
Uh, Rogersville is where my mom's family's from, which is it's the second oldest town in the state. Um, and then
Cayuga or towards Knoxville? Like where are you at?
yeah, it's on the east side of Knoxville.
Okay, awesome.
So
Like towards North Carolina, even.
yes, more so in
Okay,
that direction for sure.
nice.
Jefferson City is where
Okay,
my dad's family's from. They have a college there, Carson Newman College.
yeah,
It was a Bible college at one point in time, I believe, and I don't know if there's still a Bible college, but they've had they had all the athletics and stuff like that. Now it's university. They've grown to the point where it's a university. But yeah, from Rogersville, Kingsport, even, which is further towards Virginia line,
yeah,
um, and then into Jefferson City, Morristown, Knoxville. I mean, we used to go to the Smoky Mountains all the time and then
yeah,
go over the mountains into Cherokee, North Carolina, and all of that stuff. So yeah,
yeah,
that was my southern bringing uh, to a lot of what I'm belief system and how
yeah,
I live my life is based on that southern background and different things like that. And then the north side of everything is just
yeah,
all the experience that I've had with it across multiple industries of creativity.
yeah,
Um,
yeah,
what I wanted to point out and highlight for the audience, and it was beautifully said the way that you put it, talking about how your faith allowed you to gain perspective on what to focus on. Now, and for the audience, the creative people that are out there, whoever's listening to this, the way that you described it, Tony, is exactly the way that people should be looking at it. It's more so directed to the perspective of being present
yeah,
and focusing on what's happening right now versus looking backwards and letting that dictate everything for you, or trying to look forward and allowing
yeah,
that to create this animosity of anxiety that takes place because it's all hypothetical.
yeah,
Everything from today forward is all hypothetical. We have no
right,
idea what's going to happen, right? So the way that you put it and the way that you laid it out from your perspective and your faith perspective, I thought was very powerful, and I wanted to highlight that because the
Mhm.
true message within that was the being present component, not focusing on the past, not contemplating what the future is going to be. And
Yeah.
I think that's a lot of times where people get caught up and get stuck
Yeah.
as they miss that present moment component, and they miss those examples from the teaching perspective of Jesus and what the Bible has to say
Yeah.
of this being really simplified and narrowed down to this concept, right? Versus where it's been taken by um, multiple denominational experiences,
Right.
whether it's Catholic, Presbyterian, Pentecostal, Baptist, Southern Baptist, all the above. They all have their own direction of the way that they're trying to guide people and move them,
Yeah.
and believe that their way is necessarily the way, right?
Right.
I don't think that's the case. I think
Right.
the way is that direct connection that an
Right.
individual experiences and has and builds on that relationship.
Yeah.
With that coming into play for you and you starting to live like that, and also too, now you're into the military experience, you're into another environment that's a little bit
Yeah.
stringent and structured
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
Got people telling you that you got to do this at this time, you got to be here at that time.
Yeah.
How is the mindset starting to shift into acceptance of that type of environment, and then how is that allowing you to move forward, and also is it starting to shift any of that internal turmoil?
Yeah. So it really did. So being in the military, obviously I was raised by a Vietnam era veteran,
Yeah.
and he'd been in Vietnam. So there was a lot of things that started clicking, and all of a sudden my adoptive father made a lot more sense. Like he got pissed off if you'd walk on his grass. He liked his vehicle spotless, like he liked his properties,
Yeah.
and then going to basic training, I was like, oh, I understand everything about you now.
Yeah.
Um, but really, when you look at all of that, it was like I had to reshift and focus on something different. So I wouldn't even say that I was. So when I was in college, like my freshman year, I did not really party like ever. Like I'd
Okay.
go out on occasion, but like I watched people drink every single night or get into drugs or all kinds of
Yeah.
stuff. Like I was doing all of the right things. Like I
Okay.
went to class, I had a job. If I did drink, I didn't have the next day off. Like I wasn't getting involved in a lot of the things that people get into in college. And so
Yeah.
when you're like, well, I have no reason, like you wouldn't think that I would have to like lift up my path and shift it, because you'd be
Yeah.
like, you're doing all the right things. But I really wasn't. I wasn't doing anything bad, but I wasn't doing what my spirit needed, my soul needed, which was
Yeah.
like that greater sense of fulfillment. And I think that's really what it came down to, is shifting focus, getting rid of the things in my life that needed to be changed, so that I could start looking at my life honestly, instead of pursuing happiness all the time. Like, we don't, do we really even deserve happiness? What is happiness? Like, so
Right.
all these questions that you're going through in like intro to philosophy classes in college,
Yeah.
which is probably what tripped some of these conundrums to begin with. I really started being like, why don't you just be okay with the way things are? And so starting to look at some of those things, and then also going to basic training, and you're going through some of the worst stuff, is like, most things can't be as bad as some of the stuff that you experience in basic training.
Yeah.
So I think it was all that change of direction, and just it put me in a different path. And really, because so much changed, I got completely ripped out of my creative. So like at the very end of my phases of depression, like I didn't even as a consumer, like I couldn't create any art. I was so dysfunctional. I didn't even appreciate it as a consumer. And then all of a sudden I got this new burst of life, but I was so busy attending studies and trying to get right and having these conversations. And like I completely came out of the creative world for multiple years.
Okay.
So like all the way through, I mean, I had guitar and I was like, there's a part of me that was afraid that if I started creating, because if I did it, I was like, I need to pick up my guitar, I need to start writing music, and I need to release some stuff. Like I started coming to grips with the fact that I would never have a band and that I needed to do things on my own.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, home studio equipment and stuff like that has taken a lot of leaps and bounds, especially in those phases. Like you could download desktop software for computers and record really crap versions of music, but you could do it with like the sound recorder on your computer or whatever.
Yeah.
But the biggest thing for me that last couple of years is I was like, I wanted to be honest, or what I thought was honest. And I was afraid in doing so that I would cause somebody to go down the path that I'm down. And so I
Okay.
was like, how do I be honest from an artistic perspective without destroying other people's soul? Um, and, and so I became too scared to create to the point where it was I was afraid that if I wrote something and if I wanted to be truly artistic, a lot of what I've seen in the Christian music industry was like it was all so disingenuous. It's like, oh, God is great, and my life is great, and I believe in these things, and there's no reason but to do anything but to praise and be happy. I was like, I don't feel that.
Yeah.
Like I still am. I was better, but I still had a lot of things that I was working through. It was like I still am not completely okay with the concept of going to foster home. I don't think there's ever a way to fully understand that. And as a matter of fact, when I became a parent myself, it almost became harder to understand. I was like, how could anyone ever let me go? You
Okay.
know? And
Yeah.
so, like, as I was dealing with some of these deep feelings, I was like, I believe that I should be able to feel these, and I don't need to tell everyone that I'm happy about it and that I understand it all and that it's perfect. Like, I don't believe that that's the right thing for anybody with a Christian faith based system to do. But I also didn't want to send people down these dark and dangerous paths
Yeah.
of like me being honest and I write something, they're like, well, there's no hope. I'll see you later. Like,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they're like, I didn't have the maturity at that point as an artist to understand that it's not my responsibility as an artist what people do with your message.
Yes.
It it just I didn't want to, and so I was kind of afraid to create for several years after that.
Okay.
Like, so I would play in church if somebody asked me to. I would play a song somebody wrote for me,
Right.
but I just couldn't create anything new at that point for a while.
Okay. And once you finished basic training and all of that stuff within the Army, were you deployed at all?
I did deploy, but several years later. So I
Okay.
went to basic the summer between my sophomore and junior year. I went to advanced training as a combat engineer between my junior and senior year. And
Okay.
then after I graduated from college, I went to officer candidate school, and that's a year-long school. And then after that, in order to be deployed, you have to pick up a branch. And
Okay.
so I wasn't able to go to my branch training as an officer immediately. So I basically, for the first couple years, I mean, I got activated for floods because I'm in the National Guard. Historic floods of 2009 in North Dakota, those 100-year floods you probably heard about.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
got activated twice for those. I transferred to Tennessee National Guard, which is why I asked you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
I had a friend who went to Johnson Bible College, and I really love Knoxville.
Yeah.
So he graduated and moved, and then I had a friend in Tennessee that I went to. Was like, yo, we got an engineer brigade. So if you want to do good stuff in the Guard, you come out here. Um, Tennessee has room for you. So I moved out to Knoxville,
Okay.
and I did. a flood tour there. I deployed with Tennessee National Guard, and then I've done all kinds of stuff from like border missions. I was activated for COVID. I went to Maria, Puerto Rico in 2018. Yeah, I've been pulled all over. Most of that stuff was as a part-time soldier with a
Gotcha.
normal civilian job.
Right, right. And for that normal civilian job, what did you step into that handles that?
So I first got into, I'll cut all the little jobs that you get right after you graduate from college until you find my first professional job. I was in residence life at the college I worked at. So I was basically a resident director
Okay,
for
yeah.
an all-female hall. Um, at that time, I became an officer, so I took over my first platoon, and then I also accepted a position doing youth ministry for Youth for Christ.
Okay.
And so a lot of what I was holding 3 leadership positions at that time, and really what I was doing was like, I was like, all right, you got this weird story, and I was like, and if I can't write about music, or I can't write music about it, or I'm not doing anything creatively, what am I doing to propel other people towards the things that I've seen in my past?
Yeah.
And so really, I was just trying to use some of my previous experience. When you talk like youth ministry, I was hanging out with kids and taking them to concerts and just helping them get through that awkwardness in junior high and high school. And yeah, it was a lot of that. And then the residence life thing is I was basically helping kids acclimate to the collegiate environment. They lived in the building. I ran
Right.
an all-female residence hall, so I had 153 female residents.
Yeah.
Um, I got married so after I broke up with my first girlfriend, I started dating a girl that I met basically in church circles, and we ended up
Okay.
getting married after my senior year. Those last 2 years of college were pretty uneventful. Like everything was happy, it was perfect. You know, I went to church and everything was awesome, kind of thing. So yeah, it was. I was basically like all of the things. I was like, if I'm not going to use these things to create, then I'm going to use my story and my past to make positive impact and change. And so that was kind of what pulled me into a lot of that stuff. So again, I really wasn't doing anything from a creative perspective. I started building my first home studio at that time. And
Okay.
really all it was like this Tupperware container, and I had a laptop computer and this like sucky microphone. Like it was some of the first stuff that you could buy at a realistic price point to record in your house.
Right.
And I started dabbling in that and really learning guitar a little bit better, and then like honing in my craft and be like, hey, how do I write from a responsible way, but also in a way that's not like life is awesome all the time and you should be happy, to not necessarily push people down a dark path. So that was when I really started writing music. And again, a lot of my stuff has a spiritual bend. I wouldn't say that it's always Christian, but it's like
Yeah.
the like heaven and hell, life and death, time concepts. Like I write about a lot of things that like moral quandaries for people,
Yeah.
um, like that type of stuff. And so as I started really understanding the things is when I started mainly writing lyrics to stuff. And that really what became like the creative outlet for that.
Okay.
Um, but yeah,
And did you step into a job that was more full time after
yes.
that scenario? And if
Yeah.
so,
So
what?
my residence life job was like I lived in the building. It was a full-time salary.
Okay.
I did the 1 weekend a month with the guard, and then my youth ministry was like 10 to 15 hours a week. I was working like crazy. Like I was working all the time.
Yeah.
Um, 60, 70 hours, because when they pay you salary, they're paying you because they expect you to work more than 40 hours.
Yeah.
So um and really there was so much going on that I would argue again in hindsight that I was so busy after the time from like me joining the army all the way through that period in time that I addressed some of the stuff in a way that I was okay to exist, but
Right.
I was so busy and drowning myself in all of these things that I still really hadn't addressed most of the stuff that I needed to address.
Okay.
Um, it was, I did get kicked the whole pursuit of happiness thing, and did what I needed to do to try to have a healthy perspective, to be like, okay, well, you can't just sit and think about how much your life sucked when you were a kid. You can't stay fixated or focused on that. Like, people made mistakes, you made mistakes, move on.
Yeah.
There was some healing, and there were some natural things that I was like, you don't have any right to be happy all the time. There's no expectation. You need to
Sure.
find contentment. You need to pursue these things. Um, I feel like I dealt with enough stuff to not be dangerous to myself anymore.
Got you.
Um, but I really didn't address everything. Like I said, not going to therapy, not doing a lot of things that I needed to do, um, was kind of it. So, um, during this phase of my life was the first time, so when I got married, um, I wrote my first song, and that was kind of the gift to my wife. Is
Okay.
at my wedding, we played a song together. My wife was like, had a musical background. She grew up in singing in church and singing in choirs and stuff like that. So we performed at our wedding, and then after that, my gift to her was I wrote her a song. So as I was coming back from AIT, I was in the plane, and I was writing lyrics to a song, and it was weird because I had never done this before, or haven't done it since. I heard with clarity the chords that I wanted, and picked up a guitar and played the chords that I'm not, music theory doesn't come easy to me, but I knew exactly what I wanted. And when I picked up a guitar, I was like, no, that's not it. I like played a couple chords and the lyrics, and like I wrote this entire song on a plane with a notebook and a pen, and I didn't even have access to a guitar at the time. I like I just came back from AIT. All I had was these like little green notebooks and a pen that we carry in our
Yeah.
uniform. And so I wrote this song for my wife on a plane without any access to instruments. And I couldn't sing. It wasn't like I was like, I heard the way I wanted the vocals, the melody, the guitar. Like, I wrote the whole song on a plane without access to any. And that was like lightning struck one time. I'll never be able to do that again. And I don't know what in the world inspired me to do it that time. But as soon as I got home, I was like, I picked up a guitar. I like played two or three chords that were wrong. I found the right chord, and then it all like
Fell
performed
together.
the song. Yeah, it was really weird. Um, but yeah, so that song, the guy that was my best man at my wedding called me, and it was about 2 months after my wedding, and he's like, "Hey man, did you ever record that song that you sang?" And I was like, "No." It's like, it's really hard to do. I made a bunch of excuses, and he's like, "Dude, like, I hear it, but I don't know the words." Like, he's like, "I need it. Like, I need you to record that song for me so that
Oh,
I can
cool.
hear it." And so I was like, all right, whatever. He's my best friend. So I was like, I'll do whatever you want. It's going to suck, but I'll do it, and I'll put it up there. So I recorded it and put it on MySpace. And that song ended up getting picked up as this by this company. It was called Quick Star Productions. And they reached out to me via DM and MySpace, and they were like, "Hey, we like your song. If you pay us $200, we'll put it on this compilation CD, and it's used for charity." I was like, "This is a scam, like totally a scam." However, if it's not, pretty cool. So they're like, "We'll give you 100 CDs. You'll be on streaming services. Once you earn this much money, you earn royalties." And I never earned the $200 back. And as a matter of fact, I still have 75 to 80 of those CDs in my
Okay.
garage. But I mean, but it did materialize. Like, they sent me 100 CDs. It
Yeah.
got put out on streaming platforms. It was not that good, but that's really what started kickstarting. I was like, wait a minute. So I can have a professional life. I can do this creative stuff,
Yeah.
and it's possible. Like, I don't have to completely, and because of home studio recording. And that was kind of where I was like, maybe my rock star aspirations haven't died yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So to be put out like that, and to actually um, be proud of something that I wrote and recorded and put out there. And again, it didn't get reception. Like, no one has ever messaged me. I've given the CD to like 20, 30 people, and most people are like, "Oh, that's fantastic." And they probably throw the CD away. It really doesn't matter. It was the fact that I did that, and my name was on a CD, and it was my stuff, and I meant it. And it was just the way I wrote the song. I will never be able to write a song like I did. There's this weird artistic inspiration with a pen and a notebook that I was able to write a song without that high of a level of musical talent is unbelievable to me. When you look at like how creativity works or fate or whatever, it's just like
Yeah.
all of a sudden the song, you know.
Yeah.
So that was when I finally started getting some of that confidence to be like, maybe, because like my friend was the only one who actually did appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, because he asked me to do it and he had to push me to record it. And so
Okay.
that's been a lot of my creative endeavors as an adult is I won't do it unless somebody tells me I have to do it.
Okay.
Um, and stuff like that. So
Got you. Is the song still out on streaming platforms?
it is not. So it's
Okay.
on, I put it up on YouTube. It is still floating on Spotify, but it
Okay.
came off of iTunes a while ago. I haven't been able to find it anywhere else. And then I ripped it from the CD and dumped it back into YouTube on my own. But it's called When Will I Wake Up?
Okay. Cool. That's
But yeah, and it's funny because it's a love song. I wrote the song to my wife, but like if you, I listen to it now and it's like it just reeks of insecurity. It's like it's it's basically me writing about my fear of abandonment. It's really
what.
that's the whole song. Is like, when are you gonna leave me? It's really the point of the song. So it's
Okay. Well,
but I meant it as a love song. I'm like, oh, I love you. So, and you hear it, you're like, oh, that is sweet. But when you really dig into what the song is about, and I didn't even know that's what it was about at the time. But I was listening to I listened to it a little while ago, and I was like, dude, you are so insecure in this song. Like you're just like, everyone leaves me, you're gonna leave me. When are you gonna leave me? But you know, in the meantime, I'm just gonna pretend I'm just gonna stay asleep and dream. You know,
yeah.
so it's yeah, really, really good song, but like to find the secret message later, I'm like, man, dude, you're insecure. You're
Well,
really insecure.
what was interesting when you said what the title is, "When Will I Wake Up?" It was almost like a premonition moment. The way I just heard it was that there's a path forward, and maybe subconsciously that message was, when are you just going to wake up to what you've got and what you're able to
Oh yeah,
do,
yeah.
right? And
Well, it's funny because the I wrote one song before that, and it was during that depressing time that I was
yeah,
telling you about,
yeah,
and it was called Insomniac. I wrote the song because I couldn't
okay,
sleep.
yeah.
And then my very next song 2 years later was about not being able to wake up. So like I apparently have all kind of sleeping conditions. Like so like when I finally I'm in my studio. This
Yeah, yeah.
is like my first build. And so I'm hoping to start being able to record in the near future. And I was thinking about recording those two songs back to back and releasing them, no context. It's like, what's up with this dude, man? First song's called Insomniac. Second is When Will I Wake Up? Like this dude.
Yeah,
He has
no.
this unhealthy fixation with sleep or the lack thereof.
Well, I just wrote myself a note as you were talking about that too. I mean, um, if you look at Taylor Swift and the journey that she's had, and where she just
Yeah,
made that decision that she was going to re-record everything that she had put out,
yeah,
just so she could put that back
own
in
it.
her own hands of ownership, right?
Yeah,
So I made a note to just mention that to you, that, hey, maybe there's an opportunity for you to just go ahead and re-record those,
yeah,
and you know, put whatever change to the musicality component you need to, or feel you need to, or even maybe re-recording that allows you to finish off what that initial, as you described it, a lightning in the bottle moment, where you're on
yes,
this plane and literally have nothing but a pen and a paper, and you write this thing out exactly the way you're hearing it, right? Maybe that's the trigger that opens that back up, because what I saw that as, I considered different things like those as God winks.
yeah,
And we don't always recognize them as anything other than it just being in the moment, and you just have this spirit of creativity that flows, right?
yeah.
way I was saying it was an opportunity for you to tap in something that was truly inspired.
Yes.
Because in that moment, you just had this boom, stream of consciousness moment of putting this thing together in your head as it's being presented to you, right? Because you said you were already hearing it as you were
Yeah.
supposed to perform it or play it, right?
Yes.
So that instance was like a direct link
Yeah.
portal scenario, almost like an old mail tube, right?
Yeah.
You think
Exactly.
how the mail was
Yeah.
delivered, within in-office communication, be
Yeah.
dropped in this tube and sent down to whatever floor.
Yeah.
That's how I was seeing that play out for you. Um, so I think potentially the opportunity for that tube to
Yeah.
open back up might be to re-record
To do
this.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm totally gonna. So I own rights to it. What I recorded for them was just an acoustic version of the song.
Okay.
And then I gave them permission to utilize it for that. Like I still own the song.
Got you. Okay.
And so that's that's the big thing. My creative process is I'm kind of committed to never letting anybody else own my art. Like
Yes.
I want to have ownership, and I suffer from anxiety, so I want total control of my art and the end game direction of the graphic design, everything, the way it's presented, the way it's marketed, a lot of that stuff. I want to do that.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, and then you're exactly right. So that there's those moments of how much we as creatives dismiss, like I couldn't dismiss that particular incident because
Right.
it was so strong. Like
Yeah.
I was like hearing like I heard the melody, I wrote the lyrics, I wasn't hearing words, but I heard the guitar. Like I
Yeah.
couldn't avoid that one. But there's so many times that we have these fleeting moment of inspiration, and we pass it off as like, oh, that's dumb, or imposter syndrome, or like I don't deserve that, or oh, that's a good idea, I don't have anything to write it down with. Like we don't capture those moments, and I think that's what I'm starting to realize now is I used to see art as this untouchable thing that elite people do, the best musicians in the world, and the best painters, and the best photographers, and the best actors. And the rest of us people just got to be real, like regular. We just got to sit back and enjoy what they've, so laboriously created for us. But it the difference here is that we as normal people just don't capture these moments of inspiration, these brilliant genius moments, because
Yeah.
we're like, oh, I'm a regular guy. Like I work at Walmart. Why would I write this random line of poetry that I saw down in a notebook? No one's going to read that. So we talk ourselves off the ledge. But even as a hobbyist or as a human being, there's absolutely no reason why people shouldn't write that stuff. And with the internet being and social media being the way that it is, like you don't need a massive audience. You just need to create. And
Yeah.
I'm sure we'll even get into some of that stuff. Mainly, We Need Your Art by Amy McNee. I don't know if you heard that or heard of that book.
No, I haven't.
It's she wrote this book. She's an author, and I think that's a lot of the stuff is like we reserve art for retirement. We get to do it when we're kids, and then after we've worked our lives away and we've slaved, and we finally get to play around in our retirement. And then she talks a little bit about those dynamics, but also is kind of like this artist whisperer. And
Yeah.
she's not specific. She is an author. She isn't very specific to any one brand of art. But I think that was some of the stuff that I learned through that moment, and then and kind of learning now is like I want to see what people like. You watch the cameras that people have on their phones and the photography that they are taking. Now it's like there is ability for people to capture those lightning in a bottle moments that you said, and to trust that. And it doesn't matter if you have a large following. You don't need millions of fans, but like dudes like me and you, we need to see that stuff. Like for me, there's nothing more healing than um, you see a beautiful sunset, you take a picture of that sunset, you put it up on social media. I'm doom scrolling. I see that picture of sunset, and for a moment, I am connected with somebody I may or may not know. Maybe I just follow them on social media.
Yeah,
This intimate moment of beauty that they saw and shared, and we have this connection, all because they had the courage to take a picture, and all because they had the courage to say, "This is good."
for
Now
sure.
we're flipping on the other side where some people are like, "Oh, this is good," and it's not, or necessarily doesn't even need to be put out. But um, just to watch the dynamics change from being a child of the '80s, that TV is mandated, and radio is mandated, and what you watch in the movies is mandated. The man told you what to watch, and
Yeah,
now we got kind of get to pick, and we get to choose, and we get to create, and it's watching art open up in that way. Throughout the evolution of my lifetime and yours, it's just so much that is happening technologically behind the scenes, in addition to what Amy was talking about in her book. Is like, hey, have the courage, do this, share this, but also all of the mediums and means to put this stuff out is more present than ever. And I think that was some of the stuff that started birthing around this time, that made me realize, like, hey, maybe I'm not going to put out stuff that professional publishing companies or record labels are putting out,
right.
but it's still something. You know what I mean?
No, exactly, exactly. So, moving through your military career and then the different things that you've done, how did you end up in New Mexico?
So it's a little bit of a lengthy story as well. So after I grew up in North Dakota, and all of my family had been in North Dakota, and I basically was like, I joined the army to get out and see the world. So most people from my family, most people I know, never leave the town that they live in. I was like, let's get out. I joined the army to see the world. Let's get out into the world. So my intent was to possibly, like, I just applied for jobs at the end of my officer training. So I basically had to take time off. I quit my job instead of like going on military leave, and I was like, that's going to force me to find a branch and jump. So as the end of my officer training came up, I had no tangible, like, I've only been unemployed for like 1 month of my entire adult life, and it was that
Oh,
month.
wow.
So after I was like furiously applying for jobs. Well, one of my buddies from Tennessee is like, hey, I got the guard thing figured out. Like, it's a part-time job, but we have a battalion. They can put you on annual training orders, like right when you get here. Just come out and do what you need to do, and maybe you can find a job.
Okay.
So everything, I got accepted, and then at that point in time, I started applying for jobs. I had the friend who went to Johnson Bible College, loved Knoxville.
Yeah.
There's this I decided to go there because I had an engineer brigade, and I decided to live in Knoxville because, are you familiar with Knoxville?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so when I visited my friend, there was this used bookstore, record store, like it had all kinds of media. It's called McKay's. You know what I'm
Okay.
talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And so I made the decision to move to Knoxville because like I could spend days at that bookstore. And so oddly enough, I moved to Paper Mill, which is like, it's less like a mile away from McKay's.
Yeah.
So I got an apartment near this bookstore, and I was like, I'm going to move to Tennessee. It's the music scene. Fuels from Jackson. You got Red from Nashville, the country music writing scene.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift was like just popping off around that time. Or, well, everyone in Knoxville was super proud of Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I attended an event and met a guy who, I don't know if I trust him or not, claims that he helped her get signed. People
Okay.
say all kinds of stuff, but that's what he told me. He's like, maybe you heard of this little artist called Taylor Swift? And I was like, she was new back then, maybe like one album. Um, but yeah, all the music scene, the concert scene, I was like, I go there, I join the guard. I got this job. I live a mile away from the best bookstore, media production store. They had 8 tracks, records, like this is what I'm doing. So I went out there, and my first job, I was installing satellites, and that I'm not very good at manual labor, I found out. And my first install took me over 24 hours, and I got a vehicle high center. And I was basically losing money installing satellite dishes, so I quit that. And I worked for this medical production or technology company that did like technical call routing for medical companies.
Okay.
They released this software, so I worked there, and I was kind of I was kind of frustrated because I wasn't promoting fast enough, and we had a military training exercise. And as I was there, I was frustrated about not getting promoted as I was driving. So at the end of this 5-day military training exercise, I am getting, like, my battalion commander calls me up and he's like, "Hey, come up here." And I thought I was like getting a coin or something. Well, they had gotten my promotion order, so I promoted to first lieutenant. And he used this time to announce to everyone that we were deploying. And so we'd been
Mhm.
in Tennessee for maybe 6 months at the time.
Okay.
And so I'm like, okay, like I've been in Tennessee for 6 months. I just got this job. Now I got to go on military leave. Just moved here. I got to call and tell my wife. I'm freaking out.
Yeah.
Um, and so I was like, whatever, dude, you can't drive from Jackson to Knoxville, which is like a 3-hour drive, and carry this. Like you need to get on the phone, you need to call your wife, and you need to tell her you're deploying.
Right.
Otherwise, you're going to lose your mind. So I call her, and I practice my speech. Um, I think the military is generally what started some of my anxiety, because we contingency plans, and you got to have a plan for things that'll never happen, and
Right.
just like
Yes.
hurry up. And I was like on the verge of losing my mind. So I'm like, "Hey, got bad news for you. Yeah, but you got to promise not to be mad at me." I was like, "Perfect. Like, I can, as long as I say that and she agrees, whatever I say is it's good. She already promised not to be mad at me." So I call home, and I was like, "Hey, I got some bad news, but you got to promise not to be mad at me." And she's like, "Hey, I got some news, but you got to promise not to be mad at me." I was like, okay. Like, my first wife, super drama free, um, really didn't do anything. So I was like, okay, what is she gonna say? Like, I'm gonna let her tell her piece first. And because I was such a gentleman and I didn't get mad at her not worthy of being angry news, she won't be mad at me when I tell her I'm deploying. Um, and so she was like, "Hey," I was gone for like 5 days. She's like, "Hey, while you were gone, I took multiple pregnancy tests and I'm pregnant." And so I was like, why in the world would I be mad about that? Like, we got married, like I have a job, things are stable. Like, why would I be mad about that? And so we're talking about this, and I'm like, I was actually kind of excited, almost to the point where I forgot that why I even called her. And I was like, oh crap, like you're deploying, dude. So I
Right.
was like, yeah, I need to tell you my news. I know we're not done talking about this. But then it occurred to me, I was like, your wife's expecting, you're going on a deployment in the next like 10 to 12 months. Like, you're not going to be there. So I basically spilled the news, and I was like, I got to go on this mobilization. The way it looks like our kid's going to be like 4 to 6 months old when I deploy. It is what it is. That's what goes on. So, um, I moved her family's from New Mexico. They moved up to North Dakota because her dad was the manager at Kmart. And then after he retired, he came back down here, or down to New Mexico. So I was like, I'm gonna move you. You'll hang out with them while I'm deployed, and as soon as I come back, I'll reapply for jobs and we'll figure life out again. Um,
Okay.
so the that deployment, like, so I deployed, and I basically went to the Middle East. I was in Kuwait. It was a
Okay.
safe deployment, and we were there as the withdrawal was happening out of Iraq. So we were the engineer battalion that was picked up to basically plus up all the motor pools as they were withdrawing all the equipment out of Iraq. So we
Okay.
were responsible for making space and time, and we were making capital improvements. So, like, base facilities to support all of that. So when
Right.
that last convoy pulled through, right before 2012, I was in the Middle East at that time.
Okay.
And then we were doing some right sizing of base facilities and things like that. So it was a really safe deployment. And we were doing a lot of like construction, things like that. While I was over there, I wrote and recorded my first album. That's just a side note, because of the technology. But I also was asked to lead worship. So I
Okay.
led contemporary Christian worship over there, which is ironic because I don't even listen to it. Like I'll listen to Jeremy Camp or, like there's a couple worship artists that I get into, but outside of church, like I don't listen to any of that. So
Gotcha.
the our chaplain was like, "Hey man, I heard you play guitar. Like, do you want to play?" And I was like, "Dude, we live in Tennessee. Like, there's no way I'm the only guy. Like, I listen to hard rock, heavy metal, or like I can't be playing Demon Hunter or Red or whatever like that in church. Like, I don't want to do it." And he's like, "Come on, man." You just like he bothered me until I said yes.
Okay.
And so I started like even though we were on deployment, we were doing our normal job. I was basically like really heavily invested in leading worship and playing music professionally. And honestly, that is where my skill got better because I was rehearsing multiple times a week and playing in front of people like for like a prayer breakfast, like a Wednesday morning prayer service that we did, and for Sunday service. Um, Worship to me isn't performance, and so I had a really hard time with that. It was like leading worship was like it's not about you. You play the music, you don't suck. Like it, that's the big thing. Like if you're bad, then it's distracting. But your job is to connect people, and so that was kind of what I looked at it like. But it gave me the ability to like play and get confident in being in front of people. So that was one of the big things. But as my deployment kind of rolled out, I had a lot of resentment about being away from my son.
Okay.
So like my mom abandoned me, and around the same time frame, I walked away from my son. Now I was on a deployment, and it doesn't matter what you say to yourself and be like, well, you didn't volunteer for this. They called you. It's your job. Like, this is your life purpose. Like, you got to do this thing. Like, it didn't matter what I said to myself. I wasn't there for my son. And
Right.
that really messed me up. Like, over the course of a deployment, I was like missing stuff. Like, I was there when he took his first step because my wife, he went to take his first step like a week before I came on leave, and she like stiff armed him. She like pushed him down so that he wouldn't take his first step while I was gone. Um,
Jeez.
which is that's very sweet. She did that.
Right.
Um,
Right.
but yeah, so I was at home when he took his first step, but like his first words and all of that. Like I grew up on a Skype camera. Um,
Okay.
he just didn't. It was being distant like that, and so you're doing all this stuff, and I talked to you about like wanting to be the superstar and center of attention and be on the stage, and now I'm an officer and I'm on a deployment, and we're going through airports all over America, Dallas, Fort Worth in uniform, and we're deploying, and people are applauding us, and we get sent away, and people are applauding us, and we come back on leave, and people are applauding us, and there's flags all over, and I was just like, man, like all of these things that they were doing, and don't get me wrong, all of those things need to happen. I'm not saying that those are bad things. They
Yeah.
need to happen. Um, we need to recognize those who have served, and do those things, and take the time to thank people for their service. However, it is absolutely impossible to rectify giving you a standing ovation as you walk through an airport when you're like, I don't deserve this. Like, I am a horrible father. Like, I don't
Right.
care that I'm a soldier. Like, I trained for this. I don't deserve these accolades. I signed up for this. Like, this is what I do. And to feel like that big of a failure as a father and doing that job is the reason that you weren't the father that you needed to be.
Mm.
And so there was a lot of stuff. So in leading worship, you come across a lot of people. Um, Obviously after my suicidal ideation, I have a lot of passion for mental health, and um, over the course of my military career, I've lost a lot of soldiers to suicide, to overdoses, all kinds of stuff as they're trying to rectify or come to different or to grips with things that they feel. And so like I've received all kinds of training, and like suicide intervention and escorting people to places, and just really over the last like 15 years become a lot more aware of what mental health looks like.
Yeah.
And so in a lot of these moments, so as I'm leading worship at a church, uh, again, not the spiritual aspect, it's like you're talking to people who are having that same quandary that you are. You're
Yeah.
talking to people whose marriages are falling apart over the phone. You're talking to people like as you're in the church setting, you're dealing with real things, and you're not just be like, okay, well, we're gonna pray about it. Like sometimes that, as harsh as this may sound, sometimes prayer isn't enough. Like you need to listen to them, you need to hear them out, you need to, like, there's a lot of things that go to it, and sometimes there's actionable items. It's like sitting with somebody in the filth of recovery is it is kind of complex, and a lot of people avoid it because they're like, what happens if I say the wrong thing? That type of stuff is like, you just need to be present for people.
Yeah.
And so that's what a lot of stuff was going on. It was like, you go to rehearsal, like I had a normal job. I was working 40, 50, 60 hours on deployment. And then I was doing all of this stuff with, practicing and leading worship. And then because I was with a guitar in the front of service, people would come to me and they'd be like, hey, this is what I'm going through. And I had a worship team, like a whole band that
Yeah.
we hung out with. And so you're just like story after story after story of like people trying to come to grips. And it's like you're shouldering all these burdens for these people. So at the end of that deployment, and I will not get more specific about what burdens the people were shouldering, not because I don't want to talk about it, but there are other people's traumas, and I don't believe that I'm right to talk about things that
Sure.
other people went through.
Yeah.
Um, Not saying somebody would watch this podcast, but I don't want to stir anything up if they or put their business out. So I do keep a healthy boundary on that. But you're hearing all this stuff, and it's deep and it's dark. And again, you are not dealing with anything in real time. I was an officer. I had a high impact job. I'm doing all these things. I've got my own resentment. The status of my marriage is already shaky because I've been away for a year. So as I came back off that deployment, I started. It was crazy. As soon as I got off the plane in America, there were two things that I noticed. One, the difference in air quality between Fort Bliss, Texas, and the third world. Like it smells like camels and there's sand. And I was like, oh, that's fresh air. This is crazy. That was the first thing that I felt. And the second one was like just this. And it was probably like we just got it. We were just in a plane for 26 hours. I didn't sleep that well. There's a time difference, jet lag, like all that stuff. But as
Yeah.
soon as I stepped foot off that plane, every single thing that I heard for a year, everything that I felt for a year, everything that I dealt with, it was like, did we even do a good job over there? And I don't mean like, are we doing the right thing? This is not a political discussion. It was like, hey, did we do what we were asked to do? And can
Yeah.
I be proud of what we accomplished? All of that hit me like the second my foot hit America. And it was all of these mismanaged and undealt with emotions. So I'm coming off of, I just wrote and recorded in very low quality my first album. Like creatively, I'm taking off. My skills are getting better because I played as like I had confidence in like, hey man, this is the time for you to actually start picking up art. And then that. I know in mental health circles, a lot of people talk about disassociation now, and there's like trends on TikTok to be like, oh, I disassociated, and or DID, dissociative disorders, and things like that. I'm nothing like that, but for the first like month of me coming back, it was like I was watching my life like it was a television show. Like I was watching Scrubs. Like so at night when you're not doing anything, you like have hard drives and you'll watch things on, computer or whatever. And so I started watching Scrubs the television show right before I came back to America. And as soon as I came back, like I just couldn't function. And so I was laying on the couch and I was just watching Scrubs. And it was like I could see myself laying on the couch watching myself watch Scrubs. Like
Yeah.
it was the weirdest thing. It was almost out of body. And as I was trying to like explain what was going on, and this part is when you talk about like writing a book and putting things out, this is one of the harder things because you have to be honest, and there's some things you don't really want to be honest about. Over the course of my deployment, I basically got feelings for somebody that was on my worship team. And we didn't do anything appropriate out there, but as soon as I came back to America, I also realized that I had feelings for this person. And so I started opening up to people, and I was like, hey, this is all the stuff that happened. And the reason we kind of got close was we trauma bonded over a bunch of situations
Yeah.
that like you're just like, okay, well, this is a friend. This person helped me through this stuff, and you have this connection that's like deep. And so as I came back, I basically started like, this is what happened. These are, and I told the details of the things that we'd experienced, and like, well, this was happening, this happened, this happened. And it was just like trying to open up these emotions and feelings, and then admitting, like I have feelings for a woman that's not my wife. I didn't cheat, but like, I don't know what to do with this stuff. I've
Sure.
never felt like this for anyone, to include my first wife. And basically, like my marriage hit the skids at that point. It was like within that same month of me not remembering, I made the decision to like move away from my wife and son. Um, we didn't make a decision to get divorced immediately, but I already had an apartment. I was already living by myself. I
Okay.
applied for a job, got an interview. Like I basically just moved to New Mexico. She was there, and it looked like I needed to be there for my son. So yeah, it was really weird because I basically in those moments there was this weird connection or of this moment of clarity where I understood my mom for a minute, and it
Okay.
was during the time that I was disassociated. And again, I hate to diagnose it that because I did see a therapist, and the therapist told me I was good, and that as far as he was concerned, I never needed to see him again. That I was more clear than anyone he had ever seen, was his exact words. And I was like,
Oh
I
wow.
am catastrophically don't know what is going on, feel numb, and watching myself from a third party just experience all this stuff. Have not dealt with any of my feelings for a year, but you say I'm okay, and he's like, you, you're pretty good. And so, like the one I did actually try to see a therapist, and I was like, a therapist said I was good. Like I did, I was like, I don't feel like I'm okay, but he said I was okay. Like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
can't be right. But yeah, it was just all of that, and really that was some of the stuff that's what led me to New Mexico to answer the question. But that was part of really what tripped a lot of the stuff that reawoke my need for further help on the mental health side, was because I was like dealing with all of this stuff and trying to come to grips. And I was like, I will never get divorced. As a child of divorce, I will never get divorced. I'm not going to be a part-time father. I'm going to do whatever it takes to stay together for my kid. And then within a month of coming back off deployment, all these resentments of me going on deployment, and I basically just drove my own divorce. I basically did all of the things that I hated about my life as a kid, all the things that I like didn't want. I repeated the cycle that I resented, that I hated so much. And so when you talk about that, you talk about all the mental health stuff that I was already sifting through, all of the lifetime. Now I'm making and regenerating new content in real time, self-loathing to be like, dude, you're a failure. You couldn't even do what you hated your parents for doing. You like all of these things. And it was like, as and I say this very lightly, aside from the therapist that told me I was absolutely okay and that he had no reason to see me ever again, a lot of the people that were around me as I would try to open up didn't really know how to deal with what I was telling them. Like I wasn't suicidal, I wasn't depressed. Like I seriously just had this intense, like if you can imagine every emotion that you can feel, like to almost like, when like you sit on your leg and it falls asleep and you stand
Yeah.
up and you just feel that sensation, like that was almost it was that surge of emotion. And it was like pride, and I just came off deployment and I'm proud of what I did, and happiness to be able to see my son, and like every shame in, getting a divorce, and embarrassment and guilt, and every emotion that you can imagine, just as intense as the tingly feeling that a sleeping limb would have there. And it drove me to a point of numbness. Um, and a lot of people, as I try to explain this, they didn't really know what to do with it. And so, like, I was talking to my stepmom on the phone, and she has passed, and I don't hold her. She passed away back in 2020, and I don't hold her, like, I'm not like angry at her for saying this.
Okay.
However, as I was talking to her, they were Assembly of God, and as I was talking to her, I was like, "This is what I feel," and she was like, "Maybe you're possessed. Like maybe a demon has possessed you." And I was like, "No." And she's like, "Did you pray about it?" And I was like, "Yes, Mom, I prayed about this." And she's like, "Well, did you have somebody lay hands on you and ask to cast the demon out of you?" And I'm like, "I'm sick, Mom. I'm not possessed." And that's why
Right.
I'm cautious to say,
I understand.
to
Yeah.
bring up the church community and mental health platforms. I was like, I need people to listen to me. And as I would share stuff, and then the next day I would try to share again, and they're like, "Was it different than yesterday?" And I'm like, "No, like I still feel that." And they're like, "Oh, okay. If you think of something new, then we'll talk." And I was like, "Well, it's not new, but it's still bothering me. Like I need people to hear me out, no matter how many times it takes for me to say this stuff."
Yeah.
And that was really what it was. It was like people saying careless things, or just not knowing how to deal with somebody in that kind of situation. And
For
again,
sure.
I don't say that to point fingers, condemning fingers at people. It is what I was going through was a mental health crisis.
Yeah.
Most people shouldn't know how to deal with that.
You're right.
But the way people, and then like as I shared stuff, it would like the way people responded to it would cause me to clam up. And then I'd try to share again, and it would cause me to clam up. And it got to a point where I was like, all of that emotion, all of the past stuff, my mom stuff, my all of the things that I was actively trying to unpack, it was like, no, I'm not sharing any of this with anybody ever. So I just started packing it back up. Well, at that point in time, I got divorced, my divorce finalized. I ended up moving forward in the relationship with the female that I had feelings for. We basically moved full force into life. She moved out here. She had kids. I have my kid, and then we basically moved into life and got married. Started having kids, basically two kids in 2 years. So if you
Okay.
see the pattern, like it was like I I got divorced, remarried. I had one boy. She had two boys. So it was, instead of five, it was three. And then we had two kids in 2 years instead of three and three. So we have five kids. And so it was like, if you see, it's like a diet or mini version of the life that I grew up in. I was
Yeah.
like, dude, you're recreating the past that you couldn't understand. You're repeating it. You hated it. And then that comes with its own things. And it's like, you can be better than that. And it's like trying to talk yourself out of like, you still have the ability to transcend what has happened to you. And with that, it was like, um, it started generating as I got remarried, and we rented a house, and I started building the facade. Um, Basically, it got to a point where I didn't share a lot of the things that I'd felt. I was an officer in the National Guard. I got a job as a military missions rep at a tech vocational school. So I was basically hanging around vets all day, helping them use their GI Bill, getting them education when they leave the service after retirement, or while they're in as at the Guard. So I had this meaningful job, and I wore a shirt and tie, and I had kids, and I had a picket fence, and I was like, dude, you gotta walk the walk. Like, this is the American dream, live it. And never really dealt with any of that stuff. So you didn't ask this, you asked about New Mexico, but that was a lot of where my mental health stuff came to a head. It was like that was where I started drinking to medicate. Basically, it was like the two voices that I talked about was that insecure little kid who is never appropriately parented, that doubts and never knows what's going on. And then that arrogant voice that I built to counter that is like, you're good enough. People will follow you. That the entertainer, the rock star on the stage that like just so, aggressively pulls people in.
Yeah.
Those two voices basically started competing in my head. And I'm not saying schizophrenic. It's me, but it was like, you're a failure, you are no better than your parents, all of that. And then the whole like, oh, you got this, you're a soldier, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like this is
Yeah.
what it is. Those two voices just constantly, all the time. It was like, to the point where the only time that I didn't have that noise going on in my head was when I would get slightly intoxicated. It would shut all that down and I could go to sleep. And
Okay.
so that was where I had an unhealthy relationship with alcohol for a long time, several years. But yeah, it just got to a point where anxiety started owning my life, like it wasn't looking back. I was so afraid of what was going to happen in the future because I'd already repeated so much of my past. I was like,
Right.
dude, your kids are going to go to foster home no later than the first day of the third grade. You're going to lose everything. Like, you're going to be poor for the rest of your life. You're going to live in trailer parks and you deserve it. Like, it was like all of the bad things that you could say to yourself. It was like whatever I felt, I was like, you always deserve this. As a matter of fact, the 7 years in the middle that was good, you never deserved that. That was a fluke. And
So one of the things that I want to ask right here, Tony, in terms of what what you're going through from a mental standpoint of having these therapists and psychiatrists tell you that you're, from their perspective, you're working and looking like you're operating at an optimal level, don't really see a whole lot of issues, but they're not seeing past the exterior as to what's going on internally. And with this whole new transition of going through the divorce, getting remarried, and then having a couple kids along with your wife, having two kids already, you've got
yep,
one already. Now you've got this blended family coming together. And as you're talking, it's got all of these emotions that are coming up and resurfacing from back when you were a kid and you went
yes,
through that whole scenario.
yes.
So, how is that starting to play out after you're getting this mixed messages from the therapist and then starting to kind of shut down and not really wanting to express to anybody as to what's really going on internally?
Yeah. So the thing is, and it kind of came to a head one morning. So as I was putting my book together, there are two songs that I have. It's the same song, but it's two versions of the same song. Is from my childhood. It was the Turtles' "Happy Together," and then one day I was driving to drop my son off. It was a Monday morning, and I dropped him off at the halfway point with his mom, and I thought he was asleep in the back seat of my vehicle, and Filter's cover of "Happy Together" came up on my iPod. And so as I was sitting there listening to this song, like my past started kind of flashing through my mind. I was like doing what I needed to do. I had a job, I was remarried. I was supposed to be living the dream. But as I was driving, it occurred to me as I was hearing the lyrics and a very darker version or darker cover of "Happy Together," that was like, man, you didn't want to get divorced. You got divorced. You didn't want to get remarried, didn't want to be a stepfather ever. You're a stepfather. She had two boys. Your dad had three. I have one. My stepmom had two. So
Yeah.
as I'm hearing this song, I have this flashback to me being a kid in the, you remember those wood panel station wagons, like from
Yes.
the, yeah, that's what we had. And me and the middle kids always got that weird back seat,
Yep.
and we had a completely different trip than everyone else, right? So like I had flashbacks to that time and being carted around and that insignificance. And Normally my son fell asleep. That's why I was listening to my music. And as I looked in the rearview mirror, he was kind of like looking out the window. And so then the flashback from Garth Brooks and that summer kind of went through my head because we were driving through back then of what was a wheat field. Well, now I'm driving down New Mexico deserts and there's sage everywhere. And he's looking out the window. I mean, he was little. He was like a year and a half. There's no way he had the intellectual capability, but in my head, he looked sad.
Mm,
And I was like, man, he feels what I felt. And so I had this moment where I was like, I gotta try to explain this to him. And so I was like scanning the pages of my mind. I was like, what was my dad? What did my dad say? And he didn't say anything. He just sang along with the stereo and tried not to cry, you know? And
yeah.
so I was like, all right, well, I'm repeating this cycle. Like I'm on the verge of a panic attack because I'm doing an inventory. And I was like, man, the end of the first day of third grade, he's going to foster home. Like I'm repeating this cycle, and I was spiraling. And so I was like, the only thing I can do right now is speak life to him. And so, you know, in the rearview mirror, I was like, hey man, I'm sorry. And again, he's like a year and a half, 2 years old. He has no idea what I'm talking about, I think. So I told him, I was like, you know, hey, this is difficult and I'm sorry. But this is life, you know, and I love you, and we're gonna keep moving through this. I was kind of talking to myself, I believe,
Yeah.
because he didn't have the intellectual capacity to understand anything I was saying. But that right there really put everything into perspective of like, hey, you're becoming everything that you hated, and in that was like, all right, well, you're presenting yourself. You're an officer in the military. You got this professional job where you wear a suit and tie every day. You know, putting veterans into college using their military benefits and hanging out with the veteran community. And along with that, you have most of the people that I was serving were retired. They'd gotten out after, you know, a brief enlistment. And a lot of my students were like, we're talking like substance abuse issues, mental health issues, suicidal ideation. Like the stuff I was dealing with them on a daily basis was like catastrophic as
Yeah.
far as like there was one vet specifically, and he's no longer alive, but he had a lot of survivor's guilt, and he was going back to, like, he was having flashbacks of times that he was gunning for trucks and he had to, you know, obviously do soldier stuff.
Yeah.
And there was one specific time that as I was talking to him, he expressed, you know, having to end somebody else's life in a combat situation. And so that was what I was dealing with on a professional level. So when you come back from a non-combat deployment and you're falling apart, your life is totally wrecked, and then every single day you're walking around and these vets are they had crazy things going on in their head that I was trying to help them sort through and get them plugged into different resources and help them get moving in any type of direction, to get momentum.
Yeah.
You kind of feel guilty. You're like, I don't deserve to feel as much turmoil in my spirit and in my psyche as I do. So I got into the business of building facades, or the whole charade of everything's perfect. I'm married. I got this nice house. I've got, you know, my kids. I've got my picket fence. You know, everything. Like I was on the outside. It looked like everything was going well, but it
Right.
was really that crystallizing moment of repeating my history to be like, you're no better, no different than your parents. And like, kind of like we were talking about the generational trauma. It was like sometimes it felt like there was nothing I could do when I was convinced that I could do everything opposite of what, you know, had happened to me. And it already repeated, no matter how aware, how conscious I was of the things that I went through as a child, that I couldn't get out of those tracks.
Yeah.
And I think that was like, obviously, getting shot down by a therapist to be like, no, you're at a critical age. You're 28 years old. And my experience, it's 18 and 28, and you know, every eight you start to enter this decade, this new decade, and at the eights is about where you have these identity breaks, you're more aware than anyone else I've ever met, really. So I think you're good. And, like I told you, it was like after 8 to 10 years of therapy and coming back week after week and never feeling like you're getting better, I was like, this is weird. New experience. I've never heard a therapist tell me, "Oh, you're good. You're totally good," because I knew I wasn't. So
Yeah.
yeah. Um, but really, as things, there was basically, and I think the best way to explain this is there was a constant noise in my head. And I don't say that like we talk mental health. I'm not going to get into diagnosis or anything like that because I'm not a psychologist and therapist, anything like that. But there were two basic voices in my head, and one of them was this facade that I'm telling you about. It's this like you're better than everyone else, and that sounds a little bit more arrogant than I mean it for it to be, but it's like you overcome, you pull yourself up by your bootstraps. This is who you are. So there's this professional, college graduate, army
Yeah.
officer voice or track that was playing very strongly. It was a voice that I used to be like, hey, this is who you are. But then there was this little other little nagging voice, and the way that I kind of liken it to like an unraised child,
Yeah.
this uncertainty, like you're going to fail. Who are you to believe that you can break the cycle? Who are like nothing? We talk about music. I'm like, why would you do that? You're never going to be a rock star. Like all of these little nagging doubts that go on all the time, and it was constant, just constant all the time. Is like me trying to talk that other voice down through false arrogance, and then that other prevalent, false voice. And so really at that point in time is when I started medicating heavily through alcohol use. When I say heavily,
Mhm.
like every single day I would have to drink 5 to 6 beers just to get those voices to stop competing, and it would be like nothing.
Yeah.
And so in a lot of picking up substance or alcohol in that case, the legal um, medication, I guess, for somebody over 21, um, really kind of pushed me into a place where now not only do you already have issues, but you're introducing a substance into
Yeah.
the mix that's not really helping you solve your problems, it's pushing you another day. So really after that, at that point, I was like, I've already been divorced. Like I'm married to a combat vet. She served in Iraq 2004. She's a couple deployments, a couple of years active duty, some time in the National Guard. And really I was like, I've already been divorced. And so naturally when some of the conversations come up, exes and custody and conversations about raising kids, like it naturally, every relationship has issues. Well, where the previous version of me was like, I'm never getting a divorce, this version's like, I already got one. Like I know I've walked the unknown. I've re-separated my life after joining it. So I
Right.
basically kind of became a nightmare. I was like, there's nothing worth saving in marriage. There's nothing worth saving in life. It was not depression like I had experienced younger in life. It was severe anxiety, which I was diagnosed with later. Um, but yeah, it was like every conversation would turn into an argument, threats of divorce from my end. I was just not okay. And so there was one moment where my wife and I, it was a Saturday morning, and we were wandering around the house, and I had my own agenda. She had her things that she wanted to get done. We were talking about what we wanted to get done around the house, and she said something, and I don't even remember, but it triggered me, and I blacked out in a fit of anger. And I was sober, like this was at like 10 in the morning. I
Okay.
blocked out in a fit of anger, and I apparently screamed a bunch of stuff. And she told me what I said. I don't remember it, and I don't recall saying anything. Well, when I came to, her oldest child from her first marriage was there, and he was the only one that was like really conscious, making memories, and he was crying and telling me to stop. And she basically asked me to leave. She's like, "Hey, I need you need to go. Like we're not safe. Like we'll talk about this later."
Okay.
And just seeing his face, his cheeks were all rosy and he had tears streaming down his face. I was like, dude, you're a monster. You like you just broke a child's heart. Like you have no control over anything. Like so I walked around the block for a little while and then I was like, I have nowhere to go. I don't have family. We don't have a lot of friends in New Mexico. Like we had just moved here. I was basically like a hermit outside of what I did professionally. And so I was like, I got nowhere to go. So I'm just going to go into the backyard and start weeding the garden. And it was hot that day. It was probably about 100 degrees. I didn't have water. I was like, I'm going to work my heart out. Like basically was trying to push myself into heat exhaustion on purpose. And our kitchen window was out to our backyard. And my wife was a combat medic, again, has a medical background. She saw me through the window and forced water on me before anything happened. But that was basically my first suicide attempt. Um, Later that night, we tried to have a conversation, and because is in the house, we went out to our front porch, and we were at front porch mainly because if we're like in public, it couldn't turn into an argument. So we were trying legit to have this discussion. Well, she said something. I was like, I don't know. I think I'm done. And I kind of meant marriage. I didn't really know what I meant, but she called me out on it. She's like, "What does that mean? You're done with what?" And I
Yeah.
was like, I'm done with marriage. I'm done with trying to figure this out. I'm done with life. I'm done. I'm just done. And she was like, that is not an okay thing to say. And so we basically started like suicide intervention that she received through the military.
Okay.
And I started ramping up and I was like, you know what? As the argument started building, she's like, we're not arguing. Like this is going to be a calm discussion or it's nothing. And so I was like, all right. So I got in my car and I took off and I started driving around town and people were calling me. Like she was like, I can't speak to him. Like I'm not cutting through. So she basically started getting people to like, hey, I'm gonna meet you, send me text messages, phone calls, all this crazy stuff. And I ignored all of them. I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to deal with this. But I got it in my head I needed to if I got if I got some alcohol, I could creep off to my studio and have a couple of drinks and fall asleep there, and things would be fine. Well, a little while into that, I decided I was like, no, like I really am done. And so I Googled how much alcohol I had to consume in an hour for somebody my height weight to end my life, and did the figure, and I had it on a stopwatch. Like I'm not even joking. I had on the clock. I was taking another shot to consume that much of alcohol in that period of time, in an hour, and basically ended up passing out. I remember the last thing I remember was I was laying on my back and the room was spinning. It was all dark, nothing but the light of my recording computer beeping. And I remember this is how intense of a relationship with music that I have was Seether's Tongue. He says goodbye, cruel world. And as I was laying on the floor, I had my guitar stand and my acoustic guitar, and I really couldn't move, but I was like, room was spinning. And right on the edge of the tips of my fingers was my guitar. And I remember reaching out and I whispered goodbye, cruel world. And I was like something to the effect of having this guitar just outside of my outreach stretch. And there was like this ironic, like, even music's not saving you right now.
Yeah.
Well, about midway through the night, I woke up in a pool of my own vomit. So I didn't, nothing happened. So that next day, it was a Sunday. My wife decided, she was like, "Hey, we're still in disarray. He's here." I tried to talk to her. Every time she tried to talk common sense, I would try to escalate into an argument. She's like, "I'm taking the kids. Like, we're gonna do stuff around town. We'll have this conversation later." So she left with the kids, and I'm in the house trying to do things. I had a massive, massive hangover, a crazy headache that you can't believe. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go lay down on the floor in the garage and hopefully take a nap. So I grabbed my iPod and had my favorite song playlist shuffling. And there's a song. It's a South African band from. I mean, they're from South Africa, but they're very much like Seether. They're called Track of Time. Well, their
Okay.
song "Friend" came over, and as I was laying on the concrete, head on my hands, the song just hit me. The lyrics were like, I want you to be my friend. I want things to be normal. It's a very, very kind of a hopeful song actually, but hearing the lyrics, I put it on repeat and I just hit in a tailspin. I had basically had this like meltdown in our garage. Well, as I'm sobbing on the floor of our garage, my wife pulled in unknowingly to me and was like, he's not okay. So she came to check in on me, and I was like, you need to listen to the song. And so she did. I went to the beginning. She listened all 3.5 minutes. Meanwhile, our kids are in the house, and she's like, somebody's got a mind for it, you know. And so she listens to the song, and I plead with her. I'm like, hey, I just want you to be my friend again. And like, I don't know what to do. I'm sick. I'm broken. Like, I don't know what to do anymore. And it she was like, hey, like we have what it takes, but I can't trust you right now. Like you are so unstable and erratic. You need help. We'll talk about this later. So as a way to kind of I stayed on the floor of the concrete, fell asleep for a little while, and a couple hours later she came out and she was like, hey, go be with the kids. Like go find something in life, you know, like just kind of remind me. And so we had this backyard inflatable pool. And so I kind of sat in the pool with all of our kids and we were kind of splashing around and all that stuff. And again, it's just like their apprehension, they were terrified of me. And again, I didn't hit them. I just had this like freak out and yelled, and they're terrified of me. And I was like, man, I'm a monster. Like my own kids don't trust me, you know, and I'm not stable. So all this stuff is there, but there's almost this renewed sense of purpose. So we went about our day. Later on that evening, I tried to talk to my wife again. She's like, hey, we need to put the kids to bed and then we'll have this conversation. So she gave me my daughter at the time, and I was rocking her, and I felt this surge of purpose again. I was like, maybe maybe I can get help. Maybe this is what it is. So all the kids had fallen asleep, and we were sitting in our living room having this conversation. I basically reiterated, I was like, hey, I just want you to be my friend again. Like, I don't know what this is. I don't know what's going on. I want to get better. And she's like, you need psychological help. I'm like, I'm not going to a therapist. They said I was fine. Like, I don't know how to rectify that, but a licensed medical professional said I'm good. And I don't know how to balance or rectify the fact that I'm not with the fact that somebody said, and she's like, that was one therapist, go to a different one.
Right.
And I was like, I don't know. We'll talk about it. So we agreed to sleep separately, and I was laying on the couch, and we had like an open living room, and it was really hot in our living room, even though we had air conditioning on. And I was tossing and turning. I was like, I'm going back to the garage. Like, I'm going to try to sleep on the concrete of the floor, which I slept in that garage a lot over like either because I got kicked out of our room for starting an argument or whatever. I ended up falling asleep in an army sleeping bag on my garage floor probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay.
Um, so I was like, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to climb in my army sleeping bag and I'm going to sleep on the floor. The cold concrete's going to lull me to sleep. Took my iPod, put the earbuds back in, Track of Time's Friend still on loop. So the song made me hit the skids, and I was like, I just the immediate torment, all of the things started bubbling back to the surface. So I was like, no. Like, so I flipped the light on, and my original intent was self-harm. And what I was doing, I was harming myself mainly with burns. So I would like light a scissors and put it to my skin. And then that burn replicated the inside pain that I felt, like I told you. Or I'd take
Yep.
cigars or cigarettes and put them out on my arm. And I still have some of the scars. That
Yeah.
was my original intent. But when I flipped the light on, there was an electrical cord hanging from the ceiling. I was like, no, like this temporary pain stuff isn't doing it. Like you're done. You're hurting everyone. You're hurting yourself. You're no good. If you hear the lie, and I want to take time to pause and indicate that that is a lie. So if anyone listens or this gets too intense for somebody, I don't want them to think that that's the truth. I basically, you know, was like, I need to die. Like, I need to stop being a burden to everyone. I need to stop weighing in on everyone. If they all see that I go, everyone can move forward without me and it'll be peace. Well, I attempted to hang myself. I won't get into the detail in this moment, but as I was rounding bases basically. I was losing feeling in my arms and legs. I couldn't feel the tips of my fingers. I couldn't feel my arms. And a lot of the things started coming back to me. And again, music's blaring. I've got earbuds in my ears as I'm attempting this. And again, I was like, just reaching out to anything. I was like, apologize to music. I was like, you've been there. This isn't your fault. Like, so it's a really weird conversation to have with this inanimate object. I'm like, it's
Mm.
not your fault. You just couldn't save me this time. I'm so sorry. You know, and then it started coming around and the religious conviction. And I started having these like visions of like, you're about to enter into heaven with like a bruised neck. You're going to have to explain to Jesus, you're going to have to explain to God why you quit ahead of when he wanted to call you home. Like, you can't do this. And then my soldiers, I was like, man, you're an officer in the military. Like, if you
Man.
die this way, you quit the mission of life. And all the people that you're supposed to give hope to, nothing. So it's weird, all these thoughts. And I was like, you can't do this. Well, I barely, like, I couldn't lift my arms anymore, just because of, you know, a lot of the
Yeah.
circulation already being gone. All the while I'm crying, and I was like, I gotta stop this. And I couldn't lift my arm. So I basically had to like throw my arm with enough force, and I couldn't feel my fingers to grab the
Right.
electrical cord. And so I just had to like fling it, and it took me a couple times, and then it rested up there, and I couldn't tell if I closed my hand to pull or not. I just started pulling down, and I ended up collapsing to the floor. Well, that night I ended up crying myself to sleep on the floor, listening to the song on repeat, and like, man, you can't die. But my realization went from, hey, 3 suicide attempts in 48 hours. You don't have the ability to end your own life. And I say that very lightly. As a trained killer, there was like guilt. I'm like, you are trained. This is your profession, and you don't
Yeah.
even have what it takes to do this to yourself, you know? But it went from that to being like, hey, I need to end my life, to absolute sorrow that I had to continue on. You know, I was like, I don't know. I don't like these feelings. I can't deal with these feelings. I can't get better, but I need to. And the sadness that I felt having to move forward that next day. This was a Sunday night. The next day, within 12 hours, I was back at my desk working like nothing happened. And so, like, you feel absolutely insane. You're just like, hey, how's it going? You know, hey, high fiving people in the hallways. And like,
Yeah.
just the facade that I was playing, that like, and that was kind of the thing that was going through my head. I was like, man, less than 12 hours ago, you tried to end your life and no one knew about it. Now you're just walking around like you're happy, like, oh, marriage is great. I got these kids, my family's perfect, my military career is awesome, and I'm here helping you, and nothing's greater than that. And I was like, man, you are a hypocrite. You are the biggest hypocrite on the planet. So I, oddly enough, I didn't seek therapy after that. I just continued like in this blah. Well, it all came to a head. A military admissions rep. There was one per campus, and there were campuses all over Texas and the one in New Mexico. And we would get on this weekly conference call on Monday mornings. So a couple months had passed, and I was doing what I needed to do. I was limping through life. Well, we get on this Monday morning conference call with my corporate director, and he starts talking about this sales tactic called the power of one, and he's explaining it to us. He's like, "All right, so here's what this looks like. You place one more phone call, you schedule one more appointment. That one appointment will lead into another enrollment, and then you got one more person on campus walking around, and you get to serve those people as a military admissions rep." And he's like, and that's what you do. You go to one more event, you pick up another lead, and on and on. The power of one. And he meant it to be motivational, and he was talking motivational. But as he was talking, it hit me. I was like, I basically started having a panic attack. I was like hyperventilating. I had to mute my phone. And I was like, man, I'm never going to be good enough. Ever, ever. Like, I went into this tailspin of like, man, I'm not good enough for him. I'm not doing any justice to my vets, all this crazy stuff. And I had a panic attack, a legit. I couldn't breathe. My head was spinning. Like, seriously, as soon as he ended the call, I was like, I got to go. I cannot do this anymore. Like, I'm not okay. I don't care what that therapist said. Like, I'm inches away from death, and my body was revolting against me at this point.
Yeah.
So again, military missions rep. I have a DD-214, which is a form that says that you discharge honorably or in whatever state from the military. I grab my binder with this form, and I drive down to the local VA therapy office. Basically, got checked in. Not like for therapy. I was like, I need to see somebody now. Like, it's probably okay, but I'm like, I'm not well right now. And so I talked to somebody that day, scheduled an intake. They kind of, talked me off the ledge for the moment. And at the time, I was working. My financial aid director was married to a vet, and she informed me that, hey, this is what therapy looks like. She normalized it for me. And she was basically like a mother figure. I even called her mom.
Okay.
And she was like, this is what adult therapy looks like. You need to go. And I don't care. She was just so maternal and loving. And she was like, after every appointment, you come and check in with me. And so I would. And I basically was like giving status updates. And she was like, hey, there's going to be one appointment that you attend and it's going to break you. And she's like, it's going to be worse than almost anything you've ever experienced. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. How, like, I feel like I've already hit rock bottom, like suicide attempts, like how in the world have I not reached rock bottom yet? And she's like, it's coming. It's going to be a different rock bottom, and it's coming. You find me when you have that breakthrough. It's going to hurt, but it's like breaking a bone. It's going to reset, and you're going to finally be in a place where you can start to heal. You find me in that moment. You do not need to be alone. I want to be there for you. And so I continued to go to therapy, and I'd known other people who had like suicide attempts actively, and they were being seen bi-weekly. Their therapists are like, "I'll maybe see you every other week." My therapist is like, "Every week, you will be here." And I honestly, I didn't even tell her that I had attempted suicide a couple months prior, because
Okay.
I was the only person working at the time, and if I stopped working, we stopped making money. So I was at a place where I basically had to heal in stride, and it was like catastrophic. I should have been committed to a mental institution, honestly. That would have been the thing that I needed, but I like had to just keep finding ways and mechanisms to move forward. So it all came to a head. My therapist diagnosed me. She said 50% PTSD, and she's like, I'm not sure that's military. I think that's like from other pieces of your life, but
Yeah.
I think you have it. And she was like, and you have anxiety, like you clinical anxiety. You are like classically anxious. And she was like, I can possibly seek some medication. And I was like, I'm active in the military. I don't want a dependency on a medication. I need to be able to deploy without, having a 90-day supply of medicine, things like that. Like, is there any way we can try some natural mechanisms? And she's like, yeah, absolutely. If it doesn't work though, we need to possibly explore medication. And again, for people listening at this point, medicine is not bad. If you're just prescribed a medication for any type of mental health ailment, take it, and take it as described. Coordinate with your therapist. If it's not producing the desired effect, it's a dialogue. And that was how awesome my therapist was. Was she was like, we could try this, we could do this, like, and always checked in on like, hey, what is this working for you? And if it's not, this is the direction we need to go. She always stayed one step ahead of me. Well, I show up for therapy one day, and I didn't know what I was doing. Like, you just show up for your appointment and you're good to go. And she was like, hey, so you got anxiety. What I want to do is I want to do a guided meditation. Now, I come from a Christian background, and you and I know, like, I was like, meditation, that's no, like, you're causing me to violate my religious practice. Like, that sounds Buddhist. I'm not doing any of that. And she's like, all right, all right. Like, she was, my therapist was fantastic. She was like my champion, but like every once in a while when I'd get out of line, she would just like slap me down. And this is
Okay.
one of those times. She was like, hey man, what's your problem with this meditation? And I was like, that's like you already know. I'm a Christian. I'm not meditating. She's like, it's a word, man. Meditation is prayer, it's reflection, it's a lot of
Right.
different things. I was like, no,
Right.
it sounds Buddhist to me. I'm not doing this. And she's like, you don't want to take medication. I'm trying to find you natural mechanisms. She was just so nice to me. And I was like almost aggressive. She was like,
Yeah.
Jesus prayed. Like, how about this? How about this? We're going to do one guided meditation. If at any point in time, anything's ever uncomfortable for you, you let me know and we'll stop it. But do me a favor. Like, she was almost maternal too. She's like, try this out for me. If at any point in time you're uncomfortable, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. And I was like, all right, whatever. Like, I remember rolling my eyes and be like, you're the therapist. Like, well, let's just try things your way. Like, I
Yeah.
don't know how she was so patient, because I was kind of a douchebag. Um, but yeah, so we get on this guided meditation, and as a CD is unfolding, it was a CD. I started following all the prompts, and I was heavily reluctant, but I was like, nothing you're doing is working. Like, she's a licensed medical professional. Do what she says. She's not trying to harm you. So this guided meditation called me to go to a place of peace. And there's this lake in North Dakota. It's called Patterson Lake. And every time I was tormented, every time I was having a difficult time with stuff, I would go to this lake. And just the rolling tide, and I would sit there, and I would POD satellite was huge, and so I'd sit on
Yeah.
the bank of the lake, and I believe it's a man-made lake. I don't even think it naturally exists. um, I would sit there and listen to Thinking About Forever by POD and just ponder life, and, feel sorry for myself. But I had so many soul breaking moments and so much healing at this lake that was naturally where my mind went to. And so as we're doing this guided meditation, I'm sitting at the bank of this lake, and the person doing the narrator is like, hey, think about people you haven't seen in a long time. And all of a sudden these two people were very weird to me. Like, I don't recall, I wasn't thinking about them. They weren't on my mind. I hadn't thought about them for years, and the fact that they came to consciousness was really weird to me. But it was my grandma Marie, who was my last remaining biological grandparent, or the last one that passed away in 1998, 99, somewhere in there. And she was the one that I was telling you about, that my dad begged to go to her funeral. So it was my grandma Marie. And then he wasn't my cousin, my first friend, Nate. We were talking about blowing garbage cans up and starting fires and catching frogs. That was Nate.
Yeah. Okay.
And so he passed away in 2006, and his funeral was the day before my first wedding.
Mm.
So like, he got buried on the 2nd of June. I got married the 3rd of June. Hadn't thought about either one of them for years. Well, they're both there, and they're vibrant. My grandma was like near the end. She had Alzheimer's. She didn't even know who I was. She thought I was my dad when he was 40. Like, it was a long, long thing. She remembered who I was. We weren't talking. There was no audio, but we just sat there and we were throwing rocks. Like, they're both vibrant and capable of throwing rocks into this lake.
Right.
Well, as I'm sitting, like, we had thrown a couple, and I was like, all right, I'm going to sit down. So I sat down, and as I'm sitting there, I'm just kind of watching the tide or the waves roll in, and I felt this hand on my shoulder. Actually, it was this one, because my therapist was over here. I was sitting on the couch, and I felt a hand on my shoulder, and it was real. It felt real. I was like, what in the world is my therapist like trying to? I had my eyes closed, and I was like, is she like trying to comfort me? Is she touching me right now? Like, I have physical, like, I hate people being anywhere near me. Like, I have this 3 foot bubble, stay out of it. And I was like, she better not be touching me right now. Like, so help me. But it didn't feel like a woman hand. It felt like a man's hand.
Okay.
And I was like, what in the world? So I like kind of opened my eyes and looked, and there was no hand here, but I felt it. And it was like tight. It was like a reassuring, like your dad, when
Yeah.
your dad would grab your shoulder, and not in an aggressive way, but like a reassuring, like, you got this, son, kind of. So I was like, okay, this is weird. So I closed my eyes, and I turned around to face who I thought, just to see who in the world is this. Like, my grandma Marie was here, Nate was here. Neither one of them were there anymore. It was just me on the bank of this river. And as I look back, it's Jesus himself, like, right behind me. Classical robe. He was white. None of that's right, but I was like, what in the world? And he used my shoulder to sit down right next to me. And so I'm sitting at the bank of this river, and I was like, what in the world? A lake. It's a lake. Like, what? Like, there's so many things I want to ask you. And I just like, I like, whatever. Like, I just sat there, and we just watched the wave come in. And I was like, all right, like, that was weird. And then the CD ended. And so I talked about the experience with my therapist, And I was like, hey, so Jesus made an appearance. And she's like, yeah, that's not surprising. And I was like, what do you mean that's not surprising? She's like, well, you thought this was a violation of your faith. Like
Right.
obviously, like
Yeah.
that's affirmation that this is okay. Like he's like, meditation is okay, man. Like not only is it okay, here I am. Like we'll
Yeah.
do this together. I was like, okay, that makes sense. That makes psychological sense. Like that was me fighting something, I guess. And she's like, yeah, and it's okay, right? I was like, yeah, yeah. I was like, what about my grandma and my cousin? She didn't know about either of them, so I had to explain the whole backstory. And she's like, that is really weird. We never really came to a conclusion why those two people appeared. And in both situations, like my grandma, like I missed her, so it was almost like this childhood regret coming back, and like you didn't even get to go say goodbye to her because you were a bad kid. My cousin Nate, like him and I were close, but as soon as I moved, like I didn't really keep in touch with him. And about like right before he passed, I ran into his sister at the mall, and she was like, "Hey, he's going home. He's getting put on hospice. He's gonna die." So there was some regret there too, and I guess that's kind of how I pieced it all together. So we talked it out, and basically she was like, all right, well, this seems like it's going to work for you. Like you can't do a guided meditation. Like if you feel like you're in a place you got to freak out, like a couple of deep breaths get you stabilized. But she's like, I think this is it. Like, so we did stuff like that, and she helped me with coping mechanisms and continue to walk through talk therapy. Well, I'm driving and I'm like trying to piece this awkward situation together. I was like, hadn't thought about my grandma, hadn't thought about Nate. I just had this very real face-to-face encounter with Jesus. I was like, what in the world is this? So I take the longest route back to work. And mind you, I'm going to weekly therapy, and I lied to my boss and told him I had an appointment with a veteran organization that was weekly. Like I didn't even tell people I was going to therapy, like except for this one person at my work. And so I'm driving, taking the longest path that I can, and I'm on the busiest street of Las Cruces. It's called Loman. There's this giant, like Wells Fargo tower, and I'm driving down the street, and I'm like, what in the world? So I listening to my music on shuffle, and Demon Hunters, I'm a Stone comes on, and I'm like, all right, like I feel compelled that I need to like have this moment. Well, as I'm driving and I Am a Stone is playing, and it's a very it's an anthem. It's like, hey, I can overcome anything. It's Demon Hunter's a metal band, but it's this one of their calmer ballad type songs. And
Yeah.
it's like, hey, I can overcome. Like it's an inspirational, motivational song. And as I'm driving down Loman, I feel this warmth in my heart. And it had been years. I hadn't felt a positive emotion. Like I've been faking them, but I hadn't felt a positive emotion for a long time. I'd say 3 to 4 years. Like just this constant, like I'm on deployment, all this uncertainty, all this like numbness or extreme pain, anxiety, panic attacks, like all of these negative emotions just sitting around all the time. Um, but I felt love. I felt joy in my heart. I was like, what is this feeling? Like, what is this? And so naturally, I'm like, all right, like I felt loved. And so naturally, I decide I'm going to engage in an argument with God, because I was like, all right, well, I had this moment with Jesus, like, all right, whatever. So music blaring, I start this out loud argument, like, okay, so you love me. Like, what am I supposed to do with that? And I'm sitting in traffic at a stoplight, and these stoplights are obnoxiously long sometimes. And so I'm sitting at the stoplight, and was like, hey, look at that building. And again, it's the tallest building in Las Cruces. He's like, the materials, the rock used to make that building, I made it. He's like, the people who designed that building, I made them. The people who constructed that building, I made them. Like, I love you. I was like, so? Like, I get into this argument. I'm like, so? He's like, all right, look at that car next to you. It was a female, and I believe a silver Toyota Camry. He's like, I made that female in that car. Like, I know how many hairs are in her head. I made that vehicle. I had a hand in everything. And I was like, okay, so, like big deal. And again, my part's out loud. His part of the argument, I believe, was in my head. Um, he's like, all right, you're not getting it. He's like super gentle. He's like, all right, I made the universe. I set it all into motion. It goes exactly the way that I want it to. I designed it to do that. And I was like, all right, yeah, you're run the universe. That's your job. You're doing a great job. Like, that's not answering my question. Why do you love me? And he reiterated that point. He was like, I created the universe. I set it all into motion. Everything works the way that I want it to. He's like, I know what I want, and I love you. And I broke. Like, I started crying. So this poor female in this car next to me, I'm screaming in my car, music playing. I'm trying to sing with the music. I'm arguing. I'm crying. This poor chick, like, if I ever run into her, I'll be like, hey man, I'm sorry, I was having a breakdown, but it was a good one. So it sent me into this breaking point that my coworker was telling me about, and I was like, I felt love. I felt healing, and I knew at that moment that it was my second to last rock bottom. I knew that I was able to move forward and continue to go to therapy, continue doing what my therapist had recommended, and just seeking to move forward. But yeah, that was the start of my actual mental health journey, and getting faith and confidence back into therapy, and realizing, well, like, I arrogantly this will be the last thing I say in this little section, but I arrogantly told, when I sat down with my therapist, I was like, you're a VA counselor. I'm here because I experienced some things in the military, my deployment. I had observed some things over there that didn't really set well with me. I had this, resentment towards, the military and God for making me go on this deployment and leave my son. Like, I'm only talking about that. Don't, and I'm not even joking. I straight up said this in this inflection. I was like, don't try to get into my childhood. Don't try to crack. Like, none of that has anything to do with it. I've been to therapy. I solved all that. It's not even a problem. So like, I arrogantly told my therapist that, and and I think she kind of tricked me through this guided meditation, bringing some of that stuff to the forefront. But I realized, I was like, maybe you didn't heal. Maybe you weren't. Maybe you're not right. Like, you're carrying that stuff too. And so
Yeah.
that was part of, like, which I think is interesting that you started in my childhood when we started this.
For sure. For sure.
I thought about that, and I was like, Rich is on to something, man. He knows what's up.
What? Yes. I because I've been in therapy long enough
Yeah,
to know some of the ins and outs, know many of the modalities that are used. And just to give you some reflective information, um, at one point, I was, my psychiatrist suggested that I go to the University of Michigan Depression Center
okay,
to see if they could help me in any way. And so I agreed to, and where I live is about an hour's drive to U of M. So it was hour there, hour back, and I would be there for an hour. So I'd have to basically, schedule a half a day's worth of free time in order to go to these appointments.
yeah,
And I did that for 6 weeks, approximately, maybe a week or so shorter or longer. I don't really remember, but it was about that much time. And on one of my last days there, I was called into the head of the department's office, and he sat me down. He said, we've been going through your reports of each one of your sessions. And from what's been coming out with the therapists that you've been talking to, different things like that, we are not going to treat you any longer. And I said, what?
yeah,
It's like, we're not going to treat you any longer because we don't feel that we can help you. I'm like, you're U of M. You're
yeah,
one of the biggest universities in the country who is working on mental health uh, programs, research, all this type of stuff. And you're telling me you can't help me? And they're like, yes, based on our protocol of what we're working with, we can't help you. And so I left there thinking, all right, well, if U of M's telling me they can't help me, then what the heck do I do?
yeah,
Right. So I went back to my psychiatrist, explained the situation. She's like, yes, I got the report. Um, from the doctor. He confirmed that he couldn't help you anymore. If you're going to be stopping services. And so she's like, all right, so let's just jump back in and let's look at some other things and look at other options. Now, fortunately for me, I've always had a psychiatrist that was willing to allow me to go outside of everything that she knew and had studied for and understood.
Yeah.
He was willing to allow me to go out and explore options. And this is something that I try to convey to the audience as well, and have in past episodes, is that as an individual who's dealing with mental health issues, you always have to be your own advocate as well as doing the work and working the processes. You
Yes.
always have to be your own advocate, meaning if something isn't working for you with one, don't hesitate to try and find another that will work
Yeah.
for you, or another
Absolutely.
modality that will work for you, right?
Right.
Just as, she guided you into this meditative state, which was not a normal thing in most offices. But in her office, she was like, let's try this. Let's give this a shot. Let's see what can happen here. And then you, obviously, based on the description of what took place, you had
Yeah.
a breakthrough in terms of what your conscious mind was thinking versus what your subconscious was actually experiencing,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
So that's where, I try to convey everybody, be your own advocate. If you aren't getting what you need in one location, always look for other options because there's plenty out there that can help at some point. And the other aspect of it too is everybody is different based on their
Yeah.
experiences, based on their own chemical body makeup,
Right.
based on their own, hormone levels, serotonin, dopamine levels. Everybody is different. So the one thing that works for 5 may not always work for you.
Right.
The one thing that works for 12 still may not be the thing that works for you. So you
Right.
just have to continue to be your own advocate, keep searching, keep looking, because eventually you're going to find the thing that
Yes.
is working for you and that helps you move past some of the things that you've experienced as a kid, some of the things that you experienced through life, some of the
Yep.
things that you experienced even on yourself, in deployments, right?
Yeah.
It, there's things that just take place that we can't always get away from, but we can deal with them if we're given the tools and shown
Yes.
how that we can work through that and process it in a different way.
Right.
Um, so yeah, that's why I always start out at the beginning of every episode of where were you born and what was life like as a kid? Because what happens for me is it's a scenario of pattern recognition.
Yeah.
Because I've been in therapy for so long, I understand what, to look for, what I've been asked, the
Yeah.
questions that I've been asked, the things that
Yeah.
I've had to explain or try to bring up. And, a lot of times my psychiatrist, she wouldn't have an answer.
Right.
She'd be like, I don't have an answer for that. And she would just flat out tell me. I'd be like, okay, well, it's just an unanswered question. And
Yeah.
then, a week or two later, she'd be like, hey, I was thinking about that question. I was thinking about this other colleague of mine. Maybe it'd be of interest for you to go and meet with her and see what can come out of it. And a lot of times too, I would try that. I would go to who she would suggest, work with them for a while, get what I needed out of it. And if I got to a point where it was not working any longer, based off of this new modality that she was trying to present to me, I would
Yeah.
just end it. Like I would stop going, just cancel the appointments and just let her know, hey, I tried it for a while, didn't work. Let's go back to the drawing table. Let's just keep it moving in our direction. And then if it comes back up again, let's just relook at it. So it's a continuous process that you have to go
Yeah.
through in your own healing journey. And a lot of times you get to certain places where you feel like, okay, I feel like I'm healed. I'm clipping along really nice, moving in this direction. And then something will happen and something will just
Yeah.
resurrect again, right? It's something that
Yeah.
you hadn't thought about, or it wasn't even in your mind of this is what's going on.
Yeah.
And it'll rise up and it'll be like, okay, now I need to be dealt with. I I need you to address me and deal with me at this point because
Yeah.
you've got through this healing up to this point and you've been feeling good, you've been clipping along, but we still got some things we need to take care of.
Yeah.
And that's when those things happen. And it's not something to be afraid of. It's just something to be conscious of and be aware
Yeah.
of throughout your healing journey. One of the things that I wanted to touch on in terms of we've been mainly focused on how you're responding to these different situations and scenarios. And you
Right.
kind of mentioned how your wife would come in because of the experiences she had with deployment and being on uh, in combat situations and different things. But we haven't really talked about how she's responding in relation to how you're reacting. As if is she trying to give you any options from her perspective? Is she
Yeah.
trying to get you to come to a working together point, or were you just in the mindset in that point in time of I'm just dealing with this amount and this is the only way I'm going to deal with it?
No, she was fantastic at that point. So I mean, she'd been through some stuff, and I don't get into other people's stories that much. Specifically, it's their victory to share.
Sure,
However, she, like, having been through some of these things and having needed therapy or, intervention on substance abuse on occasion, like she was a really big advocate, and it's, again, it's kind of shameful to me, but like basically I put her in a situation where even with some of the brokenness that she carries, I was so just at the ledge on rock bottom that I didn't give her any opportunity to even address any of the stuff herself. Like I was just in this, I call it a 6 cycle carousel, just downward spiral for so long that she had no choice but to have to like pony up and be there for me.
right.
Now, there was a time that where we kind of flipped roles, and I was getting better, and she kind of started hitting the skids, and I kind of had to replicate. I had to be there, and be
Yeah,
that strong arm for her. And I'm here to tell you, as bad as it felt going through some of that stuff, I would much rather um, go through it than be with somebody watching them spiral. Compassion fatigue is real. It's very, very real. And I'm an empathetic individual, so I like tend to, like, if I walk into a room, I can kind of feel the overall vibe of it,
yeah,
and I
yes,
match it. Like if I walk into a funeral, I'm on like it, I just feel all of that. I feel like I own some people's emotions in that.
yeah,
Um, and it's, yeah, it was way harder to kind of coach her back through. And I even remember selfishly telling her that, like there was a point where I was like, I don't even, I never said anything. I mean, I've told her this now, so this isn't going to be a surprise if she hears it. But like in retrospect, I look back and was like, hey, I have no idea how in the world you stayed. Like, because they're the thoughts of quitting, to be like, I can't do this. Like, you need to figure this out on your own. Like, I got to go. See you later. Like
yeah,
the desire to walk away at that point is very strong and very difficult to not, because you're like, all right, you basically have to be like, she's not well, and I can't even imagine, like, hers was nowhere near what mine was. Like I was a nightmare, causing arguments, just like, yeah, just absolutely a nightmare, and she was nowhere near that. So for me to be like, oh, it's so hard, it's like, she reminded me when I told her this, a little while down the line, she was like, you did this and you did this and you did. I was like, whoa, whoa.
Yeah.
Maybe I did do those things. She's like, no, you did do that. And I had to like be there. That's what support looks like, you know?
Right. Right.
And, yeah, it was, she was very much there. And like I said, when she knew she couldn't speak, like that night when I was driving around, she was like, I'm obviously not making a difference. She started reaching out to people that she knew
Yeah.
would cut through. And I'm telling like people that I respected, and I was like, no, I'm not talking to you. So
Right. Right.
yeah, she knew what to do, and was an absolute champ and angel during times where like she was like, I obviously don't have the ability, so I'm going to call somebody else. Or
Yeah. When you had this experience at the stoplight, coming back from the therapy session, um, and it broke you down, and then you had mentioned that you would check in with this lady who had suggested this
yeah,
after every session.
yeah,
What did you say to her when you checked in with her?
I so um I got really good at hiding tears. So
Okay.
like I was crying constantly. And so like, and it's kind of funny because when I read it now, like you've seen me, I'm pretty stone faced, I'm stoic, like,
Yeah.
so you see how I am. But like as I was writing, I was like, you cry a lot. Like I like everything I wrote about, I was like bawling. But so like the day that I had the nervous breakdown and had to go to the VA, I was sitting in the parking lot and I was bawling my eyes out, and I had to wait for that fresh crying look to go away so I didn't look like a psychopath. As I walked in there, I was like, you can't walk in there with tears on your face. And so like again, I had this crying fit, and the place I parked my car was like kind of away from, like it was still in the parking lot, but it was tucked away. And so I sat in my car again, waiting for the fresh crying look to go away. And
Okay.
I come back down and I go to her office and I close the door because I'm like, you're gonna cry again. And so I close the door. And I'm like, hey, I had that appointment, and I start bawling in her office. And she was a director of financial aid, you know, like pretty high up. She had like 3 or 4 people that ran FAFSA and stuff like that for her, but like she's a pretty busy individual. So I close her door and I'm like, hey, we had a breakthrough, you know. And so I'm sitting in her office and I'm bawling again, and she was like, how? She was like, you're right though. You're all right. And I was like, it's exactly how you described it. Like it felt like a broken bone, and then now it feels like it hurts when I move it. You know, I kept rolling with the analogy, but I was like, I feel joy, and I didn't know that that feeling existed anymore. You know, like it was just so much torment to the point of like your body almost overcompensates and will make you numb so that you don't have to feel all of that. And it was such a weird sensation to actually feel happy again, or joy. And it wasn't
Yeah.
like, oh, I'm just happy now, like problem solved. Like it was momentary and it was fleeting, like joy is supposed to be. But like it was so foreign of an emotion at that point that like it was almost like, have you ever went a period of time, like when I went to basic training, I decided, hey, I'm not eating any sugar or candy, all of basic training. And then I
Yeah.
ate that first Snickers bar when I came back, and I was like, oh, that's like, no, that's too sweet. Like
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
exactly what joy felt like in that moment. Was I'm not even familiar with you and you're annoying. Like I don't like like I had like an ick
Yeah.
feeling about feeling joy.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was just awesome as well. And there were a lot of vets that were around. And so I talk about it like, hey, I was alone. That was my the way I felt in those moments. But like as things started getting better, I was like, wow, there's that vet. I've been talking to them, but they've been checking in on me too, and I didn't notice it because
Yeah.
you get very self involved when you're broken like that. But yeah, she was one of my biggest champions and allies, and she was one of the very few people. My wife knew I attempted suicide. She was the only other one I told. I didn't even tell my therapist, which again, like you're saying, you have to be
Yeah.
honest with your therapist. I was afraid that if I said something, I would get kicked out of the military, which I don't know. Like if that's what happens, you're alive. Like nothing is more important than surviving. Like you're trying to protect this thing and you die over it. Like how's that help? you see what I'm saying? Like your
Yeah.
mind is so broken that you don't have the ability to think a rational thought sometimes.
Yeah.
But I also was like, I'm going to tell her I'm going to get thrown in the back of like some paddy wagon. I'm getting hauled off. I can't afford that. Like all the reasons I didn't admit to my therapist that I went through that and I just needed help. Like I was just in a dark place for a second.
Yeah.
She was the only real person that I had told at that point, like, hey, I attempted. Like this is a thing. I don't have a will to live right now. And she was so non-judgmental and so just maternally loving in those moments that it was just reassuring, you know.
Yeah.
It was, but yeah, she was just there. Let me sit in her office. You know, she pushed some calculators and student files away and just let me try again for about 10 to 15 minutes. And it was like, all right, come check in again next week. We'll keep doing this. So
Yeah. That's great. The other thing that I want to point out here too, um, based on your storyline, and also too something that I've come to learn and understand, is that when we go through different experiences that are traumatic, that cause us to kind of lose ourselves in a way. Um, what happens, because you're talking about the body and how the body's reacting,
yeah,
what happens in the mind is the mind starts to create scenarios that try to keep us protected
yeah,
and tries to create situations that will start to either block out certain things or it will be highly vigilant and alert and say, hey, no, we don't want to go into the scenario, which is essentially some of what happens when a panic attack takes place.
yeah,
Is the mind starts spinning out, thinking of everything that's about to happen to you, but realistically, it's a hypothetical.
yeah,
It's not exactly something that's going to take place. So the mind has a tendency to shift into a place of self-protection, self-preservation, but
right,
it also becomes that voice that's in the head that's always telling you this is going to take place or this is going to happen or this you're not worthy of this because you haven't experienced this. You're not
yeah,
worthy of that because you haven't experienced it. And
yeah,
so it's kind of a, as we like to call it in societies, you got the devil and the angel, one on each
yeah,
shoulder, right? And they're just back and
hmm,
forth all the time, nagging and arguing, trying to be the one that's the dominant one.
yeah,
But I try to remind the audience if you can learn to be kind to your mind and understand that a lot of times what it's just doing to you is trying to protect you and shift down into your heart space and start living from that perspective.
yes,
The things that your heart truly desires, the thing that fills joy to your heart, gives your heart joy. You can shift into that because within the medical community, these research and study taking place of where there's a belief that the heart is potentially the true brain
yeah,
over the brain that's in our skull because
uh,
there's so much more connectedness there. And also
yes,
too, there's also components. I don't know if you're familiar with heart math at all, um,
uh,
but heart math is a procedure and it's a study that's taking place where you're able to sync the heart and the mind in one particular instance.
uh,
And it's through a meditative state. And meditation is not necessarily um, specific to a particular uh, section of the world or
yeah,
a particular um, philosophy of Eastern culture, different
yes,
like that. Meditation is just literally taking your breath and slowing your breath and trying to quiet your mind. That
yes,
essentially is what meditation is. And when you get to that place where it starts to get quiet, then you start to realize what else is around you outside of what you're constantly thinking about. In
yeah,
your experience, what happened was your grandmother came into play for you. your friend who essentially felt like your cousin came into play for you. And then Jesus came into play for you because those were three key figures that you have connection to
Yeah.
that meant something for you at whatever particular point in time that they were in your life.
Yeah.
And so a lot of times what happens is those things, they come back in just to remind us of that connection and that willingness to be connected
Yeah.
and to help us to understand that, look, you're not far away from us, even
Right.
though it seems like you are. And because we're passed on, you can't see us physically, but our energy is still connected to you. And we want you to understand that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of felt like it was like they're they were like, hey, you think that we haven't forgiven you. You think that we left this world
Yes.
and with unfinished business. Like their presence in that moment was basically like, we still think fondly of you. Like,
Yes.
you're that's kind of how I've rectified that. They were like, it wasn't at all like you think it is. You know
Right.
what I mean? And so like there was some resolution. It wasn't a significant resolution, but that particular piece of it is came into light since. So, but yeah,
Yeah.
it is very interesting. I held some regret or resentment over the way they left and me not being able to resolve that last act of business, if you
Sure.
will, if we're going
Yeah.
to quote Casper and John.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. So to be able to get that resolution and to be like, oh, okay, they're not mad at me. Why would
Yeah.
they be? You know, that,
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
As you're starting to get a little bit used to therapy and you're starting to have these realizations and breakthroughs and moving forward from this point on, how is life starting to reshape itself?
All right. So you think we're done? We're not. So life started stabilizing. We're in therapy, and me and my wife are like, let's have one more kid. You know, like we've got four. Things are normal. The last one was just like my daughter, my first actual little girl. I was like, we'll try one more. So he was determined in utero to be a very high risk pregnancy, and we're not talking like, hey, his head measurements off, like the things that like they basically on the first ultrasound were like, this guy has hypoplastic left heart, like
Okay.
half of his heart isn't developed, is what they said in utero. So we got referred immediately. So I'd say within 2 to 3 months of actually right after the first ultrasound was like, hey, this is high risk and we need to follow up on this. So he was high risk, and they're basically started telling us. So I'm going to therapy, and I'm I'll keep going a little bit and then come back to this point because it's kind of funny to me. So I kept going to therapy, and I was doing well, and I was getting a lot of coping mechanisms and everything. Um, but as we are stepping out with this pregnancy, they're like, hey, he may not, like they're telling us like, hey, we're gonna have to give him medication to leave the hole in his heart open. He may need open heart surgery, he may need a donor heart. Like you need to be ready for him to possibly pass away right after he's born. You know, like that's how like
Yeah.
frail he was. And so all of this stuff is going on. Well, I just said, hey, I'm catastrophizing and I have anxiety, clinical anxiety. Now you throw this in front of me, right?
Yep.
And so my as I was going to therapy at this point in time in my life, there was, and I highly doubt this. I'm saying this for comic relief and entertainment value, but like it got to the point where like as I went to therapy, I kind of felt like, and again, there was a lot of stuff. I really needed help. You want to talk anxiousness, like I just resolved this thing. I'm just in a place where I'm starting to feel joy. Emotions are coming back, and like the good emotions are coming back, and now I've got to face this. And so moments of like gratitude and like, hey, every little thing and joy and actual happiness, like real contentment, all of those things are starting to come back. But as I'm going to therapy every week, the thought that hit my mind is I was like, man, like I'm just this like just tragic dumpster fire that I'm going to week. Like I almost felt like the show that my counselor tuned in every week because there was so much stuff going on there. Like she almost like couldn't even stick to one thing because there was so much. It was like this deployment and all
Yeah.
of this stuff. And now I've got this new situation, and she is like across, and she's like, "What's going on with your son? What's going on with this? What's going?" Like it was so much stuff that I almost felt like a reality TV show, just constant like little peek through the curtains all the time.
Sure.
But yeah, so he um, he was born without issue. I mean, obviously, all this stuff was right. They didn't after he came out of the wound and they could actually diagnose him. They call it unbalanced AV canal, which basically it was still the I want to say underdevelopment of the left side of his heart and the right side of his heart. I'm not sure if I'm getting this exactly right. My wife is the medical person. So one side of his heart basically overdeveloped to compensate for
Okay.
the half that wasn't.
Right.
When he was born, he was basically legally blind. They said he had auditory neuropathy, which they have like since said that that's not accurate. But basically, he couldn't hear all the time. Um,
Okay.
he was born with one and a half kidneys, and since one the other half the half one is completely like absorbed, so he only has one kidney. All of this stuff, and so like I'm still trying to get better, and then you get like hit with this thing.
Yeah.
Um, but again, there's a lot of stuff. You got this intensely special needs kid, and you're trying to heal. You're just on the other side. My wife had more knowledge medically, so she under like when they would say like, "Hey, hypoplastic left heart," I was like, "Okay, cool. Like we'll go to an appointment." Well, my wife's medical knowledge was like, "This is what this means," and she'd have to explain to me like, "This is how catastrophic to his life this could be." And
Right.
so we were like, within the first week of his life on the planet, he was born without significant incident. Um, I have to say this again just for comic relief. Like as soon as he was born, we were like, he in my head, as soon as he was born, they would have to put him on life support. He would be like so frail that he would die. As soon as he was born, he peed all over. He pissed on the entire nursing staff. Like he just like he there was one nurse that was like 9 feet away. He hit her like nine
Oh
feet
wow.
away. And so you're like, all right, man, like that's who we're dealing with. He's not messing around. Like he's gonna fight.
Have you
But
bought any
within the
Calvin and Hobbes books?
yeah. I love Calvin Hobbes. Yeah. Very much like Calvin.
They them out like Calvin. On those, like those
Yeah,
stickers on the back of everybody's trucks.
yeah. Just peeing all over everyone.
Being on the
Yeah,
world.
yeah. And so within the first week, he was being vetted for a heart transplant. And so you can imagine you got this special needs kid, and then you do 19 to 25, I'm going to say 20 to 30 different interviews within this kid's first week in life, from like nephrologists to cardiologists, social work people, different. Like at one point in time, we even sat in front of 4 or 5 doctors, like after everyone had talked to us, to see if we as parents could manage this, if he would be a good candidate. They're looking at medical stuff. They're looking at a lot of different things, and like it seriously, it was 19 to 20 different meetings before they basically ruled him out of like, hey, if it goes this direction, he probably couldn't receive a donor heart. So we're gonna have to do corrective surgery, and that's it. Like that's all we can do. So you talk about all that. Like I'm finally in a place where I'm like, hey, I'm healed, I'm better, and now I've got this, and it's just like causing all this stuff to pull back into the fray. But
Right.
really, that's where art made its feature again. And ultimately, if you'll allow it, where I hit my final rock bottom. So as we're sitting, I had to go back. He was in Denver at the time. We lived in Las Cruces. It's about 600 miles, 13-hour trip. And as we're at, like they had to stay up there. My wife and all my kids stayed up there. I had to go back and keep working, basically making enough money. And so I'm by myself in our house all the time. Every 4-day weekend, I was burning every amount of time off that I had to go for surgeries and procedures, and visit them and all this stuff. And meanwhile, my daughter has special needs as well. So she was having corrective surgeries and G tubes installed and oxygen and all of this stuff. We were just like all of these things that we're trying to address. Um, but yeah, so I'm back in Las Cruces by myself. But every time I went into Denver, like I would sit with my son, or at least try to spend like a day or two, me and him, you know. And so at the time, again, I'm getting a little bit into music as specifics. Is Breaking Benjamin's Dark Before Dawn just came out, and so every time I was in Denver, I would play that album for him. It was like my medicine, but I also wanted him to know that I was there. So it was kind of my, hey, I'm here.
Right.
And there's a lot of songs that like inspired me and reminded me of him. And it was just like, it was kind of the thing. But I would sit by his bed. And when he was asleep, I started writing songs again. I started writing lyrics. I started getting this inspiration, this spark back artistically to turn all of this just filth, this like, I've got this anxious energy and I'm like, hey, I need to do something with it. So I'm taking pictures around the hospitals and there's like this grand piano in that I was writing a song on at the time. And it's interesting you talk about head and heart because there were two songs and I don't have them completely musically written. I have some lyrics, but I called it Disastrophe as Matters of the Head. My daughter had a craniosynostosis repair surgery that summer. And
Okay.
then Disastrophe Part 2 is Matters of the Heart. My son had open heart surgery the day before Thanksgiving that year.
Mm,
And if anybody ever asked me, I think the greatest distance on the planet Earth is from your head to your heart. Is
yeah.
you feel certain things in your heart and you're like, okay, well that doesn't make logical sense, or you know something, but you're like, I don't feel it.
Yeah.
Like that distance, even though it's like what 18 inches, is the greatest distance. If you can get your brain to understand and feel what your heart understands and feels, it and that's what those two songs were about. And that was basically what I was writing. And so I'm talking about a literal brain surgery and a literal open heart surgery, or skull, not brain, literal physical surgery.
Yeah.
But that was what was going on within me. It was like my knowledge of like the way that life is and what I knew. And there were feelings both ways. Like, you know, that life can get better. You've seen things get that way. But I couldn't, like, my head was like, no, it's not going to get better. Like, obviously, you see this is going this direction. You know,
Yeah.
like, so these borderline panic attacks are still very much in fray, even with weekly counseling sessions and things that I'm like, no, I feel in my heart he's gonna overcome this, and my head's like, logically that doesn't make sense, you
Right.
know, and like the things that you're doing as a parent to be present um and to not have these meltdowns with them. But yeah, so he basically got a super infection. He was in Denver. They let him go home. He was 600 miles away, and you're like monitoring this medically frail kid, and he's got all this stuff, and you're losing sleep and all kinds of crazy stuff. Well, he gets a super infection in October of 2015. He was 5 months old. It was viral, fungal, and bacterial. So it's like this perfect storm. He's already
Yeah.
got decreased lung function. His heart doesn't work. Like there's a video of like that I have in my phone of him just wheezing, and it is some of the most heartbreaking noises you will ever hear in your life. This infant just struggling to breathe, struggling to live. And so my wife took him to the hospital, and he ended up getting airlifted back to Denver, and they put him in a medically induced coma. Well, at one point in time, my wife sends me a video, and he seems like he's getting better. He's responding well to medication. She sends me this video, and he's playing, he's cooing, I'm like, wow, you know. And I remember feeling gratitude and be like, man, yes, that connection is starting to happen. Like, you know, he's stronger than that. He's gonna fight. He's got this. It's the kid that peed on his nursing staff, man. Like he's got this. Well, the next day, she calls me, and I'm driving home from work, and she calls me, and I hear hospital machinery in the background, and it's frantic. And she's like, "Hey, he's on a downward turn," and I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "They have a crash cart, like they're about to call it Code Blue, which is like for those guys is like
Yeah.
life saving measures. Crash carts there, they're doing all this stuff, and beeping, and I can hear the hospital staff. There's doctors in the room, nurses in the room. There's like 4 to 5 medical professionals in the room, and she's like, I think he's gonna die. Like like all this stuff and my medical knowledge, like this could be bad. You need to stay on the phone with me. And so we're sitting there, and I hear all the stuff, and I thought they made, I don't know, I can't speak clearly to this because I wasn't in the room. I thought they made her go out into the hallway, like, hey, like, let us do our thing. And she's watching from the hallway, but I can still hear all this commotion. And all of a sudden, nothing. Like, it's quiet. No more scurrying, no more anything. And like, me and my wife are just holding our breath. I can't even hear her breathing. I was like, hey, I kind of need an update. Like, you just told me he could die. Like, she's like,
Yeah.
they they intubated him and basically got him breathing again. And so I'm 13 hours, 600 miles away, and almost had to listen to my son die over the phone. So we're like, okay, whatever. We get through Halloween. I'm with the rest of the kids. I'm playing Mr. Mom around the house, getting kids to school, doing all this stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I get a call. It's probably like 4 or 5 days ahead of Thanksgiving, and it's from a Denver number. My wife had been calling and communicating with the doctors and staff. I hadn't gotten a call from Denver ever. So when it's a Denver number, I was in a training for work, and I was like, I don't know what this is about, but it can't be good. Like, obviously the catastrophizing that goes on in your head. I was like,
Yeah.
the worst happened. My wife took a turn south. She died of a broken heart. I've got 2 dead bodies on my hand, like right now. Like, I'm spiraling like you wouldn't believe. Well, I step out and take the call. It's a doctor, a pediatric cardiac surgeon, and he's like, "Hey, I had an opening in surgery come up, um, the day before Thanksgiving, and we need your permission to have the surgery. Your wife wanted your opinion." I was like, "Why didn't she call me? Like, why did you call me?" He's like, "So we had this conversation." And I was like, he just about like passed away 3 weeks ago. And he's like, yeah, I mean, like, he's responding well. They put him in a medically induced coma. Things were getting better. And he's like, he's healthy enough to sustain a heart surgery, but we need to do it now. Like, if we don't get his lung function increasing, anytime he gets sick, it's just going to get this bad. And I'm going to quote him directly because I'll never, he's like, call it fate or fate, call it faith or fate. But whatever it is, the stars have aligned. Like, what do you want to do? And I was like, we got to go. And so he said the day before Thanksgiving, well, that's the way he sold it to me. So after I got off the phone, it became very clear to me. This was like 11 a.m. And all my kids, I got a couple kids in school. I got one being watched at my house. All of a sudden it clicks. I was like, the day before Thanksgiving is 18 hours away. I was 13 hours from Denver. I was
Yeah.
like, I got to go get these guys. I got to pack them. I got to drive 13 hours and I got to go like soon, like now. And so I collected all the kids. We take off to Denver. And yeah, I basically pulled in as they were carting him out. Surgery started at 6. They pulled him into the sterile environment at 5. I drove in like 04:30. Sorry to use military time. 4:30 is when I pulled into Denver. So we go there. I pick up my family. We go back to the hospital, and they're seriously just about to cart him out. And I remember putting my hand on his chest and being like, "This. I hope this isn't the last time I see him." It was like that in itself, as far as what happens for anxiety, is crazy. When he went into surgery, they ended up nicking his aorta, which it's the main, like,
Yeah.
that could have killed him. They were able to rectify that. The stitches that they put popped, and they had to put him back on bypass and recorrect it, and finally it held. So basically, 2 times in the surgery, he could have died. And he was on bypass at the time, but like, it was basically like any point in time nicking the aorta. It was so thin walled that they didn't know if they would be able to correct it and bring him back from the surgery, but they were able to. And yeah, he was just white, pale, just as he came out of surgery. It was he looked rough.
Right.
And again, I'm taking pictures of everything. I'm a metalhead, morbid, so I've got like scar pictures, and I'm just collecting and drinking in every moment, taking in every feeling, and just like the artist in me is like, I need to turn this into something. Well, that next morning, it's Thanksgiving, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. He was in arrhythmia because he had heart surgery, so the swelling in his heart had him like in erratic rhythms. And so aside from that, I'm sitting in his room, Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. He's in a medically induced coma, and I'm writing song lyrics in a journal, and I'm just collecting all this stuff, and artistic stuff is just spilling out of me. It's just all this raw emotion,
Yeah.
and I'm writing everything, taking pictures, chronicling the journey. And as I'm sitting there writing in my notebook, I'm listening to Breaking Benjamin's Dark Before Dawn, and I was like, okay, you know, I got tired of it because I'd been in the hospital for 3 days. I put my iPod on shuffle, and I'm sitting there continuing to journal, and all of a sudden I get this weird feeling. I was like, something is wrong. Like I look up, his stats are all right. His oxygenation is where it was. He's got arrhythmia. It's very obvious. Nothing was out of the ordinary. I was like, he's fine. He's fine. Like he's in a medical coma. Like you're good. So I started journaling again, and I just like get this ping like, no, you need to go check on him. Like he needs you right now. And I was like, he's in a coma. Like whatever, just go check on him. Be a good dad. He doesn't know. Just go check on him. So as I approach his curb or his crib, he's got tears streaming down his face. Like just I hit the page button, I grab his hand, and his hand was like no bigger than the top of my finger at this point. He is small,
Yeah.
small baby.
Yeah.
And as soon as he grabbed my finger, he stopped crying. But I paged the nurse, and I was like, he's supposed to be out. Like he's not supposed to be feeling things. He's not supposed to be crying. Like, what is going on here? And I was like, as soon as he took my finger, he stopped crying and he was okay. And she's like, I can give him a little bit of sedatives, but like like he's okay. I don't know what's up with that. And so I just sat by his crib. She gave him a little bit more sedative, and I'm sitting there, and he's holding onto my finger, and I've got again my iPod on shuffle sitting right next to his crib, and Demon Hunter's Heart of a Graveyard comes on, and basically it's a song about, you know, like, hey, live your life. Like, are you going to do what you need to do, or you know, is death going to be the end? Like that needs to be it. That's the point of the song, right? Heart of a Graveyard. So I'm sitting right next to his bed, and all of a sudden it hits me. Now again, he's 6 months old at the time, and none of what I had just been through had crystallized. But at this moment, I'm like, why was he crying? And I asked the nurse, I was like, hey, he was crying, but he wasn't crying. Like I couldn't, like, why didn't he make a noise? And she's like, he's intubated. Like he's got a tube down his throat, and his vocal cords can't close to make the noise of crying. And
Right.
so the only thing that caused me to was I felt it. So as
Yeah.
I'm getting there, and so I'm sitting next to his bed, the nurse is out, situation calmed down. This song's playing over my iPod. And I was like, this kid is better than you. This kid has more courage than you. He physically could not cry. His vocal cords could not close, but yet he still had the courage to cry out when he felt alone. And all he needed was someone. He needed his father, you know, and someone, anyone. And because my music was playing, I feel that he knew I was there. Um, and as I was sitting there, I felt so guilty. This was my final, what I call my final rock bottom. Is I did the math. He so when I did my suicide attempts, those 3 and 48 hours,
Yeah.
he was already conceived. So if I was successful, I would have been dead. Like I wouldn't have been there. And that
Right.
moment that I got to be there when he needed me, like I'm sitting there, I'm like, this kid's already better than you. Like unbelievable. And so I'm just sitting there, and I was like, how in the world do I be like him? Like I'm writing songs, I'm writing poetry, I'm taking pictures. You have a story, and you're doing nothing with it. You're afraid to tell anyone that your mental health is spiraled out of control, that you couldn't break the cycle, that failure is okay. All of this stuff. I just sat by his bed, and I was like, holy crap. That kid became my hero that day. Like just unbelievable what he taught me without saying a word. I was like, your story needs to be out there. Like, this is what it is. Like, you need to start taking this stuff, and you need to start recording it. you need to write your story down. Like this stuff matters. You need to stop suffering in silence. That it's time. Like it's time. And so this epiphany of like starting to write and record music again. And so that was really where the art kind of came out in me, and the whole desire to do kind of what I'm doing is happening. It's like you're healed enough. You need to use your story to help other people. You need to bring this to the masses. And it really at that point in time was music. I continued to trudge through. I had a studio in my house at the time, and I basically started writing and recording stuff as I could. I had to learn music production. Like I play guitar and write lyrics. I can do that. I've recorded stuff in the past, but this was like, hey man, you need to get serious about this. Like this is where you like this is why this was such a perfect matching, me and you. Is
Yeah.
because I at that point had already done therapy, had already done stuff, and I was like, man, you're gonna use art to recover the rest of the way, and you're gonna use art to bring this to other people and let them know that there is hope, that healing from mental health is real. It takes time. You need to get to therapy, but like art is the palatable means that most people use to digest some of this stuff. The things that I'm telling you voice to voice, most people wouldn't take this much time to hear a story, but they will
Right.
listen to a 3 minute song, be like, oh
Yeah.
yeah, I feel that. But yeah, that was really where it turned from a, hey, this is no longer a hobby, like this is most of your life. This can't just be a hobby for you anymore. Like this
Yeah.
has got to be a thing, and the way that you do it is music and art. But yeah, that final rock bottom, and just when I didn't believe I could go any lower, it was that moment where I was like, here it is. This is your rock bottom. Months of therapy. The suicide attempt didn't do it. Having a special needs kid didn't do it. All of that stuff didn't do it. It was like that moment of clarity to be like, you are almost not here. He couldn't, not only could he not cry out, you wouldn't have been sitting in this room at this time to provide him the comfort that he needed, all because you refused to get help. Like, I
Right.
cannot tell you, that was like, I was like, you can't be any lower than you are right now. And that's the good thing about rock bottom, is you can only go up,
Yeah.
and that moment I was like, yep, there it is. That's my rock bottom. And this is where we start to move forward.
That's
So
amazing. The other thing that is fascinating to me, and you mentioned it quickly and kind of moved past it, is the empathic side of you
yeah,
as a creative. And I think most creatives are empathic, empathetic, however you want to say it. But the component of that is a high sensitivity and feeling,
yeah,
right? You're able to sense things that probably others may not at certain points in time. Um, and what I found fascinating was the fact that you're sitting there next to him and he's experiencing something. He can't verbally get it out or create any kind of sound for you to hear it, but you felt it
yeah,
intuitively, right?
yes.
And you had to get up. And when you got up, you saw tears rolling down his face. And you grabbed his little hand and he grabbed onto yours, and those tears stopped. So, just that simple intuition to get up and connect with your son, uh, that's a thing that I don't think we pay attention to enough that's within us.
Yeah,
Um, as individuals, even more so as creatives, I think if we slipped into that mode a little bit more, a lot of times what can come out of that can be truly amazing,
yeah,
as what happened with
yeah.
that experience for you. How long after that realization in that moment, in that time, did you decide you're going to put this to pen and paper and write the book?
Yeah, so the book didn't naturally happen. I really took to music. And yeah, so as far as like a lot of the music stuff at that point is where I felt like, hey, I got to learn a lot. Like I have to learn music production. I want to learn like how to use digital audio workstation. Like there was a lot of technical stuff that I started working through at that point.
Okay.
And really, this was late 2015. So I spent like the next year or so in continuous research and, writing stuff and trying to figure out like, how do I build a studio? How do I soundproof rooms? How do I record? How do I turn this stuff into something that's legit? Um, 2017, I had drill with the National Guard. This is before I was full time. And my wife got tickets to a Garth Brooks concert for me for my birthday. He came through Las Cruces, and I was in Roswell, so I had to do what I hadn't done since I was like early 20s. I drove from Roswell to Las Cruces to go to a concert to drive back to Roswell that night. So like I did a bunch of like, like things I did before I had kids. And so all the way there, I listened to Garth CD like, and it stirred up all this nostalgia, and I was like, oh man, like what in the world? Like I was on this journey of all these things that happened, and I'm in this concert, and I just reliving everything, him retiring, and as I was in this concert, I started feeling like, hey man, you feel like he left you, there's the abandonment issue resurfacing again. And like there's like a reconciliation that happened at that concert between, because empathy, right?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, I feel from the stage, Garth, that you feel that you're sorry that you left me, but it's okay, like we're good now, like this empathetic transfer of energy or whatever have you. But like there was healing that happened at that concert that night, because I was starting to come to grips with a lot of things. And there was um the therapist that I was seeing ended up getting, she was with the VA. I don't know if she moved on her own or repositioned by the VA. I'd stopped going to therapy because she left, but like I was still healing. All the mechanisms and tools that she gave me were like still very effective. Um, Minus like anxiety coming through and having some panic attacks and minor things as you're trying to sift through it. But again, this like on the way back to Roswell to be at my next duty day, I put my iPod on shuffle and I drove back and kind of took the rest of the journey. And it was, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just keep it down like this. It was something different as far as just like the metal journey, the pop music, the everything that happened after that. And really, I was like, holy crap, if you want to use your story, you have this gap. I never meant to write a book, but like, I was like, I'm going to build a playlist of my life. And that's what I did. So I was like,
Yeah.
basically for a year, I picked one song a day and I blogged about that song and what it meant to me. And it wasn't like here's a song and I love this song. Like I picked a song and then I wrote about what happened in my life at that time. I did it for a year, and it was kind of another thing that I was doing to heal. And believe me when I tell you that was insanely painful, like reliving the suicide attempts, reliving going to foster home. I had a criminal record, as you know, 3 times juvenile.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of stuff that I ended up having to relive and revisit. And yeah, so that was about for a year from May 1st of 2017 to April 30th of 2018. And really, I just wrote it in a blog and I was like, oh, it's this thing. It would be fun. But at the end of it, like, I was like, there's something here. Like, I wrote it like a blog and I was like, if I took all of that back down and put it together, built the playlist, like, I think I wrote a book on accident. And that's exactly what happened. So as I've continued to kind of trudge through the music stuff, that's kind of what happened. But even in that, as the book was produced and all of that, there was still the one lingering thing, and I didn't even realize it until like 6 or 7 revisions of my book. So like I wrote it 17 to 18, pulled it back down in rough draft, continued to edit it a couple different times. It wasn't hitting the way that I wanted it to. And really, there was the one last thing that I needed to accomplish. And that was as I came on full time, I moved to Roswell, and I was like, all right, well, what are you going to do? With coming to Roswell, it's like you got this story, like you're willing to talk about your mental health journey. What are you going to do? So it was around 2020 when the church that my wife and I were attending, we were sitting in this meeting about how to become members, and both my wife and I talked about mental health, and it wasn't something that her or I had ever talked about. Like we knew about it. We know, obviously, we live life, but I didn't know she cared about mental health, and she didn't really know that I did. And so they were
Mm,
like, "Hey, if you could do anything, what would you do?" And I talked about like, "Hey, I'd like to open this house, 501c3, where I use art to bring mental health to like veterans or people, like whatever. It doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah.
Like money wouldn't be an issue. That's what I would do." And so I wrote it and I handed it in, and my wife wrote something very similar, and I'd never talked to her about it, on a piece of
Oh,
paper.
wow.
And at the end of that, the pastor's wife like bum rushed our table, and she was like, "You guys really care about mental health? Like, is this real?" And we're like, "Yeah, we absolutely do." And she was like, "We've been trying to do this mental health thing here at this church for a long time, like for a very long time. Like, why don't you guys meet with the pastor who does this stuff, and maybe you guys can do a mental health ministry type thing?" And so we
Yeah.
met with him, and it was crazy. I'm telling you, I'm full of drama. We were living in a rented house, and we actually, basically, the people wanted to sell it, and we were not in a position because of our kids' medical stuff. She came out of the workforce. Like we were just not in a position financially to buy the house. And they're
Yeah.
like, "Well, we're selling it." So we basically got evicted from the house so the people who own the house could sell it. And that was right when it got brought to our attention, like, "Hey, do you want to do this mental health thing?"
Right.
And I called, like the day we got the eviction notice, I called the pastor and I was like, "Hey, just so you know, we got an eviction notice." And he's like, "Oh, so we need to time out this whole mental health thing, right?" And I was like, "No, like this is the sign that we have to do this, because I'm about to need this badly." We lived in a fifth wheel camper for about 2 months in the beginning of COVID, doing
Okay.
virtual learning, 5 kids, 3 dogs, like all of our
Wow.
stuff in storage. Yeah, it was insane, but that was basically when the health component came to play. So I'd already been suicide intervention trained through the military, and then I did QPR, suicide intervention, which is more of a civilian methodology. So as we stepped out this mental health thing, basically, if you're familiar with faith community, there's like I can't remember if I told you this. Actually, I believe I did. Like as I was going through my mental health stuff, like my stepmom who came from a faith background was like, "Maybe you're
Yeah.
possessed."
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's this paradigm in even faith-based communities that like mental health was not all we spoke about. It's like, "Oh, well, something wrong with you, something wrong with your faith, the medicine, people not willing to take medicine for mental health stuff, for schizophrenia, depression, like all that
Right.
stuff." There's these weird paradigms that happen in faith-based communities and mental health stuff. And that was our passion. That was like, we're going to bring this, we're going to talk about this in a church. We're going to tell people that even with faith-based stuff, suicide attempts are real. Depression and mental health stuff is real. We
Yeah.
basically took our story tough to it, and that was what we were doing. So I became a certified mental health coach through the American Association of Christian Counselors. And just like last month, I did master resiliency training with the military. Basically, is moved from like being at the heart of suicide intervention all the way back down to helping give people the tools while they're healthy to make them more resilient so they're better equipped. So that
Right.
was that all of that stuff going on in the background. Um, Really, we started attending Celebrate Recovery, which is like a 12-step program, because I was like unhealthy relationship with alcohol at that point. And in running through the steps, I found out that like I'd still been harboring resentment towards my mom. Like I'd never forgiven her. As a matter of fact, becoming a father made it even worse. And so I was like, I got to do this. Like I got to put in the time and the work and replace hatred every time with love every time I think about her. And really, like that's what it came down to. Well, part of that process is you don't do it selfishly, but you're like my mom was still alive at the time, and I was like, one day we're gonna reconcile, and she's gonna like I'm gonna tell her like, hey, I forgive you, da 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 da, and then she might be able to meet my kids, and maybe all of this stuff will be all right. Well, she ended up passing away before I finished all of that process. And
Okay.
so it was thrown into my lap immediately. And I was running one of the edits at the time for my book as like this book couldn't come out until I couldn't. And as I was reading and editing it, it became very apparent like she is I'm kind of giving a spoiler, but she's basically the antagonist of my story. Yeah, and so as I was, I found out that basically my mom was the antagonist of my story, and because she passed away, I part of a 12-step program, a recovery program, is that you can't really walk into anything with an expectation. It's not you're not getting better better. You need to be better for you, and you need to clean up any portion of messes that you have. And really, that's kind of what I was looking at. And as she passed away, I was like, hey, man, you have to forgive her. You can't move on in your mental health journey until you forgive her, accept her, and love her for who she was, and understand that she can never be anything different. And ultimately, continue to be the best dad that you can be. Be the best that you can be in every area. And so that was like the last thing that I needed to do. And as I did that, that basically was enough to close the book out. And really put the story all the way to paper is I had to discover through writing this book that I hadn't forgiven her, and I had to forgive her and heal from that. And that was kind of ultimately what happened in the end. But yeah, there was a lot of desire to start to use my story in the mental health community as well, aside from just the art piece.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And so has the ministry with the church, has that gone on, and is that something that you're continuing to do?
Not anymore. So I got relocated to Albuquerque about a year ago, so I ended up walking away. But we did it for 3.5 years, and then
Okay.
we left 2014. So we started in February of 2021, and I left in May of 2024. So it's still running, and there was a lot of good stuff that was going on, with that at that time.
Nice, nice. Well, you got the seed planted.
Yes, yeah, and yeah. So from that component was just being able to use your story and then see other things from like get other perspectives on what my suicide attempts almost did, and so being around other people and using your story in that way. But really one of the most interesting things kind of close the loop on art and recovery is so they're out of Decatur, Illinois. I think Ariel Bloomer started out of Texas, but ended up going to college out of Illinois.
Okay.
And she wrote a book. It's called "Turn Your Pain into Art." And the one of the reasons that I was so aside from not being able to forgive my mom or not realize that it was really a thing that I needed to do, it wasn't a unwillingness. Um, there's a part of me that didn't want to heal from a mental health perspective because of my artistic aspiration.
Mm,
And I write sad stuff, I write depressing stuff, and I don't create when I'm happy. I live. Like if I'm happy, I just like I'm gonna go do this thing. Like I
yeah.
can't create when I'm in a good mood. Like I just can't. And so there was a part of me that was almost like I need to stay sick to be an artist. and I believed that for a long time. So it wasn't really until reading Ariel Bloomer's book, Turn Your Pain into Art, where she's basically talking like, hey, don't be afraid to heal. Like, I get it, you're creative, you're
Yeah.
tormented. Like, don't be afraid to heal for the sake of losing your art. And it was weird because she was one of the very first people that kind of pointed that tendency out. Like, until I read it in her book, I didn't realize that. I was like, I kind of am afraid to heal. Like, if I'm not continuing to self-sabotage, what in the world am I going to produce in terms of art? And when she
Yeah.
said it, it was like, yeah, like you can heal now, man. Like, the world is pretty messed up. You'll find content, believe me. And so there was a little part of me that was like, you can't make hard rock and heavy metal. And some of the people that have healed or overcome addiction, like, some of their stuff changes and it's not as good or interesting as the painful raw stuff of their first couple albums.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that ultimately was one of the biggest things, is like being able to say, you know what, like, heal. Like, you still have this stuff. It's still written the way that you can still produce this stuff. You'll still feel, you're still empathetic.
Yeah.
Like, that's who you are. You'll still find ways to do what you need to do and
Yeah.
ultimately get your voice out there. So
Exactly.
that was, yeah,
And that is a thing, within the creative element in terms of healing. There's that side of it where there's a belief that if you don't have the pain, you're not going to be able to create and the thing that you've been able to do for, up to that point. You're
yeah,
not going to be able to tap into that space. Um, but the other side of it is the way that the trajectory can take you even farther if you start to
yes,
heal and if you realize, oh, now I'm creating from a completely different space. And now maybe the message going forward also needs to change just a little bit because there's a
yes,
different perspective,
yes,
right?
exactly. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So that was one of the bigger realizations at the end of the book is like, hey, man, like, when you start looking Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, Kurt Cobain, Nirvana, and you look at Dave Williams from Drowning Pool, you look at Chris Cornell, you name them. Like, you look at all the people that have lost their lives to suicide or addiction. Like, most of my heroes are dead. They
yeah,
didn't make it to the other side. You got a couple, Elliott Smith, big Elliott Smith fan. Um, very rarely do people make it to the other side. Like, so I'm really big into Blue October, and Justin Furstenfeld is one of my first heroes that actually got to sobriety, got to dealing with the mental health issues, still creating quality art, still, living life, doing what they need to do. But it's very rare for a creative to make it to the other side victoriously. And I think that there's a lot of credit to that as well, to be like, hey, man, we need to make it to the other side. We need to be in recovery. We need to be doing well. And we need to be carrying that message forward with, like, a torch, like you just said.
yeah,
And I think that's ultimately the biggest thing that I learned, which is why the obnoxious long subtitle, How Music Helped Me Heal and Find My Voice piece. But um, yeah,
I don't know. Are you familiar with Youngblood at all?
yes. I've fallen a little bit more hard for him now that all the Ozzy stuff kind of came out. But yeah,
Yeah, the amazing component of what has just taken place over the last few weeks um, was that performance that he did at Ozzy's last concert of
mm,
Changes
yeah,
and singing that song. Um, what was interesting from my perspective was the fact that when they were setting up the concert, Ozzy and Sharon, and working with the other production people, Ozzy specifically wanted Youngblood to be a part of that concert. Um, and, he, in a couple of interviews after the fact, he thought that they were going to ask him to sing one of his other songs that may not have been as popular, but just as iconic. And Sharon called him up and said, "We want you to sing Changes." And so he was like, "Holy crap. Like, this is a huge song. You're asking me to do
Yes.
this one?" It's like,
Yeah.
whoa. But the instinct, right? That intuition of no, he needs to be the one that sings it. And I mean, I'm gonna say it's got over I don't know how many millions of views since
Yes.
that it happened, right? But I think that's a pivotal song in terms of a creative journey, and even with your journey, the changes that have taken place over the course of the years, and your growth, and you're getting to a place of healing. Not saying that you're completely healed and that everything's going to be fantastic moving forward, but you're at a
Right.
place of realization, and now, and also a place of willingness to help others. And I think that change in and of itself is very powerful, and it will make an impact on many different lives, uh, even within your military community, right?
Yeah.
Because we know just from general information that we do not do enough for our veterans in terms of mental health, asking
Yeah.
them to go around the world, equipping them to be the most lethal apparatus that the United States has, and then asking them to come back and then just put that down and
Yes.
not give them tools to be able to make that transition.
Yes.
And I have a heart for that as well. Um, so I completely commend you for stepping into that space. And I think that your story and what you'll be able to do moving forward will be able to help benefit that uh, community that you're a part of consistently. One of the things that I always want to close out an episode with, and it's just a nice reminder, especially based on our conversation that we've had, um, it's for the creative community, is to always listen to your heart, but as well be kind to your mind.